For the last time. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I mean, last time in Renascence, you guys, you finished your adventures. Loshrug's been defeated. The Leviathan cult has been rooted and is in the process of being hunted down, defeated, imprisoned, etc. by the Alliance. And you guys are heroes of the realm. So this session is going to be an epilogue. We're just kind of going around and talking about what everybody's doing in the days, months, years after this adventure concludes. And I think to keep things relatively organized, I think we'll just kind of do it in, go around the table, talk about what's happening in a certain time span after the campaign ends. And after we do a round, we'll widen that time span. So we'll talk about the months afterwards, and then the years afterwards. And what are you guys working towards, over the course of your entire lives, kind of a thing. And I think with each round, I will provide some insights and updates on what is happening in the world that would potentially be of interest to everyone. So, with that said, are there any questions before we begin?
Real quick. How long is it going to take to fix this spire situation?
Repairing the seafloor around the tower. That's probably going to be done this year.
Okay.
It will take an extended period of work for sure. Okay. But as long as the Emerald Guard and Lauren and the Gatewatch and everyone are working on it consistently, that's probably fixable within a year.
Okay.
I'm just going to point out, you all may be done adventuring, but I ain't. I still got a bucket list.
Barnaby's
got a revenge list.
Barnaby's got
Excuse me, I have stuff to do.
Is it really an adventure if you're just filling out bucket list things?
Depends on how much fun you have.
I also have a revenge list. Does that count?
Depends. Am I on it?
No.
At that point, I don't think
yes,
it's an adventure.
you're
It's a journey.
Well,
Are we going clockwise or anti-clockwise?
I mean, honestly, whoever wants to talk first about themselves. Let me ask this: what's happening with the Lost Emeralds now that Loshrug has been defeated? How does the party feel about the party? Are you guys still adventuring together? Are you still traveling together? Are you just staying in touch? What's the vibe there? What is everybody doing?
Well, Lauren's stuck underwater for however long.
I assume staying in touch but not sticking together.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Noelle definitely needs a break from adventuring, and I think she would want to take the extended one for that. So.
Sure. Okay.
Have you considered taking your breaks extended warranty?
And I know Lauren's pretty predisposed, so.
John has things he's going to be doing, so.
Burberry's probably going to be helping Lauren with her thing for a little bit anyway.
I'm currently in 90-day community service.
Yeah, he's working off the incident at the medal ceremony where you hog-tied.
When was my last? This was
community service.
the last chance I had. I was right in front of a monarch. When am I going to turn that down? Or prime minister, whatever the heck you call him. I'm not just going to pass that up.
If only she had a crown. Okay, so
Really funny if she was secretly into it.
Well,
this ends up being Barnaby's long
Later,
term.
okay, so I know that you have a woo a princess.
Does
Let's see. Let me look.
Oh, on
No.
your list.
Let's see. Let me find my bucket list.
I thought that was connect with the daughter of a leader or something like that.
Oh, but would connecting with the leader count, or does it have to be the daughter of the
It
leader?
has to be a princess.
Oh, that's
And
really
it's
specific.
charm, not woo.
Oh.
Charm a monarch or president's daughter.
Well, I was going to say we did get to be on pretty good terms with those folks back in the Feywild.
That's true.
They were kind of young, though.
I mean, they
All
were
he has to do is
then, but time is
farm.
wibbly wobbly.
Also, they were both boys.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't know if
I
they count
do
as
not
daughters.
do not assume. They might change. They could transition. They are weird.
It's possible. Okay, so sounds like the party is kind of scattering to the winds, keeping in touch, but not necessarily.
I mean, Noel's still staying at the Emerald's house.
Plus, we've got our rings.
I didn't go anywhere for 90 days.
yeah, Barnaby's on lockdown for the next month.
We
and a half.
could theoretically invest in. I know sending stones usually only connect to one, but could it connect to all?
Like a group chat.
Yeah.
It would probably take some experimenting and some money, but yeah, I think commissioning a group of sending stones for the party would not be hard.
I mean, that would actually, to be fair, if they were smart about things, that would probably be something that the Emerald Coast would already have research into, if only to contact military leaders across the.
Yeah, usually they just have people just cast sending.
But think about it. If you
It's
could get
cheaper.
if you could get a good wizard to make it, that could be a marketable thing. They could make a lot of money
We
off.
know a good
I feel like
wizard.
that's just half of what Burberry's done is make marketable ideas for other
I
people.
said it before. Burberry is the Jeff Bezos of this world.
Well, that's a terrifying thought.
Imagine making that and then selling it to the Eastern Lions.
Well, we do have a smart wizard, aka Alexei, that can build it for us.
I mean, that could also be if you're trying to get funding for your sect. That could be a way for you to
That's
get
true.
funding.
So the Emerald Guard's first major infusion of capital is from this group sending stone.
I mean, I've already changed the bank for forever. What's one more thing?
And if they monopolize that, they could have a advantage in communications.
That's true. Well, that's probably going to be happening in the next few years then. Good to know.
Lauren's gonna go on her honeymoon.
How's the honeymoon go? Where are you taking
Adlar's stressed.
Where are you taking Adlar?
Well, wait. What kind of? Okay, so there's different types of people when they plan vacations. Or is Lauren like the let's just do stuff, and Adlar just goes along with it, or is there any planning?
No
like,
planning.
Okay, no wonder Adlar's
Doesn't
stressed.
sound. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, no. So I know on Lauren's side it's going to be like wibbly wobbly. I just don't know how Adlar would go about vacation.
I mean, Adlar is a very go with the flow person, so I don't think the idea of operating without a plan is the problem.
I feel like that rolling kit's going to get a lot of use.
Yeah, probably.
Their honeymoon is more finding adventures and killing things. I feel like at the end, Adler's gonna be like, enough, sit down, take a margarita, and relax. Like,
We're working on your tan. That's the goal. That's the only goal for the next week is working on your
We are
tan.
vibing today.
and I feel like she's just like,
There's a dead sea serpent on the beach, and Adlar's like, "That's it, we're done.
yeah, he
We're
just
relaxing now."
throws up hands. She's like twitchy, just like.
We are not going anywhere until we have eaten the serpents.
So, primarily a very active adventure-y honeymoon.
Oh, 100%.
Sure.
I mean, Burberry can't go on adventures. He's a father now.
Burberry's
When do we get
responsibilities.
to know that you're a father?
That's a great question. When does Burberry share that with the party?
Because I feel like Noel would come visit you on Montalban.
I feel like that would, it would either be a complete surprise because Burberry's like, I'm still getting everything settled.
Oh.
But,
Sorry, no, please.
Yeah,
No.
Alright guys, we can let each other have the mic, it's fun.
Yeah, I think like after he gets everyone settled, because it's not just the kids, it's also it's like raising 20 in-laws. Or how many? 30?
It's 30-something.
30 something extended relatives, we'll call them.
You need to ask Barnaby. He's familiar with multiple family members.
That's true.
Barnaby does have a lot of experience with big families.
You know, Barnaby might actually be the first to find out. That would be weird, but and after he got settled, he'd probably invite Noel and the rest of the party to come and
Barnaby, I need help.
check out the new digs. And I'd like to think that long term, for conclave purposes, his sect becomes like one of the more experimental areas. Like, so if there's any odd duck priests, it's the place where you send the odd duck priests.
The island of misfit toys, but for the conclave.
The island of misfit priests.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely think Burberry with the conclave specifically. So you built this, or you are building this temple on Montalban, right? And it's like in the middle of the islands, up in the mountains where that village was, right? You've got all these kobolds there. You got your kids. You're like, this is my temple now. I'll take charge of it. I'll maintain it. And this is where you're kind of doing your experimental, like reaching out to deities thing.
Yeah.
I think the conclave.
Well, no,
is
not reaching out to deities. Like, I'm not going to reach out without getting approval first.
Oh, for sure.
Like, officially, but like researching deities, or like having priests who are interested in like weird things, like, hey, what happens whenever you have a soul that got split into two, and does the soul go back kind of situation, like those weird.
There's some labbing happening there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the Court of Stars, which is like the branch of the conclave that does, like, they maintain the orreries. They are the ones who are like observing the heavens and like, actually scheduling communions with like new deities to make, like, they would absolutely want to set up with you in this temple. There's probably some level, like with the senior members of the Court of Stars, that are kind of like, all right, so let's make sure this doesn't happen again. having heard your story. And there's also like all the juniors who are just like, yes, sit, let's go. Like, we're ready to fucking find some cool shit.
It is good because Burberry's wild enough to still entertain the idea of other gods, but he's had the experience that he doesn't jump whole hog anymore. So he's,
Burberry
he's got a cautionary tale.
Exactly. It's like, listen, I know what it's like if this goes wrong. So here are the precautions.
Yeah. Like, please tell me all of the things that you want to, and if we, I know what happens if it goes wrong.
Yeah.
And
probably a very active observatory at that temple.
More than likely. It could also be good for any continued kobolds for like a stepping stone. Like, so they don't have to stay there. And especially since I did all that day vision nonsense. But if they want to, they can serve as, I'm not gonna say disciples, but they're like the staff of the building.
Sure.
And they also do have a small like temple to the Dragon Lord. Like, there is a room for that.
Okay.
I was thinking it was like a transition house for them to get used to the outside world and then be allowed to leave and go wherever they want once they're used to the world.
I don't know if they would leave.
If they wanted to.
Well,
they could. The freedom's there. I don't think that they would, though. I think it's like, yes, Burberry.
Our new god.
There's probably a day down the line where you walk in there and like you are like riding the dragon in the statue. Like they like built like an extension to it.
Not a
All hell, no, you bug.
No. But yeah, since it is in a mountain, I do also like the idea that they have options of expanding their area.
Yeah.
So if they want to have like a little kobold village thing going on back there,
I'm sure they do. I feel like digging is pretty like just a natural thing they do. It's like dog. It's just like, I just like digging.
At what point is the temple?
And this is the mine.
At what point is the temple like done?
A year.
A year after campaign ends, basically.
Well, it's a year after I
start working
on it because it's actually a spell, and I have to cast it every day for a year. So
yes. Okay.
At least a year.
Would Burberry let Noelle make a teleportation sigil there?
Yes.
Okay.
No, there's two things. There's two things Burberry wants in there. One's a teleportation sigil because it is nice to be able to travel around to other conclave branches and what have you, especially if I do have a like working connection with them or Court of Stars.
So Noelle's probably staying at the temple for a year at some point.
I don't think that would happen immediately, but I think that would be a little bit down the road. Because she and Jade would have to go to Montalban eventually to get like set up in their own property and stuff too.
Sure.
And then a druid grove around it too if you want it.
I'm not going to say no.
This is one of the most fucking hallowed sites in the Emerald Coast by the time you guys are done with this island.
I mean, it's going to be real cool.
They don't want any more baby teeth to show up.
And there is one thing that I was playing with the idea, but I don't know if the world would be game for it, which is having
a post office, which is the bank.
The Bank of Himalar?
Yeah, like it's basically one guy who just contacts with the Bank of Himalar. It's not like an official location.
I'll say this as far as that goes. I think by the time Burberry gets around to like getting back in touch with the Bank of Himalar and being like, hey, listen, so that thing that we talked about way back, I was wondering if I could help you set this up. I think Burberry's getting fucking stonewalled by the bureaucracy. It's like, yes, no, we actually have everything under control. We appreciate your input, but we'll be taking it from here. Like, they jump on that fucking idea.
No, and it's great. I would like a branch in Montalban.
I think they do have a bank.
They do have one in Montalban.
They do have a bank.
It's just only in that one city.
I want one in my building.
I want a Starbucks in the temple, damn it.
That will probably take a couple of years, but they would probably be okay with that. Assuming that village starts growing too.
Well, and I Burberry will probably put it this way and say, think of it this way: that it would be one employee, and you would have at minimum 40 people using your bank from the building.
Yeah.
And I will give whoever decides to work there room and board.
I think that's probably an ongoing negotiation for a few years before they're kind of like, all right, we'll look into this. So it's probably about, I'll say like 5 years before that bank is like up and running, that branch.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and I will also assist with any transportation things since I am theoretically going to have a teleportation signal.
Yes, at some point.
At some point.
Yeah. I think the bank is definitely like, I think like the people that you're working with at like kind of the construction level and the kind of the lower levels of the banking hierarchy are like they're decent people and they're like appreciative of the help you're offering. I think you keep running into, it's like, I don't know if my supervisor is going to approve this. I don't know if my if the VP of this region is going to be okay with, because Himalar is an extremely secretive organization. Like that bank is very like protective of their system and the way that they run things. So I think it's going to be a weird relationship. Like the local branch, I think is probably like, you guys are tight, y'all are cool, like everything's chill.
Yeah.
But anytime any conversation happens with corporate, it's always this big fucking secretive, giving Burberry the runaround kind of thing.
This is going to sound really dumb, but since Burberry came up with 2 really good ideas for the bank, I'm surprised they don't jump on it if only to exploit later ideas.
You know what? Dice roll. Give me an insight roll.
4.
Okay. I don't know,
Watch the
man.
Burberry roll in real time.
You're full of great ideas. You don't understand why they're not jumping on it. It's the strangest thing. Anyways.
That's fine. I'll just.
So Burberry, it sounds like has a pretty full schedule for the next few years.
Yeah. No adventuring for Burberry. I think his whole point of adventuring was out of necessity and not out of desire.
Sure. Burberry's not an adventurer at heart. He's a
researcher.
A researcher.
Unless there's some really cool ruins that have nonsense in them, in which case I am there.
I'm probably the most and least present head of a temple, just because I keep leaving to go look at shit.
Sure. I think.
Just send me a sending, and I'll be there in like 10 minutes after you tell me I'm needed.
Okay. Here's a question for the party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys will have known for a few months leading up to the end of the campaign that Father Severin
I do want to find that.
has been missing, and his sendings have been intercepted by some sort of horrible creature.
Yes.
How long would it take the Lost Emeralds to follow up on that?
No, I would actually do that before I started doing temple stuff.
The Goth Priest.
He's my favorite.
He's from like session 12 or something.
Yeah,
He's my favorite.
He showed up like twice.
Mm-hmm.
He's very exuberant. He's a worshiper of one of the gods of death.
He shops at Hot Topic.
He founded.
Yeah.
I don't know what they said. Oh.
I think Lauren would be willing to help, but I think she'd want to get the spire thing sorted out before.
I feel like it's going to be at least a year before you guys look at the sky.
like it's because I do feel like that it's a pressing matter. So
John's
Burberry would
free,
probably
he's
look for it. So
It's fine to go.
How would you feel about hunting down devils?
I mean, if I can shoot it, sure, why not?
Could be on your bucket list.
John's
No,
free.
it ain't.
John's free to help if you need him.
okay, yeah, no, I'll take all help I can get for trying to get Father
Once I
Severin.
finish cleaning.
How soon is Burberry organizing that expedition then? That's the question.
Probably within like a week or two after. Probably a week.
Sorry, I got community service I gotta do.
Barnaby's got 90 days to work on
You're gonna have to wait for that if you want me.
Can I negotiate with the things and point out that it will get him out of the city and as far away from the Prime Minister as possible?
Give me a persuasion.
Feel free to try.
Take a bardic inspiration.
I tried to tell him
God
I'd
damn
be
it,
leaving.
Burberry.
I tried to be telling him I'd be leaving. That's all I needed.
I would like to do an enhanceability for that.
Can I assist the persuasion by saying I'll keep watch over him?
Okay. And
Enhanced
then
already gives him advantage.
D10, I believe.
I didn't know that's what that did.
21. Oh,
21
wait,
total?
21
Plus
plus
persuasion.
I don't have anything
All
in
right.
persuasion. No, I mean I have something in persuasion, it's just not much. 'Cause
So
that
we'll
was
say
22.
22.
Yeah,
We'll
get him
say
out of
that
the
they
city.
agree as long as the rest of you are there and present and can keep an eye on him. So basically, once Alora gets back from her honeymoon, it'd be like, all right, you can take Barnaby.
Lauren, please.
Her honeymoon is adventuring.
Oh, there
An
you go.
extension to our honeymoon? Let's do it.
So a couple weeks after the campaign ends, it's like, all right, let's go find Severin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And eventually, I think that'll probably end up being like a one shot or something.
We'll run a one shot for that.
I
That'll
do
be the
have
whole thing.
a question because this happens right after we win.
Mm-hmm.
What happens with those invitations that got sent out to like everyone?
I mean, it's
The
basic-
orgy invitation?
Yes, the orgy invitation.
It's basically whenever you guys wanted that to take place.
It's a celebratory after with our victories.
I know.
probably.
So when did you want to have that?
Within a few weeks, probably.
Yep.
So after Severin or before Severin?
Probably before Severin.
I'm very glad I'm in community service right
That worked out perfectly.
Before Severin.
Yeah, I think.
You somehow have a tracking anklet.
here. Oh no, don't make me clean up after.
We'll clean up.
I think just about everybody
It's
shows
fine.
up.
You didn't take
Does Gideon show
prestidigitation.
up?
That doesn't help.
That's been my big question.
I want to know if Gideon shows up.
know Gideon shows up.
I think Gideon makes an appearance. I don't think Gideon stays.
Hello, everyone.
Goodbye. He's like, nope,
So he
it's
just
not for
sits in
this.
the chair with some popcorn.
No, I think Gideon
sits in
shows
the
up
chair.
and just he like
Wait.
tries to track you guys down to be like
Wait, but does Gideon show up with
much
Alexi?
appreciated.
Well,
Well,
Alexi,
Alexi's living at the house.
Alexi can't not show up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alexi
I
I
lives
mean,
there.
but theoretically, Alexi could go get him.
I'll say give me.
Is this ship happening,
I'll
Plas?
say give me a perception check.
Okay, I'm joining this.
I'm not there.
I'm
I don't have to roll for this.
definitely there.
When he tries to leave, does Alexi take him to his private room?
And guess what? I have advantage.
I rolled terrible.
Ooh, I rolled terrible. Actually. So we're looking at a 22.
22.
I think I rolled like a 15 or something.
Okay.
No, 18 actually.
I think you would probably clock that after Gideon leaves, like he stays for maybe 20 minutes. He says hi. He actually brought some food. He sets it out at the spread. Which
So this happens before this stuff goes down.
which is
To make it
all a
less
good
awkward.
time. Yeah.
I hope he also brought condoms just because
That'd be so funny. Use protection, kids.
And then he'll take his leave. I think
Yeah, just
you would probably notice maybe like 10 minutes after Gideon's left, like, oh, you don't know where Alexi is. You can't find him anywhere. He's not in any of the rooms. So Alexi's disappeared as well. And you don't realize he's back in the building for probably an hour.
Oh. Does Aldrin show up?
that is a great question. Does Aldrin show up?
He would be late, but he would show up.
Oh, fuck.
How late?
It's probably like
if you thought he'd miss this, you're crazy.
I know, right? I was like, about to say, I'm like,
I feel like he enters out of breath, like, oh god,
I made it, everyone. Wait for me.
It's probably like a couple hours.
Yeah.
Like he probably like gets into the building like right behind Alexei. He's like, oh good, I'm not the only one. A pleasure. My name is Aldrin.
Lauren, this is Aldrin. We met on the.
And thus we started a 5-minute conversation between Johnny and herself.
Hello. You're handsome. You're hot. Fuck? Yes.
Wow, efficient role play, Johnny.
I'm sure the orgy is a rousing success.
Oh, here's a question I
hope it's
wanted to
rousing.
ask. Johnny, what happens to Kiki?
At least a rousing.
Whatever becomes of Kiki?
Kiki the Pirate Queen.
Yes. Does she take Lashrog's place? Start be the next like pirate queen of Daggermore?
Fair warning to Kiki. Daggermore is not a pirate haven anymore.
Oh, that's
thanks
true.
to Lauren and Segan.
I think Kiki's whole goal was just to get her shit back because she was like, that was some bullshit.
Actually,
back.
Pete, I hate like to bring this up, but what of your favor?
What, to the gatekeeper?
No, to
The Pixies?
not this lady, the Australian chick,
Sandy?
Sandy.
Yeah, no, I have to help her steal a ship. We all do.
Yep.
That'll be a one shot.
That'll probably be a one-shot at some point.
That'll be
as
a one
well.
shot down the line.
Okay.
But Noelle would make good on that promise.
but before or after?
I think that would be after. I think that's like a ways down the line, probably. When she gets all those ducks in a row to make that happen. But yes, I would make good on that.
I think Kiki would definitely ride the line between pirate and merchant. Every once in a while she's like, hey, they look like they're carrying valuables. Let's go poke them a bit.
How well would Kiki get along with Sandy?
Probably incredibly
I
well.
think Kiki and
Probably
Sandy, I feel like they would vibe.
Probably criminally well.
Yeah.
Criminally well.
They would vibe very well.
We must make sure they never meet.
Co-captains.
Yep.
Co-pirate captains.
Yeah.
Basically.
Was Sandy invited to the orgy?
No.
No.
Okay.
That was Noelle's provision. So that Sandy did not get invited.
And
As
yet
far
she
as
still
anyone
might
knows,
show up.
she never showed up.
As far as anyone knows.
We'll get Gerald on the true side, it's fine. Or whatever. Someone has true
Wait,
sight.
did Gerald show up to it?
Yeah, he showed up.
You know.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nah, that's what happens is Alexei like appears and then disappears and then appears again and then appears again.
Alexei just constantly in and out.
One of them made Alexei.
Uh-oh.
What?
Sandy might have been there. That's Alexi.
Better not.
Bitch.
Can I roll perception to see if Alexi was ever Sandy?
How would you know?
We start
Maybe-
speaking about
I
Australia.
Yeah, maybe. It's just an Australian.
No.
Sandy gets a little distracted.
But
and
I would like to say if it was Alexei, I'm not saying it could be someone else, but if it was Alexei, Lauren does know Alexei really well.
She
True.
does. They were co-conspirators, and now they're forming an organization together. So
That's true. Alexei was Alexei.
I have intimate knowledge of all parts of Alexei.
After this orgy, yes. So, a
Rousing
successful...
success.
yay! We made it happen.
Yay! My character's fucked.
But they did fuck.
It's weird. My brain went to freaking What We Do in the Shadows.
I've never seen that movie, but I've heard it's good.
Nah, the TV show.
Oh, the TV show?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's...
I had to ask since it was so early.
Oh, no,
Afterwards,
yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
we
It's
gotta-
the vampires living in, like, what, New York or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Staten Island
Staten Island.
specifically.
That's it.
But they have an episode where they host an orgy.
Gotcha. Oh, this is that episode.
The one that's recommended your children may not want to watch this one. Assuming any of them are okay for your children to watch.
Exactly.
So, that happens, and then after that, you guys go looking for Severin.
Yeah, now that we're done with that, I guess we can go.
I mean, Severin should be happy we're looking for him at all.
That's true. I'm amazed anyone remembered him.
He's my favorite.
At some point in the next year or two, there will be the ship heist with Sandy.
Yeah.
I guess as far as what's happening in the rest of that year, I could give that update. I don't know that there's going to be a ton of big world-shaking anything's happening. The things that would be of note, obviously, the Emerald Guard is taking shape. Alexi and Lauren are working on that, putting this organization together. Noelle, as I understand, is wanting to get involved to some capacity as well.
Yes. I don't think that would be immediately, but I think once it started to get its legs, she would be interested.
So towards the end of that year, probably, once the sea floor work has been kind of completed and the tower is stable for the foreseeable future, the burial process has to start, which is probably going to be a slower project since it's not going to be all hands on deck. It's all right, let's get.
Well, we also have to make sure we get all the runes before we bury it, so that people can study them too.
Yeah.
That's a whole.
Well, that's probably ongoing while people are
yeah.
I'd like to think that
fixing the
it's like a thing. So you'll have the
because Alexi I think only has wall stone. I don't think he's got stone shape or anything like that. So there will be smart people who are I'm not equipped to fill in to repair the earth.
Yeah,
I will be studying.
Yeah, I think Burberry's in that cache, but I think that what it would be taking turns, so that the study team would go first, and then make note of all the runes, and then clear it for burial.
Yeah.
And then just repeat that over and over again.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, when the ground gets filled back in, does the red light fade?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was basically shooting up through cracks in the
So did it just kind of slowly fade over the course of the year, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, that's something the Emerald Guard can take credit for, guys.
Yeah.
We made the red light
First
go away.
accomplishment.
Our first accomplishment. We made the red light go away.
Technically, the first would be killing Lasheroth.
It's just
There's a question. How much do you guys say when you are taking credit for that to the public? How are you?
Made the red light go away.
Yeah, we made the red light go away.
How did you do it? The fucking
It's
the press.
Strat to left.
Yeah.
But no, with a lot the political answer, with a lot of concentrated effort.
I think everybody put in 100%. You know.
Oh, yeah.
But what
What are you talking about? We just put dirt on the mound.
You're on community service.
He's in an orange vest, making garbage nearby.
We just did the religious equivalent of a landfill.
I think if we were gonna come up with something, I'd say
We buried the problem. We buried it real good.
The urchin creatures that attacked Freeport.
Oh,
we've been slowly killing them.
Oh, that's a good way to do
So,
it.
with regards to that, that's actually going to be something with John. So, since John realizes Saren is not willing to settle down yet, while the house is being built, he's going to be hunting Leviathans.
That sounds fun.
That's
sounds
badass.
right up John's alley.
That sounds like John for sure. John gets a ship and a few support ships to just carry me to sea and help me fucking kill these.
I don't need y'all. I can do it by myself. Just get me down there.
That sounds like something the Emerald Guard will probably help with too, though.
Yeah.
Is killing them so that other.
So, once he's resolved that and all the Leviathans are dead, he's going to go back to adventuring
Okay.
as a part of the Adventurers Guild.
But I could definitely.
Oh, he's going back to the CIA.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. That's
I
legit.
Until-
hope that's the CIA spelled SEA.
Until Saren decides that she's ready to settle down.
Yeah.
And then he's going to become a trainer.
I think once the house is
Jim made him
finished,
live, bro.
presumably John's in and out of Freeport in the area to talk to Sarah and they can keep developing that relationship. I feel over time she'll get more comfortable with the idea. Although I definitely think she's gonna want the ability to get back to Freeport easily. So it's she's not just staying at the house 24/7 because it's very out in the middle of nowhere. And that's the other thing. I think the trains have been kind of expanding over the course of the past few months since that whole exhibition kind of showcasing the new train systems happened that the Court of Manches were in town for. That was back at the beginning of the year.
Boo.
Yeah, fuck them. Well, fuck one of them. So the trains are probably expanding the rails between Freeport and Handlebar to the south. So there's probably a train line along the way near your house at this point, or at least like by the end of that year.
Once Saren decides she wants to settle down, John's going to stop adventuring except for special cases and become a trainer.
Gotcha. Okay. So he'll be in Helmfirth too. Okay.
He'll be back and forth between the 3 major cities: Helmfirth,
Freeport,
and the one in the south.
Handler.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as long as she's able to like kind of travel with you and isn't like just cooped up anywhere, that's her biggest thing. She's definitely a very like I want to go do shit kind of person.
He's just traveling and training adventurers. So
Guess it runs in the family.
There's a reason they don't. So the trains are growing. The Emerald Guard is filling in that light, taking credit for it. They're kind of taking credit for killing the monsters and pinning that.
She would be
on-
helping John, and she would say that John.
Yeah,
would
John's
help
been
people.
leading the charge on killing
conjunction.
those things.
Yeah.
John would ask Lauren to find his glaive.
And she'd be like, "Can we take some credit for killing the monsters so that they don't know the actual reason why the red lights disappeared?"
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
All right, deal.
Deal. Sweet.
So there's some spin happening to kind of cover up the presence of this massive tower that you guys are slowly burying.
Yeah.
I think the thing that would be kind of nagging at the party over the course of that first year is the CDI. The Central, I think it was the Central Division
Division of Intelligence.
Investigation.
Yeah, something like
Central Department, I think it was. So this is basically the FBI of Inigard.
Oh, Lauren's gonna be like, "Fuck off! Y'all are worthless and did nothing to help. I do not want to speak to you."
Well, no, here's the thing. So, you guys had a limited amount of interaction with those guys during the
we
adventure.
talked to him a few times.
A couple of times, not a lot. I think the most you really talked about was like after the Willem situation happened. There was some talk about like, hey, listen, if you guys are down to go hunting pirates, hit us up. There's some people we'd love for you guys to help us track down, right?
Right.
You really haven't heard much from them since that. You guys kind of avoided them a little bit, teeny tiny bit. After Lasharog's cult gets defeated and you guys start working on your various projects, I think the CDI starts really kind of showing up in the news a lot more. And there are probably some meetings that you guys have with like the East Alliance and the wardens and whoever else you're interfacing with where the CDI does kind of come up. I think you probably would only maybe have them directly approach any of you like once, if that. But they are kind of frustrated with the Emerald Coast and the East Alliance because they were not really looped into this cult situation, right? So they'd be wanting to talk to you guys about like, hey, so what's actually going on with this cult? Is it handled? Is it under control? As the East Alliance says, they're not telling us anything. But you guys have done good work in the past. What could you tell us about what's happening there?
I mean,
Lauren's conversation would be, "Go fuck yourself."
I think if
You're the
asked,
reason I got kicked out of the Green Wardens. Y'all can go fuck
I think if
yourself.
asked directly, John would say the leadership has been killed, and what's left is scattered to the wind.
Okay.
That's probably about what Noah would say too, honestly.
Yeah.
I am retired.
We buried it.
I just closed the door.
I wouldn't say anything about the tower or anything like that. I would just say the cult's leadership's been killed. Everybody else is scattered to the wind.
Okay. So you're shutting them down immediately.
Oh yeah,
right?
she's like, "Fuck off! You made the Green Wardens not help us because of stupid Innerguard. I don't want to talk to any of you fuckholes."
I think there's definitely some pushback in that conversation. Like, what do you mean we got you fired? We didn't tell the world.
That's like the whole reason they couldn't do anything was because of Innerguard and saying that they'd be too powerful because you guys are a bunch of bitches. Slaves face.
So Alora's just not fucking with it. Fuck them.
No, she won't tell them anything.
Considering you two are willing to have some kind of civil conversation, they would definitely want to ask some more. Like, so what's going on with the Gatewatch, because we know you guys have been working together. What part did they play in this whole operation? We're not super clear on the details.
Tell them to fuck off.
Again,
I feel like they're just minding their own business, and Lauren just randomly sends them and say, "So, guess who just visited? Tell them to fuck off."
again, if asked directly, John would probably just say they provided people for firepower.
And information and help.
I mean, that all they really did was provide people for firepower. That was all they really did.
Well,
That's true. I'm trying to think of what's like the least, what doesn't get them in trouble. Because I feel like that's what they're actually asking.
yeah, because they're trying to like fuck them over even more than they already have.
I mean, they didn't intervene as a official
I think
The
the mom would
Gatewatch.
go very political answer with it. She'd be like, I can't speak on behalf of the Gatewatch or any of the representatives. You can actually go talk to them.
Love that. Lauren's over here like,
That is the most polite.
I just just a high five behind the door, and then I'm like, okay, goodbye.
this is when she's meeting with the Emerald Guard. She's just
Yeah.
like, tell them to fuck off.
I'm telling them.
I can't comment.
I can't comment. I'm so sorry. Goodbye.
Sure. So
fuck off.
So John.
John's not gonna lie, but he's not gonna give them a bunch of information. He's just gonna say they
provide
a couple people we know from them helped us with firepower.
Yeah, we heard they basically emptied the castle to come help you guys. Like there wasn't anybody named in the Presidium, so that was.
Because there's 6 of them, you fools.
Emptied the castle.
They emptied the castle of 6 people. Wow.
You make that sound
their
like they sent an
firepower.
army. There's
Dude, they emptied
6 of them.
the castle for lunch.
Yeah. They emptied the castle on lunch breaks, dude.
No. I mean, it was a very, very serious sounding incident. I feel like it would have been nice if we had been looped in. I feel like we could have actually coordinated and provided some resources with this.
take that up with the Green Wardens.
The Green Wardens were doing it in official capacity.
Yeah, I mean the wardens weren't even involved officially. Like
They literally were not.
yeah, like it was a bunch of juniors who were like, yeah, now fuck the higher ups. We're gonna help. And now we're part of the Emerald Guard, so they left. They would probably ask you. It's like, do you know anything about what's going on with the wardens right now? We understand that there's been a massive,
As
Exodus.
far as I know, they refused to help, and everybody said "fuck you," and that's as far as I know.
Wow, that's crazy. You'd expect the wardens to have more discipline in their organization.
I think that's what happens when an organization refuses to help when the world's in danger.
Yeah.
I wonder what that feels like.
We tried. These lions wouldn't talk to us. They wouldn't share any intelligence. They wouldn't tell us what was going on.
I think that's why nobody's giving you backlash right now.
I appreciate that, sir. Listen, we'll be in touch if we have any more questions. But thank you for meeting. You're the only member of the Lost Emeralds who was willing to talk to us.
I got you.
To have an extended conversation with us.
I feel
So
like
thank you.
Lauren, if they were in town and was like following, I think she'd follow them around and be like,
Just watching.
yeah, just like an intimidation factor. She's like, get out of here. Leave.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what that guy's name was. I think it was like Cicero Dodemain or something like that.
I would totally see her
Sounds familiar.
being like semi-aggressive, just in the background, like,
John's got to take a bit of a political stand on this because he's part of it.
Cicero
officially.
Dodemain.
that's fair.
Yeah. Cicero
She's part of
Dodemain.
a whole organization.
You're in a new organization that doesn't
That-
really have an official stance with them yet.
No, I'm saying.
I'm part of an actual organization that has a
It's
stance with them
basically
right
an
now.
Adventurers Guild, yeah.
Yeah, and if they're like, well, we need to make regulations, she's like, you can go fuck yourself and your regulations.
Yeah.
No. And then she'll be like, no, well, can you say that politely for me? Go fuck yourself and your regulations.
We'd request that you leave the premises.
Yeah, what she said.
I feel like
We
they
have
would want to
declined.
ask you too. It's like, so how's this new organization going? Do you guys like starting an adventuring
No,
guild
I'm not
type
an
of
official
thing?
member. I can't comment on any of the dealings.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hi, I'm the leader of the organization. Do you have any questions for me?
I just wanted to know how it was going.
You can go fuck yourself and your regulations.
Who could have seen that coming?
Exceedingly hostile from the Lord.
What about Alexi? Because I feel like Alexi's also, because he's like
I feel
the.
like you would probably get approached.
Oh, I'm sure Alexi gets approached.
Yeah.
But I mean, those are probably like.
I feel bad. I feel like if they did that, like we need regulation. Burberry would say nothing about this building or this island or my existence here was done by regulation.
I don't think. I think you're probably the one person they don't bother with.
Yes! Woo!
You're on an island. You're building a temple for the conclave. It's like they're not. Don't
fuck
They probably don't want to mess with the
Don't fuck with the conclave.
Yeah, they're not really too worried about Burberry. Burberry's doing conclave stuff. That's pretty normal.
Lauren is exceedingly.
I just want to
awesome.
imagine what it was like when they went to Burberry. Or
Barnaby.
I mean.
So, Mr. Otis, it's a pleasure to see
Oh,
you.
I
Sierra
hope-
Dodome, special agent.
That's Barnaby
Barnaby.
Ray Otis the third.
Barnaby,
Thank
I
you.
hope you introduce every single one of your fingers to them.
Please.
Yeah, that conversation doesn't
Why would I
last long.
not? Why would I not?
Thank you for your time, Mr. Barnaby Ray Otis III.
Because everything you say just sounds slightly more outlandish. They're like, we can't
He
trust
just
the
goes
man.
off on a tangent story that lasts like 10 minutes.
And he's like, okay, thank you.
I just couldn't get that grime off of that gumbo pot. You have any idea what's a good way? Maybe lemon juice, that might work.
Or-
So what
or
was
you-
your question anyway?
Or you talk about your one cousin who turned out not to be your cousin.
We appreciate your time, Mr. Barnaby Ray Otis III. We'll be in touch. They never reach out to you again. So, during the course of the year, like there's various points of contact with the CDI. Like we're just reaching out to you guys. I think John's the only one who gets more than one visit, just because hostile IF fucking kind of shuts it down.
Far away.
Confusing.
Deeply confusing and unhelpful. So you're probably the one person they're approaching, asking questions about like what the rest of the party's up to, and like what's up with the Emerald Guards. What do you think about that?
Lauren would have told
All
John.
of my answers are literally just going to be the most basic of answers, giving nothing away.
John's like, I don't know, dude. I have a hunting sea monster.
Honestly, I think Lauren would have told John, be like, if they come asking about the Emerald God, just tell them to go fuck themselves. Signed to Lauren.
John's gonna be like, I'm sorry, but I'm part of the Adventurers Guild. I kind of have to be a little bit political with them.
Yeah. I'm with the CAA.
This is just a message. Oh no, she'll just give you a note. Be like, if they ask about me, here you go.
Hi, I was told to give you her card.
Yeah, this is her card. It's just
No, actually,
It's
I
still
have.
sealed. It's like I got like a wax seal
Yeah.
on it. It's like, oh,
You're
I
asking
have a thing for you.
You're asking about Alorian's.
No.
She has a letter for you.
Flips it out.
and it's just the middle finger that says
It's just
fuck
like
you.
a pop-up
Yeah,
card.
a pop-up card.
John's like, I didn't know that was in there.
She just gave me like 20 of these.
Yeah, she gave me 20 to keep handing every time you asked.
Well, no, and at the very top it just says in an official capacity.
Yeah, in official capacity.
It's got like Emerald Guard letterhead at the top of the paper.
Emerald Guard. Go fuck yourself. Sincerely, the Emerald Guard.
I think that first year,
Sorry.
CDI is mostly just kind of reaching out, trying to get information from you guys. I think in the years that follow, though, they definitely start to become a little bit more obnoxious about it, to say the least.
I don't understand why they want to get involved. Like, everybody that was involved is either not doing anything anymore or got massive backlash.
The CDI was like completely cut out of this whole thing, right? And I think you guys would hear from the East Alliance that like, yeah, no, they're pissed about it. They're pushing us about it. Like we're getting a lot of flack. We're getting a lot of like orders for investigations. They're making like a lot of demands on us about for records and interviews about what happened and da da da.
And we told them that all of our record notes were the Lauren, but they just,
Here, give
You
me all
didn't
your
lose
records
any
and send them to me.
people. You didn't get any political pushback. You didn't get any flack from anybody. You didn't have to do anything. Why are you angry?
Because this sounds like this was a plain encompassing threat, and we
And you
were
didn't
not
have to do shit to fix it.
Yeah. The CDI is definitely
I'm
like
sorry, we didn't know.
throwing.
Okay, out of curiosity,
You got to sit back and watch us fix it. What are you mad at?
I do have a question. I think I think Noelle would kind of want to. I don't think she'd confront them directly, but she would want to know what exactly what their deal is exactly. Like, are they upset that they're just upset they got cut out, or are they like wanting to be punitive to people who got involved behind their backs or something? Like, is this an Enneagard trying to, be in control, or is this them just like being really genuinely curious that they didn't get informed at all?
I think what Cyril would tell you when you asked is that we did not receive any information from the East Alliance about any of this. Like, they...
Are you entitled to information from the Eastern Alliance about stuff like this?
About plain encompassing threats, yes. We should be conveying that information back west. That's important for leadership to know. And if this is the kind of thing that would require military intervention from, say, the Teleth Meleg or just some local forces that we had in the area, depending on the scale of the situation. We couldn't make that determination because we didn't have any information. The East Alliance intentionally cut us out.
All parties that were involved did their own research and investigations, and they found this information.
Wait,
is it our responsibility to tell you?
Are they saying that they didn't see the giant red light that was coming from halfway across the continent? What's going on over there?
They didn't tell us anything.
You didn't look into
You're
it?
an intelligence agency.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's where Noelle kind of takes the conversation. She's like, why are you obligated to get all the information that we have?
Investigate for
Because the Emerald Coast is a part of the United Kingdom of Life.
No. Wait, no. You should totally say, wait, okay, so you're saying that the Eastern Alliance should have given you all of their information, but you also didn't give any of your information to them? How's that fair? They are also part of the whole world, excuse me, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll...
And as the leader of the free world of Virgos, as the preeminent super...
There it is.
See that, guys? I did a magic trick.
Yeah, the Peter Quill.
We've seen the movie.
Contributed to the fight. Like, we had it handled.
I mean, genuinely, I think a lot of these points are... I think Noelle's conversation... Like, she would not be, like, giving away information, but I think he'd probably be excited if she was like, oh, I want to have a meeting with you.
Yeah.
And she just sits down and she's just picking apart, the situation in front of him. She's just like, and you're entitled to this information because of what? And...
I tell you what, I'll give me an insight check.
Okay. That's not terrible. Let me pull up your
13 plus numbers.
13 plus 8, so 21. Clark, tell me what to roll.
And this is why you didn't guess. Plus just like...
I feel like at some point, Lauren would finally have a meeting with them, but it would be with like you, her, and Alexi.
All right, I'm going to tell you how it is.
I've got a question if they come back to John.
I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to like, and she's going to soften it so it sounds less bad.
I'm letting her translator.
Yeah, basically, she's like, yeah, you guys are worthless, know-it-alls, who don't give a fuck about anything. Noelle?
She doesn't respect your authority. Alright, so what do I get out of this insight check?
So I would say that the vibe that you're getting out of this definitely feels, and like, he is definitely not saying it outright, but the tone of the conversation and just kind of your past experience kind of in this sphere, having worked with kind of political figures with Cesar back in the day.
Yeah.
This feels very much like a larger authority, a larger power, looking for an opening, looking for a reason.
Yeah.
To pick a fight, basically.
Yeah.
They're playing it very, very cool right now, and they're framing everything as just like, we just want to know what happened because we don't have that information. That's what they keep coming back to.
Yeah.
But again, to you, it's like, why wouldn't you? You're an intelligence agency.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you have information? Like, how do you not have that?
Yeah.
And to you, it's just like, this all just feels like fishing for a pretense.
Yes, that was where Noelle was at with it, I think.
Yeah, and I would say that's definitely like the vibe that's coming across to her. Although they definitely do not say that outright, and they are playing everything very like...
I think the conversation would start to loop after a while, and Noelle would notice, and she'd be like, I think we're done talking here today.
Yeah.
Have a good day, sir.
It's like, well, we appreciate your time. He'll take off.
If they come back to John, I have a question.
I imagine they probably do go to John because John actually talks to them.
So if they come back to John again, is it getting more into like an annoying where they're pestering him level?
No, I don't think they pester him. I think it's maybe 3 or 4 times over the course of that first year. They'll reach out to John when they know he's in town and be like, "Hey, Mr. Stone, good to see you. I heard your last hunt went successfully. Do you have a moment to talk? We wanted to pick your brain about something." And they'd be asking, it's like, so how are the other emerald? How's everything going? How's the hunting going? How many leviathans have you killed so far? How's the Emerald Guard doing? Have you heard anything about that? Your friend Aloran is not very open to communicating with us.
As long as it stays at that level, John's just going to keep basically giving the basic things. If it ever becomes like an annoying where they're pestering him, he's going to basically change. He's going to start intimidating him.
Interesting.
Lauren's like, sorry about my tone. I wrote the wrong hand.
The
and she said
CDI
the other
definitely
hand.
does not overplay their hand. Like, you're the only person in the group that's willing to talk to them, so they're very much keeping everything as cordial as possible with him.
I'm willing, they just don't want to talk.
Oh, they don't want to talk to you. They do not want to talk to you.
I like the idea that Barney wants to talk to them. Hey, I figured we could talk more about that, thing you were mentioning.
Special Agent Dodamain is not in right
And
now.
I can share a little bit
Well,
more
then I
about
can tell you.
that catfish story.
People get hurt catfish.
But with John, it's very much like he's clearly not like in the Emerald Guard the way Aloran is. He's clearly not, orchestrating anything or like manage or like in communication with East Alliance leadership the way Noel would be. But if you've heard anything about any of that, like they're very curious to know what everyone's doing and like how things are progressing with your allies. Because it doesn't seem like you're necessarily getting up to anything that they're interested in, but you will talk to them.
John's just Leviathan hunting.
Yeah. So they are probably occasionally reaching out to John to get answers if they can.
I will say at some point, once the Emerald Guard is more established and stuff, I think Aloran would actually have a meeting with the CDI.
CDI.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably like
Yeah,
the next year, basically.
Yeah.
So sometime next year, after a year after this whole
The word CD is not
Leviathan
even
cult was defeated.
Yep.
Emerald Guard's up and running. You guys are starting to get some of the first bits of cash flowing from this sending stone thing that you've sold to the East Alliance and are starting to kind of distribute.
Yeah, because Aloran can speak telepathically, so I think she'll just be silent during the meeting, just glowering, and then she'll just be communicating with Noel and Alexi telepathically.
They also have Rary's telepathic bond for any bullshittery we need to
No,
do.
that's actually the reason that you're Noel's like, she can't actually talk to you right now. I'll translate, and then there's a long pause, and Noel goes, I can't tell them that.
Yeah. And I feel like Aloran is just say it.
That was mostly the word fuck.
Lauren, that's completely inappropriate. I don't know anything about their mothers.
Oh, I bet they're fucking pussies.
So
Lauren has no comment at this time.
So you'd set up a meeting with the CDI. Well, what is the pretense for this meeting?
Well, they've been asking a bunch of questions, so I feel like you should just be like, all right.
I mean, I feel like they, again, would probably be like, okay, she wants to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you do have this sit down with them, I think Ciro's just like, all right, Miss Oglath, it's good to see you again.
That's not good to see.
Quartermensch.
I do want to bring it up. John is going to let them know that they have been asking John about them.
He'd keep everyone
We'd
in the loop.
probably all stay in touch.
I feel like he'd be like, good to see you. She's like, not good to see you.
Well, I am curious to hear why it is that you wanted to have a sit down.
Well, you wanted to ask me a bunch of questions, so ask away. This is going to be so much fun.
Okay.
Lauren has requested my presence so that as sort of a mediator.
This is my emotional support bard.
Yes. I'm back.
Financial support card, Alexi. And she give him a look like, don't tell him anything.
Well, I suppose we would be curious to hear how your Emerald Guard project is going. We understand you guys have been busy out to sea working on this red light situation, which you have taken care of. So thank you for your work there. Could you shed some light on what exactly it was that was causing that phenomenon to occur? Because we have not been able to get a consistent...
Leviathan spawn, we killed them with the help of John, who's been hunting them down.
Right.
That is what you told the paper.
But from what we've heard, your organization hasn't exactly been helming that hunt. It's been primarily your friend Mr. John Stone. So
We have other people out doing it as well.
do you? Oh, interesting. So your organization's grown then since last year.
That's what she says. She's like, "Oh, fucking kill this guy."
It's like things are going well.
She says it's been slow and steady.
She can barely contain her enthusiasm.
We haven't exactly heard what your mission statement as an organization is. Is this an adventuring guild? Is that the idea here?
No, it's actually to protect people like other people won't.
Not to name any names.
Not to name any names or anyone in this room.
As
or
I have told you multiple
Inagard.
times.
Oh, oops. Did that slip out?
We tried and were cut out of the circle of information. Your friends in the East Alliance have made it very clear that they do not trust us for whatever reason.
I also don't trust you.
Oh, did
Sorry, Noel, can you rephrase that for me?
You have made very clear.
Can you rephrase that for me? That came out of the Lord.
My friend is skeptical.
Maybe you should stick to telepathy.
Government agencies wouldn't trust someone.
I just imagine at a certain point in the interview, she gets so frustrated that every time he asks a question, we just look at each other and then Noel answers.
Yeah, she's like,
Understood.
I mean, he's definitely probing. It's like, so what exactly is the purpose of the Emerald Guard? Like, what's your relationship with the Green Wardens? And like, what happened between you and the Wardens? Like, what's the story there? You know, like...
I feel like she'd look at Alexi for this one.
He's like, well, I led her in an unsanctioned military action and was summarily dismissed for my decision. And she came with me.
And it's very lucky for me that I cannot be dismissed from the very guild that I found.
So I founded a new organization. That
One where they can't kick me out.
a new organization that can't kick me out.
I'm gonna build my own treehouse.
Yeah, I feel like Ciro's like, so the Wardens didn't agree with you. It's like, no, of course they didn't. That's not how the Wardens work. And
Yeah,
so,
they can't do anything because of y'all. I mean, Noel.
She believes that Inagard is overstepping in some aspects of their relationship with the Eastern Coast.
which is very much what your friends in the Alliance have been telling us for some time. We are simply trying to...
Not help. I'm sorry. Just slipped out, man.
I don't know how productive this meeting is.
And this is the reason that Alexi is the front-facing part of the group.
I feel like this might be the meeting where, like, the very beginnings of, like, you know, some kind of mask-off conversation might be happening. I feel like this is the point where Ciro starts to kind of point out, it's like, if the East Alliance will not work with Lythor, with the kingdom, then we have a problem.
Oh, is that a threat?
We have disorder.
That is what a lord would say. It's like, oh, are you threatening us? Are you threatening the Emerald Coast?
I'm not making any threats.
That was
I'm just telling you how things work. And
So-
if the leadership
threat.
in the coasts
Threat.
is not willing...
Threat.
If the leadership in the coast is not willing to acknowledge their place within the greater kingdom, then yes, we have a problem.
Is it just me? Or threat is spelled T-H-R-E-A-T, am I correct? Because that sounded like a threat. Anyone care to?
And it's derogatory.
Certainly an
Yeah,
attempt
They
at
told us we didn't
intimidation.
understand our place.
Yeah, we didn't understand our place.
I guess maybe
Not that I'm there.
I don't know. Is the Emerald Coast under rule of?
It's a good thing Burberry's not there. This would just be catty.
They don't like it, they resent it, and they have pushed back against it
Inagard
for a
likes
very
to
long
keep
time.
them down. So it's not a great situation.
Yeah, I feel like she's just like, wow. Flaming in her like little ears. She's like, man, Sound like a threat. Huh. Interesting. Thought this was to be a cordial conversation.
I had hoped it would be. And yet again, we are met with stonewalling and belligerence every time we sit down to talk with you.
Poor political guy doesn't know how to handle upsettiness.
I think we're done here.
Lauren wanted to say that out loud. She
I
did that
think
in
you're right.
telepathic.
I feel like at that point, Sarah and his cronies will, they leave the meeting. It's definitely not a great tone to leave things on.
Don't come back.
Even if I invite you.
Even if I invite you, I don't recommend it.
There is probably a month or two of quiet from the CDI after that.
I think we'll never see that again.
Yeah, right? Woo!
I mean this in the nicest way. I kind of hope you get fined for no particular reason. Like the big company going, "Oh, that tile is loose, so fine."
She's just gonna give them tiles. That's how she pays them. She's like, "Oh, my tile was loose. Well, here's the tile."
There's definitely going to be some shifts, though, in the relationship between the CDI and you guys and the Alliance after that meeting, though. I feel like at that point they start taking things in a different direction.
That's okay.
You would definitely hear that there are some break-ins at Fort Franco. There are some break-ins at City Hall.
Okay, I'm gonna say this much. As soon as she first hears about that, Lauren is gonna go over there and be like, "I dare you with my perceptive fucking eyes."
And again, it's just what are you talking about? What are you threatening us for?
No. She would literally go and be.
She'd go hole up in City Hall and just.
Oh no! Wherever they're robbing, and especially if there's a few times at Fort Franco, she would be there. She'd be
It's one and done at each
watching.
place.
Oh.
It's they hit Fort Franco, they hit City Hall.
Oh,
they
okay.
Aiming for documents, the sensitive documents.
Yeah, they hit the Alliance headquarters.
They should have done this sooner. They should have done this whenever they were first suspicious. Come on, man.
So Lauren then would also break into the CDI.
Okay.
All right.
So, Lauren will 100% break in and take everything. And
Do you know where they are?
We do know where
Yeah,
they are.
they have an office in town.
Yeah,
Um,
she'd get all the information she could. And
I feel like this. Wait, is this a roll situation if she gets caught?
At least she has that. Pass without trace.
I pass without trace, tiny spider with +5 stealth.
I assume nothing.
I definitely think Lauren's got the stealth skills to get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely think, just so that we're not playing an entire
Yeah.
encounter, I definitely think the CDI also has the resources at the very least to recognize, someone's broken in. We don't know who, we don't know how.
Well,
but
here's
we know enough to know somebody broke in.
Well,
and
we
took
also
shit.
know.
Question.
Right.
So since she's breaking into the CDI, does she find the documents that went missing?
Oh yeah.
Oh, she'd
sure.
steal them all, and she'd steal everything.
Just empty the cabinet.
Oh, she would empty everything.
I don't know if you'd get everything, but I definitely think you'd be able to get a decent amount.
Oh no,
of
she
it.
would be like, "Can I borrow you guys' bag of holdings?" She'd go
I'm not saying it's
buy
a cover. It's a carrying thing. I think it's just logistically. It's just if they've got stuff warded, if they've got stuff in separate rooms around the facility, it's there's only gonna be so deep into it that Lauren could go safely on her own before it's all right. Probably not smart to keep pushing this. I've only got so many wild shapes at once.
You're also welcome to send documents to Burberry's place if you want them to be as far away as possible.
So Lauren breaks into the CDI, steals
tell
back
them.
documents. It's you get confirmation. The CDI definitely.
So don't tell them to
broke
drop.
in, stole some shit. After Lauren's break-in, CDI starts fucking banging on doors. They want to have some sit-downs with you guys. They want to talk to the East Alliance. There's definitely a lot of very tense interactions with them.
Oh, so you will talk to me.
Demands for zone of truth.
Everybody should literally answer with, "I don't know. Maybe you should look into the people that broke into town hall."
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's what Lauren would say. Be like, "Yeah, they broke into town hall in Fort Franco. It doesn't surprise me that they broke into you guys next, right,
There's
Noel?"
serial break-ins
Yeah,
going on
it's
across
crazy.
the East Coast
Well,
right
no,
now.
and Lauren, don't forget, I don't have the documents. Technically true.
Yep.
If you sent them somewhere else.
Yep, she probably would. You're like, "Perfect, here you are."
What are all the...
Oh, so you will talk to me.
Don't ask.
It's better you don't.
Do you know anything about what your friend Lauren has been up to in the past 2 hours?
Probably drinking.
He was most likely high.
Wait.
Or
I'm
that.
drinking.
Has Barnaby been fishing this whole time?
I have community service, but I do
This
go
is
fishing
this is a
afterwards.
year and a half down the line. you're free at community
Oh,
service
I'm back to fishing.
unless you got back in trouble.
If they ask John,
I ain't caught her recently.
Drinking,
caught her before
smoking,
you.
or sex. One of those. Or multiple.
Or all of them
At once.
at the same
Yeah, like Burberry brought up, I am caught them on my fishing net recently.
I definitely think there's, like I said, very, very tense meetings past that where they're kind of coming in force to talk to individual members of the party.
She would do Druid's Grove around their base, and then if the CDI walks into the thing, the forest creatures would intercept them. They're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. They got confused about who's an enemy or not. Go away. You're okay."
I would say
Oh, she's gonna have so much fun fucking with them for however long this lasts.
there is probably a point at some point in that second year out from the campaign where Adlar goes missing for a few days.
Oh shit.
Oh no! She's gonna fuck up their day.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think Adlar
This
gets
is a
picked
war
up.
between the CDI and just a Lauren.
Oh yeah. No, if Adlar goes missing, she's not gonna have any fun. She's gonna fucking kill people. Whole fucking thing. She'll be like, "You do not."
We were, believe it or not, we were being friendly before. We're not being friendly
I am not
anymore.
friendly anymore.
Yeah, I think
Turns out Adlar just went on a fishing trip.
He's been here the whole time.
Well,
He's
if
fine.
she finds him with the CDI,
Oh, Laura's just standing in front of the burning down CDI headquarters. Oh.
I'll go fire you, Gout.
Can
I cook my
I think
fish
Adlar
on?
gets picked up. He probably sends to you at some point over the course of that period of time. It's like, hey, CDI is detaining me.
oh, she's gonna show up and she's gonna give him hell.
They've been asking a lot of questions, but I don't have anything for them, so not sure how much longer I'll be here.
Oh no, she'll show up
Hope
immediately.
you're good.
She's got like a fucking.
Yeah. I mean, they're detaining him for questioning, basically, at that point. So if you are wanting to pick a fight with them,
Oh, she will. Oh, she will.
How big a fight are we doing? Are we going
I'm not going to have
full
to
team?
resurrect anybody, am I?
Yeah, there's a good chance, mate.
Yeah, I feel like she's probably gonna be like, "There's gonna be two ways this end. You let me and him walk out, or your chances of survival are really low."
and I feel like at that point, Sarah was like, I feel like you think you can get away with it, whatever it is you want, because of the power you've accrued for yourself.
She will totally turn into a bear and rip off his fucking head.
No, like, well, no.
You can.
No, I feel like if I may, I feel like Lauren says, "Oh no, this has nothing to do with the power I've accrued around me. It's just me."
Yeah, she's like, "Around me? Yeah, but you're dealing with me, sir. And you don't want to do that."
It's like,
It's this where
this is a
becomes
nation
fugitive.
ruled by law, man. Not simply the strongest creature walking the earth.
Was someone
That's
sad
dinosaur.
because you're so weak and pitiful that you have to go abduct my husband
Your
to have any
husband
sign of power?
is a suspect
For what?
for the break-ins to our offices. In case you didn't hear about that,
Yeah.
we have evidence linking him to
Oh.
the theft of
Sure.
multiple hundreds of documents from this facility.
He's literally been in feral for all this stuff.
And if that's the case, then I'm sure his answers will ring true and he will be exonerated in short order. But you and your organization have made it very clear where you stand with regards to us.
Are you threatening me again?
I'm warning you.
That was a threat. What spells do I know?
I'm gonna have to resurrect someone.
If you cannot respect the rule of law,
Oh, I respect rules of law, just not yours.
then you will have to be brought to heel for the well-being of the people around you that depend on that law.
Oh, Lauren, I just hope for poetry's sake or whatever, you choose like a giant dog or something. That would just be so funny.
She's going to cast a 7th level spell. She's going to do Draconic Transformation. And then she is going to wild shape, probably into a dog, because I think that is very polite. And she is going to raise hell
Okay.
on the CDI.
That's definitely an ugly fight. There's probably a few dead agents. I think Ciro gets teleported out of there pretty quickly.
No, she wouldn't let him.
Okay.
That would be her first target. She would do everything in her power to make him die.
Ciro knows magic.
Oh.
Ciro knows magic. He is definitely not going to stand and fight you after you make it very clear you're going to start tearing shit up.
So I know we're not doing a full fight,
Yeah.
but can they roll initiative to see if Alora goes first?
I suppose.
Or actually, she'll do Draconic. Okay, before I say they go into a giant fight, since she is technically a leader of an organization, she'll just do the Draconic Transformation, and she'll be like, give him to me now, or this will end terribly.
Last warning.
This is your final warning.
And that is a threat.
I'd say give me an intimidation roll.
Okay. But yeah, she will, before she just goes bloodbath, we'll try. We'll try not to do that.
One more
We'll
attempt
try
to be
negotiating.
civil.
Semi-civil.
The fact that you have my husband is the only reason I'm being civil at all.
Can I have inspiration, so I'm gonna use it. Oh, still 10. 12.
12. It's like
Maybe he's a big baby.
Maybe he's a big baby.
Ciro stands the ground. He stares you down, and he is like threatening an agent of the United Kingdom of Lythor is a federal.
Oh no,
offense.
this is not a threat. This is a warning.
No, I'm not threatening you, remember? These are just warnings. As you so poetically put it.
Minimum sentence is 5 years.
5 years.
Escalate this to violence, and you're looking at a lifetime of imprisonment.
Lifetime of imprisonment. Oh, woe me. Woe is me.
Oh no. I think
He's
I
not-
think
he's
I
not
think
smiling, for
I
the
think woe is me.
Woe is me.
That sounds like an initiative rules happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
To see who goes first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is where Lord becomes fugitive.
Yep.
It's not the only country in the world.
Nope.
They're just gonna go live in the Feywild.
You got a pretty good roll.
21.
21.
That's what's gonna happen. She's gonna
Oh,
get
I know.
Adler out of there, and they're gonna go live in the Feywilds.
21 versus a 19. So, Draconic Transformation, you said?
Yep.
Alright. So, what's the first move?
Yeah, what does that do?
Some kind of
Gives you, like, an
transformation into
additional
something draconic.
She gets blind sight to 30 feet. She gets wings that let her fly 60 feet
Technically,
around,
don't forget you already cast Draconic Transformation before you tried to intimidate him.
and an energy weapon.
Let me look at this.
So, breath weapon, excuse me.
So
68 force
technically,
damage.
technically, you do have a different turn besides that.
Sorry, guys. They done pissed her off too much. And I have no reception. There we go. Nope, that is not what I thought it would do.
What are you looking for?
I thought I had a spell.
Oh, you can see invisible creatures. That's cool.
Yeah, blind sight's good.
And bonus actions. Oof.
Do we get to fight an army now?
Ooh.
I don't.
She's gonna
I'm
polymorph
retired.
him.
So, you're dropping Draconic Transformation.
Yeah.
for a polymorph. Mm-hmm. Okay. He's gonna counterspell.
He's fighting back.
And with that, he and probably the second in command he's got right next to him here, like he's grabbing her and they're gonna dimension door out of the room.
Well,
There's probably a handful of other people present that are going to try and put up a fight.
she'll just walk past them. She doesn't really care about them. She's just gonna go find Adler.
I mean, they're gonna start wailing on you. So you will go down if you don't fight back.
You mean they're going to
Maybe
try?
she just like turn into a wind elemental and just fucking
Yeah.
breeze past him.
Okay, so wind elemental, whoosh, go find Adlar,
Yeah.
and get him out.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I should have done instead of fighting. She should have been like, okay, cool. And then Wind Elemental picked him up and broke him out of jail.
So where are you going now?
Break Adlar out.
Yep.
I think she
And
means
then-
after that.
No, I meant after that.
Can we fight the DEI?
Yeah, we can.
Let's fight him.
She'll go find John.
Retired.
That's okay. She's gonna
Let's
go find
fight
John.
them from retirement.
She's gonna be like, hey, do you wanna like kick the CDI out with me? Also, hey, Alexi Noel, I made a really rash decision in anger. And
No, see, you don't coach it as that. You say, they abducted my husband.
oh yeah, that's what she'll say.
And so I went and got him. And
Yeah.
they tried to stop me.
Yep. That's what she'd say.
You don't give all the
It's all about phrasing.
Yes, that's what she'll say. They abducted Adlar, so I went and got him.
Insight on that.
She did not lie.
Technically,
that is the truth.
technically that is
They
the
did
truth.
abduct Adlar.
To be fair, insight isn't always just the truth. It's not zone of truth.
It's just like, are you hiding something from me?
Does he ask her then?
No, but I definitely think he's like. I don't know what actually happened, but I know we don't like the CDI, so all right.
I think Noelle knows Aloran well enough to know that there was probably more to the story than that. But she also is not,
A fan of the CDI.
like, yeah, she's not a fan of the CDI, and like, this is very clearly escalating. I think she knows it's inevitable at this point.
Yeah,
I feel like such an
Are
asshole.
you messaging John to let him know?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
John's going to send a Lauren, or a Saren to Farrell.
Sure.
And then he's going to
join up.
join up.
Okay. Well, I guess the question then is, what is the play there? Like, what are you guys doing? So you get Adlar out, you tell everybody, hey, it's on the CDI.
Yeah, I think she will tell the people at the CDI. I think she'd just be like, leave this city or you won't have your lives. Like, she'll give them an opportunity to leave.
Okay.
And then we should destroy the building.
Yep, she will burn that bitch to the ground.
You need a bomb?
Yes, Barnaby, we do need a
I don't
bomb.
think we need a bomb.
A small bomb.
John could take it down in like 2
Are we
minutes.
about to start a war?
John just goes.
It's called antebellum.
John just goes. John just goes.
I think this is
giant
going to
size,
kind of
just
happen
goes,
either way.
boom.
If we didn't instigate it, I think they were going to at some point.
John just goes giant size and just knocks the building down.
Sure. Yeah. How long do you give them to vacate?
A leave.
Not very long.
Okay, are we talking like an afternoon, or are we talking like a day, or like a week?
Like
Oh,
5
not a
minutes.
week.
Like 10 minutes.
She'd give them. I'd be like. I think she'd just be like, you have 30 minutes to collect your belongings and be making your way out of this city, or else I will hunt you all down. Well, I won't. We all will.
What?
Well, the people that are.
Well, she'd have to wait until John gets there, which would have been, what, 3 hours?
It'd probably take a little bit for John to get there, depending on where he was at that moment.
Well, the train, though, so that speeds it up quite a bit.
The train's not gonna get from Barnaby's region of the Fairwood up to
How long would it
Freeport.
take?
I mean, it was like a week, I think, on foot.
It
So
wasn't?
Yeah, it was
You
actually.
said it took a day to get from...
from Helm First to Freeport's like a day.
Yeah, on a
But
horse.
but you were saying that the house is outside Helm First, down to the south.
It was where his hut was, which was just basically on the...
His hut was like a week away from Helm First.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
It was?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys like you the
I
first
lived out
day
in
you
the
guys
middle of
camped out in
nowhere.
the lighthouse. Second day you guys camped out in this like campgrounds where you met Gerald. The day after that you guys passed this like
Damn, I didn't realize it was that far.
Yeah. I
it's a
mean,
distance.
I thought it was just on the coast from
Wormtail Beach would be like probably what you were looking for, because that's like
that's like right over the hills to the coast from Helmfirth.
yeah.
Oh, okay. That was where I was thinking it was.
Gotcha,
It was just
gotcha,
basically
gotcha.
straight shot from Helmfirth to the coast.
Okay,
Yeah.
because when you said Barnaby's thing, I was like, oh, that's like in the middle of nowhere. Okay, sure.
No, I
So
was
if
thinking
you're
just
closer to
like,
Helmfirth, then
I was thinking just like Helmfirth, and you just go straight and it hits the coast.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's a lot closer. That is definitely within 3 hours of Freeport then.
Okay. I was misunderstanding where his thing was.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's basically you're gonna lay siege to this building and demand everybody vacate.
She's not going to destroy it immediately because she wants to get all the information out of the building.
Yeah.
Yep.
How long? So you're gonna half an hour? You said.
Oh, she's staying in that building. She is kicking them all out of that building immediately. She'd be like, leave this building immediately. Go grab your belongings.
So you're holed up in like Adlar's cell, basically, or in like the cell block, whatever, the detention area, and making demands.
No, I think she would get Adlar out, and then she would go back to the front.
So coming back to the front of the building.
Yeah.
Like stepping back inside.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna entertain like a conversation at that point. If they see a Lauren, I think there's probably fighting happening.
Well, she's gonna kill them all.
Okay, so it turns into a fight.
Yep.
Okay. So John's probably coming up on this, towards the end of a Lauren clearing this building out.
But she would give everybody the option to leave.
I think there are definitely some people who leave. You can tell, like, Ciro's not there. You do not see Ciro again.
Yeah.
You don't see his second in command. There's a few other officers that you recognize from having interacted with these people for the past year and a half that you would recognize are not there. But there's also a lot of rank and file people in this building that are standing and fighting and slowing you down to the best of their ability. I think by the time you do finally empty the building out, and it's like, okay, they're dead. You're probably pretty heavily damaged at that point. Mm-hmm. John's coming to help clean up at the end of it. You start kind of looking through like armory,
She wouldn't go
through
through
file
that
rooms,
yet.
through
Because if people were leaving, she would be watching. She'd go out.
No, nobody's actually leaving out the front door. Nobody's walking past you to leave. Like everybody that you encounter, you're fighting.
Well,
But there are people that were in the building that you do not see again.
well, that's
after
what I'm
you
saying.
start
She
the
would
fight.
leave the building and she would go look for them as like an eagle or something.
Yeah.
Like she would go find them and hunt them down.
She'd be looking.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna see them.
Okay.
They are a very, very good distance away at this point.
She can
I
fly
think
very,
you
very
would.
far.
I think
very
you would
quickly.
probably find a teleportation sigil somewhere in this facility, like a hidden one. When you start turning it over, and you're like, all right, they bailed that way.
She would destroy it
I would assume.
immediately.
I'd say you would find the armory has been emptied out to the best of their ability. There's probably some stuff that had to be left behind. Same with the records. The most that you find records-wise seems to be old stuff. Like, they emptied the most recent records files out first and took that with them.
Yeah, see, that's what I didn't want to happen.
I know. But that is absolutely where the priority would be, is preserving what
You would
they
have to
have.
go onto the records room.
Yeah, I think that's where she.
You
probably
already
had-
stole a shitload of it when you broke in the first time.
Yeah.
Right. So it was whatever remained of their, recent records that they would have fled with. And they would have left behind the very old stuff. So you would definitely see that they had like files on major members of the East Alliance. They'd have files on Freeport politicians and members of the government, judges, all that.
Do they have a Barnaby file?
You would definitely not see any files on you guys.
Yeah, they would have taken those.
They would absolutely have taken those.
Barney Spell. Do not talk to.
Do not approach.
There's a bunch of failures to interact from,
Yeah. So CDI has basically been wiped out of Freeport.
Hooray, we won.
Well,
Should we wipe him out from the East Coast entirely?
won!
oh, 100%.
Yeah, I think this is going to get back to the East Alliance, obviously. They're going to find out.
Oh, she would burn that. After she realized there wasn't... After she cleared out all the good documentation, she would burn that bitch to the ground.
Sure.
Fire's dangerous. We should just break it down.
Nah, she likes the symbol of fire. But she would make sure it wouldn't spread to anybody else of importance.
I mean, fire department comes through to like help contain the blaze because it's like, oh god, a building's on fire.
Don't worry, I got it.
Little control water.
It's like,
Yeah, she's like, just let this one burn. Everything else is fine. There's no one else here. So.
It's a controlled burn. Think of
It's
like
a controlled
ditch.
burn, man. Let's go.
I think the East Lions would definitely like want to talk with you guys after this and be like, so what happened? What's going on?
I have no idea. I checked out for the last 20 minutes.
Noel shows up in like a nightgown.
What's going on? Something burned?
Yeah, I feel like she'd just be like, they've been threatening us, and then they abducted my husband. And when I went to go retrieve him, they said no, and then it started into a fight.
I think there would definitely be some back and forth with the senior leadership. There'd be some frustrations. Just like we weren't ready for a confrontation with the CIA. This is going to turn into a. And it's like it was coming sooner or later. They were
John's just like, we're ready for it.
Guys, I feel like she'd be like, guys. Let's just remember real quick. We took care of a plainer threat, guys.
We killed a god.
We killed a god.
God's avatar.
No, correction. Yeah, God's avatar, not the god itself.
But
That's a very different fight.
But yeah, that's what basically Lauren would say. It'd be like, they've been gunning for us for 2 years now. This was gonna happen no matter what.
And there are definitely people in the alliance that are like, yeah, no, they're right. Like they've been doing this whole time. Like, nah, I can't.
Yeah. So I think she would just be like, yeah, no, like it was gonna happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
So
There's just a little after credits of Burberry picking up his sending stone and going, Lauren did what?
Cut to black.
I don't think that Noel, when she finds out about all of this, she probably would go talk to Burberry about it, genuinely.
Just to fill him in.
Yeah, just be like, things are fucking crazy. I'm gonna live here for you. Is that okay?
So that's the year Noel starts making the teleportation.
The end of the second year.
Okay.
That explains the practical library that fell into my room.
Wait, you what?
Burberry just like opens a door and there's just like 3 crates of documents.
Oh, that's where they went.
Is this the equivalent of Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna reference that.
I think
Just open boxes in the bathroom.
I think after that, Lauren would kind of like organize meetings with like all the cities in like the East Coast and see who wants to be free of Inagard and start forming some sort of democratic state to say
a more formally organized one. Yeah.
Yep, and be like, we don't want your role. Get out of here.
I definitely think that is in the works over the course of that next year. That is definitely a growing thing.
Lauren is welcome to send things to Burberry under the very strict understanding that she absolutely no one where she's sending these things.
Yeah. No. Here, how does this sound? Are there any loopholes that can be like?
No, just don't say anything.
Tell me nothing. Just send them to me. Don't tell anyone.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If they ask where it's going, say somewhere.
Yeah. She'd ask Burberry to proofread too, just to double check there wasn't some.
Oh, I already have so many documents from the Con Club.
You like reading? This should be fun.
Reading, yes, bureaucracy, not so much.
Fair enough.
Over the course of that next few weeks after that first CDI raid, there's probably a handful of incidents because if John's ready to fight, if you're ready to fight, you guys are going to go hit other cities and clear out the CDI. Mm-hmm. I think there's a repeating pattern of like, all right, we're going to wipe out this office. Oh, it's empty. All right, let's go clear out Hallavale's office. Oh, it's empty too.
Yeah, I feel like, they're already leaving. Sweet. And then she would get she'd form like a meeting with like a...
And
those offices are definitely emptier. There's like no records left.
I don't think they'll figure out where the documents are being sent, but if they do figure out where the documents are being sent, the way that Burberry stores them is he literally opens a hole in the wall
Fucking stone
and then
shape 'em.
just stone shapes it shut.
Yeah.
So there's nothing magical about the wall itself. It's just a room with no door.
The installation of my temple is intelligence. State secrets.
Does that stone wall look full?
It's like bulging.
At this point, since they're leaving of their own volition, it's more about getting rid of the teleportation and the building itself.
Yeah, they would just...
Which, I mean, there's nothing left beyond. There may be like a handful like glyphs that like are like goddamn, you know, the fucking explosion and fucking wave the smoke away. It's like, all right, break the glyph.
Yep.
Damn.
Oh man, a
teleportation.
fireball.
Yeah.
How will we ever survive?
Owie!
John just sitting there with a shield.
Ow.
They just send John rolling down the hall to trigger the glyph.
John, can you make sure there's no more glyphs? We don't want to.
Way in the distance, some short forearm demon just shudders.
So the CDI basically abandons the coast after this.
Perf.
You do not see their personnel. You don't see them. Their offices are empty. There's nothing there. You go in, you wipe out the fucking teleportation sigils, and call it a day, basically. And at that point, like, they are not in the coast anymore.
That's what they get for being an annoying bitch.
They did start this.
They really did.
You know, we were doing fine until we arrested one man.
Yeah, literally, it's like, as soon as they, like, took Adler, I was like, oh, well, Lauren's not going to take kindly to that.
Hey, yeah.
Bless you.
I
Excuse
think
me.
you would definitely see coming out of the west, because I mean these lines is keeping tabs on like the papers and, you know, news and stuff that's coming out of Inigard.
Propaganda.
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
100%.
There's definitely, you know, a number of very heated hearings that are called with, you know, the East Alliance's representatives in Inigard. You know, being like, no, we didn't know anything about this. We weren't informed about anything other than to the fact this is not the actions of the state. Da, 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 da. Very mixed messaging happening between, you know, what's happening out there, what you guys are coordinating out west, or out east, I should say. There's definitely a lot of support for these lines formally breaking from Inigard and getting out of the United Kingdom of Lythor officially. There's definitely a lot of debate about like, how do we time this? How do we message this? Da, 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 right? The politics of it. But as far as you guys and your immediate concern of just like, are they attacking us? You know, are they coming at us? We're ready to fucking fight. Inigard definitely doesn't overplay their hand there. Like they move slowly on that front. And it definitely starts with the propaganda. It's like you start seeing stuff in the papers talking about, it's like a CDI office was attacked by terrorists, you know. This day and this year, da, 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 da.
I feel like Lauren's just like, we're not even sending people over there. They're just killing their own people,
We should
guys.
start our own propaganda. Be like, the CDI attacked the heroes of the.
Oh yeah,
the
no, she would totally like.
There's
That's
a totally like counter propaganda campaign
Yeah,
across the
The
East
CDI
Alliance.
breaks into the
The
mayor's
people in
office.
Alien.
Yeah, literally, CDI breaks into Mayor's office, breaks into the Eastern Alliance, just like
Yeah,
everything.
Evans
and
is
like Lauren's just like, and I found them all at the CDI. And she would totally be like, I was the one that broke it.
I feel like
She goes on record. And
Oh, she goes on record and she's like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
stole all their shit and I found everything they stole from us.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
So they like this fight starts in the papers basically, and it's like the Capital Times versus the Freeport Chronicle basically. Just like all of this, like this is what happened. No, they're lying. This is what happened. The Freeport Chronicle's full of shit, right? It's back and forth for months.
I do think Lauren would have a meeting with the Green Wardens though.
Interesting.
Because last time she talked to them, they were on the side of Inigard. So I think she would literally go to like the Conservator and be like, well, you know where we stand. Where do you stand? Because if it's with Inigard, you guys need to leave too. Because we can't have you being a weak link in our city. You're all the weakest link. And I want to say that as cordially as possible.
I feel like Elsar, the steward,
Please
is
tell me you took
definitely-
Alexi with you.
No.
She goes herself, just alone.
No, oh no, she'd probably bring, well, you're gone now, so she'd probably bring Alexi.
Don't go.
I mean, I'm still around and just not actively participating in all
Well,
of this.
you said you were going with Burberry for
John
you.
was just be in the background.
Until I just unlocked one.
Well, yeah, you just,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd just be,
You can come back and visit.
yeah, but.
The steward would definitely tell you, like, we are absolutely not taking up arms against you or the East Alliance. That was 100% the issue we ran into with with Inigard back during the Leviathan cults incident. We are not to take up arms. That is not the Green Warden's place, right? Like we will defend ourselves. We will defend the people in our immediate vicinity if they are actively threatened. But we are not an army. We're not an occupying force. We are here to help people. We stand with the people of this land. So
I feel like she'd be like, that's so counterintuitive to what happened when we were trying to kill things that were going to hurt
that
people
was
in this land.
absolutely what we were doing. We were helping people in the wake of what was effectively a natural disaster on the city when that monster attacked.
Well, no, she's saying the other thing.
I feel like they're basically saying they're FEMA
Yeah.
That's very much the Green Wardens, like.
rather than the National Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Wardens are not a military, and that was the big issue. Is like they're equipped to take military action. Like historically, they've taken military action, but that is 100% not allowed anymore under the current rule
And
with
they couldn't
Innigar.
understand
So
But I think she's saying that if they're going to keep those rules of Innigar, then they need to leave. Because Innigar is no longer going to be part of the coast.
we
Because if you're going to follow their rules, we're trying to create like a new democratic state. So if you're going to continue to follow their rules, then
I mean, I feel like they can follow their rules, just not their direction.
my worry is that like if they work for Innigar, they definitely have sigils there for people to teleport from the inside.
the Green Keep does not have teleportation sigils.
Yeah, well, and that's why I said not their direction. Because
Also-
you can agree with the values of something, but not actually want to be associated with the company.
Like, what specific rules do you have an issue with?
I
Because if you can be more specific, that might be able to be.
feel like it's
negotiated with.
more like if they're following Innigar's rules on how they're going to run their organization, like I don't think Aloran wants them in the city because I feel like that means Innigard still has power over them and that they could. And they have military people that are strong enough to do stuff, and if they do decide, like when Innigard comes here and if there is a battle here and they are still following Innigard, they're going to join Innigard in the fight to protect the people instead of the people that are here.
feel
That's
like-
her word.
I feel like we should feel out the Eastern Alliance on that as well, instead of just our opinions on this, though.
I will also say, and this is just or angel, devil on your shoulder, one of those.
Yeah.
That so if Innigar comes and starts picking a fight with the city, the Green Wardens wants to protect the city and their immediate people. So Innigar would be seen as invaders.
Yeah, I think my whole issue is that if Innigard is still involved in their operation, I feel like that's
Like that makes
I
sense.
think
Like
we
if you
just
want to cut
need-
Innigar out, but the rules are.
We need assurance that they're not going to kowtow to Innigar if they show up.
yeah,
That's
like
it.
that's like the big thing. It's like if you guys are gonna like side with Innigard whenever they do show up, or if people here in this organization will side with them, it's like then we can't have you here.
I think that is a fair criticism.
Because like if you're gonna keep playing by their rules because they are Innigard, and if you guys decide to side with them, if it does come to that, which hopefully it doesn't, then we can't have you in the city as a threat to us and the people here.
So, the steward, I think, hearing your position, would stop to kind of collect his thoughts, and he would say, "Our foremost commitment is to the people of this region that we serve. We are bound by the creed to continue operating as we have without further interference from Innigar. If we leave, my fear is that Innigar will not have any reservations about attacking. If they have no influence in this region, if it is basically just a conclave is the last remnant of their influence in the region, I can't say I'm confident that would hold them back from an
Please
attack.
don't come at me.
If they feel that they still have some means of exerting influence, of exerting pressure before it comes to open war, I think that's to all of our benefit. If it does come to an open fight, you know the creed as well as I do. Our commitment is to ensure the safety and the well-being of the people of this city. That goes for us here in the Green Keep. That goes for every warden in every lodge in every city in the East Alliance. That's true for every lodge across the plane. We are here to defend the people, to protect them. We are not here to act as an occupying army. That has never been our function. And Inegard knows that.
Yeah, I feel like Lauren would just be like, okay, so if Inegard did come and fight, and they came to the city and fought, who would you be helping?
We would be sheltering people.
Shelter? Okay.
They would stay out of it, basically.
Cool. Then that's fine.
We would be establishing
Poland?
safe places in the city for people to take shelter. We would not be engaging militarily with either party.
Okay, then Lauren would be fine with that. Her fear is that she knows that there are very powerful people in the Green Keep, so if they decided to take a
I
stand...
think keeping a close eye on them is a good idea, but I don't think that we need to, say, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I think in light of you approaching the wardens like that, I do think that the steward would definitely want to pitch the idea of, I want to be coordinating more with the East Alliance. I want to be in the know as far as, what you want us telling Inegard about your positions, about your demands, so to speak. If you want us in the middle of this as negotiators to try and keep this from escalating, I think that is something that we could do without violating our creed.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think Lauren would be down for that.
Yeah. And I think the steward would definitely say, this is sort of what I was expecting to happen after the arraignment, after you and Alexei detonated that ship. They were going to pitch a fit about this. It was bound to happen. And I'm hoping that you and your friends are able to steer this in a direction that is better for the Emerald Coast at large than things have been. Because as I said 2 years ago, I don't disagree with you. I think you're right. I think the wardens are in a place where we are hamstrung in the good that we can do. And I think that Inegard is definitely overstepping in a lot of places. I don't disagree with you.
I think, eventually
I don't think I can do that kind of good from outside.
Lauren's goal with this is just to let the Emerald Coast be its own, thing that has,
They want to be independent.
They want to be independent from Inegard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's, the ultimate goal, and that's what the conversation
I think that's going to be, years.
Yeah.
That is going to be a fight. And that is... I think Noelle is genuinely not even sure that's a winnable fight. Just based off the very... she lived in Aelia, she worked with a bunch of nobles and royals from around that area, and she probably talked to a lot of elves and people that were from Inegard. So she's aware that they are kind of a powerhouse of that side of the continent, you know.
We do have some trump cards, though.
Mar-a-Lago.
we have the ship from the fight.
Yeah, we do have, powerful resources and stuff, but...
Well...
I definitely think...
you talked to, Sandy and about the ships they have in Inegard.
Yeah, Inegard's got a fleet of these things. They have a brand of the
They literally are holding technology
Okay.
back from the rest of the world.
No. So that would be the move, right? So whenever we're having all of this nonsense, have your ship theftery happen square in the middle of this and be like, okay, Sandy, I'm gonna help you steal a ship. But how would you feel about stealing 4?
Steal a few extra.
I've got some friends who could help you fly them.
Honestly, I feel like what might happen, if depending on when the ship theft happens in the timeline of events, I could totally see us being like Noelle just on, we're talking about Inegard as a problem years later, and Noelle's just sending to Sandy. Hey, how you doing out in the cosmos? We might need your help to steal some more ships. Think you'd be down for that?
Yeah.
What if
I don't think the ship theft thing has happened yet. I feel like this has been...
Oh, this is... Well, okay, I don't know. I thought we were 2 or 3 years later.
This is 2 years later.
What if while we're stealing the ships, we happen to explode some other ones?
Yeah, happy coincidence. And
as
we owe the
a
favor.
distraction. As a distraction.
I'm blowing up a ship or two.
Yeah, we send Barnaby on ship boom boom.
Plus, if we can even the technological playing field,
Well, that was what Noelle's original intention was with the ship heist, was she was going to steal a bunch of the blueprints and documents from the ships and just distribute them anonymously across the land.
We could have a
Which I feel very justified in now.
If we can steal the blueprints and the ship.
A callback to Opal and
Luna?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and 2 Pint.
We didn't even have to hand it over anonymously. We
You're
can
one
just
pint
hand it
now.
over to the
Pint.
Eastern Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd give it to the Eastern Alliance. We give it to like everybody, all of our allies for sure, and then I think we'd spread it around to the rest of the world. And then they would not be the powerhouse anymore because we'd all know how to destroy those.
Well, they would be
ships.
ahead of the game, but they wouldn't have a trump card of their own.
Yeah. Because then they'd be like, "Oh, we have to
And
rethink."
it's like
now
there's
people
nothing.
can.
But is the ship that was like firing from orbit, is that ahead of theirs, or is it par for the course? Or?
I think it's maybe par or just behind, would be my guess.
Which ship?
The Gatewatch ship we had.
Okay.
The very great.
yeah, so the Gatewatch's
Very
vessel,
great, yeah. That one.
that thing is probably like 300 years old. Like, that's an old ship.
So that's not close to their current.
It's not up to date, but it's also
It's not
one of the
this
most
plane,
advanced
though.
pieces of technology the Gatewatch has currently. And they used to have much more advanced technology than they do these days. The
We're talking
Gatewatch,
about in comparison to.
in comparison to Enigard, that would be hard to say. I think the East Alliance's intelligence on the situation would be that they generally don't field like bombard ships like that. Theirs are much more traditional kind of naval, like gun arrangements on the sides, like for broadsides. They generally also don't deploy on the surface. You would be able to learn that much too. That the Teleth Millet, which is like this basically Space Force for the planet, that is like exclusively.
We have a Space Force?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's where Enigard's at right now.
They
shit.
they have a spelljamming fleet, basically.
I feel like this is a conversation John and Noel have at a meeting. Space Force? Yes, that's what we're up against.
John's in here thinking this ship is like 600 years ahead of us.
Yeah, the Enigard's
We're fucked.
Enigard's one of the only known spelljamming nations, basically, on the plane. Zanusol was suspected to have them, and Kramilcon, you guys know, has them.
How about if we were just a
It's probably
territory
very
of
apologize.
Enigard, but we were our own separate things? We're technically a part of Enigard, but
Well,
we...
that's been the arrangement.
Oh, got it.
What if we brought in one of the other powers
Messenger
to,
Press.
I'm Noel Berry.
that's against Enigard to help us win our independence?
That's absolutely an option if you guys want to start.
Well, because obviously there's going to be
Milbury?
enemies of Enigard, and they want to see Enigard lose
I
power
mean,
and territory.
The Emerald Coast could reach out
So
to the foreign
the Mask
powers,
Force was the-
and
You said that.
I think
I was
I
surprised
think
that it already
Alorn
were.
probably would reach out to
terrible.
foreign powers.
Well, we
it
would
Magic-
want to
Magic
we would
Rats?
want to discuss this with the Emerald Coast powers to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
who they're comfortable reaching out to.
yeah, I think we could reach out and then make
Everyone's-
alliances and stuff, and just be like,
Did you want it without the mask on?
Like, will you help us gain our independence in order to hurt
Enigard's hold on the plane, on this plane.
I think you guys would get mixed reactions from the Samores and Elthor, because they are trade partners with both entities.
Switzerland.
Not really Switzerland, just like
The UK.
I was
What-
trying to think of
Yeah.
the term like I'm Switzerland, but my brain only came up with Poland. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Well,
so like
We're not
they're
Poland.
smaller nations in those areas. Like these are smaller states. They're not as big as Enigard, and they're not as big as the Emerald Coast. The Emerald Coast is actually a pretty big organization, all told. They don't want to damage trade relationships yet. You would definitely get very positive feedback, like, "Oh, this is great," from Zanusol. Zanusol is like, "Yeah, Enigard can suck a dick. We're down, right?"
if we do get those things, she would totally give them the blueprints and be like, "This is the ships they have,"
Yeah, I think.
just as a token of goodwill between us
Like,
and our
you-
future endeavors together.
We're probably at like the 3-year mark where you guys
Yeah.
are like opening up diplomatic conversations with Zanusol and being like, "All right, guys, we want to talk about Enigard." And they're like, "Yes, we've heard.
You're finally coming to us.
How
oh
are
God.
things going?"
Also, which one of you is a Lauren?
Who is their biggest hater among you?
You have quite the reputation.
Is it all my little pop-up fuck yous? letters.
I think those are still circulating 3 years later.
Oh, she's still
You
circulating
made so many of
They're
them.
like collector items.
Oh yeah, no, she's like been sending them to
Resistance
Enigard,
collector.
like to the leaders of power. And stuff.
Are we
We'd
gonna-
like fly over Enigard and drop them as flyers.
Nah, later we're
Xanusol
gonna
is
just play a giant game
down
of Risk to figure out
to
who.
start fucking with Enigard, if you guys are down to fuck with Enigard. If depending on how aggressively you guys want to play it, they're down up to a point because they're not up for open warfare, like full commitments. Like we're
Basically, if we want silent supporters, they're like, oh fuck yeah.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's like we'll commission some privateers. We'll fuck with some trade routes. Like we're down.
Yeah, because I think Aloran's goal is that she doesn't want it to be open warfare because like the end
And
of the day.
that's where the East Alliance is at too. It's like we
Like-
don't want this to escalate to like a full on invasion one direction or the other. We just want to make it too much of a pain in the ass for them.
Which is why I think with like the negotiations, that would be her big thing. She's like, we do not want open warfare. We just want enough support that if they thought about invading us, they would have to second guess it and be like, you know what, this is probably better for us just to let them have their independence than having total warfare. Okay.
We want to make it so that if they try to invade us, they know that they're going to get attacked elsewhere, so they
Yeah.
don't do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it's more of like protection from allies that will help us.
Yeah, like
against them.
strategic alliances. defensive
Basically,
alliance-
yeah. Strategic.
I think Xandusol's the most game. I think you might get some leeway with like I said, the Samoras and Elthor are the kind of the holdouts where it's like we kind of trade with both of you guys and like things are cool. They're not fucking with us. Y'all aren't fucking with us. So like we'd appreciate it if we didn't get dragged into a thing. And like that'd be one of those things where it's like over the years, like talking to them more and more, having more conversations. It's like, all right, yeah, that's pretty shitty. We probably should like condemn that, you know. Like, start kind of building a system of rapport with these
I feel like
nations.
Aloran would pull that. Well, you know what happens when they don't get what they want, right?
Yeah,
they steal it anyway.
Yeah, they'll take it anyways. You know.
Have you had any large bureaucratic buildings that have been broken into recently?
Not recently, no.
Yeah.
But
It does recontextualize some things for the past couple of years. I wonder if those documents really went missing.
so yeah, the international stage, I think, would definitely start to shift after that point. You definitely start seeing like a lot of pressure coming from further east, kind of fucking with Enigard's trade. You definitely start hearing a lot about ships getting hijacked or being sunk outright, and like nobody's willing to take credit. It's like, no, it was a stray Leviathan creature. It must have swam out of the Sea of Halan and gotten this far west. We never imagined.
Perfect.
It just lots of pot stirring, lots of fucking accusations getting thrown left and right in the papers. Like it's a
Did you know those things shoot giant laser beams?
Yeah.
Very possible.
Turns out they sink ships real good.
So ship's not safe.
So I have a thought real quick while things are de-escalating from that scene. Would anyone be down for just like a little break here, because we're kind of like jumping very far forward in the timeline here, and I know we have stuff. Noelle has stuff that we need to go backwards for at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we sort of de-escalate the scale a little bit. We take a break. We come back in a few minutes, and we start talking about some other stuff.
Okay.
So.
That's fair. Back.
We got good
I
stuff.
never left.
Good stuff can happen too, guys.
Yeah. So, in the 3 years since Losterog's cult was defeated, things have escalated. But there were also some not so serious political things happening as well. So if we want to rewind the clock a little bit and talk about some of that. What else was going on in the short term?
Fulfilling my bucket list.
How's that one?
What's next on your bucket list, Barnaby?
All right. So,
Once you get off of community service and you help the Lost Emeralds find Severin,
We got a list.
what's Barnaby doing?
so I got the Monarch one. That was a good one. Did they put up a good wrestle at all?
You were being wrestled by people trying to pull you off of her.
Alright, so no bonus points for them. Let's see.
She was not much of a wrestler herself.
She was in high school.
So the easy ones are going to be punch a bear, punch a shark. Oh, no, I already did that 3 times. Punch an eagle, fight or wrestle a tiger, go dog sledding, don't sleep for 48 hours,
What percentage of these are assaulting wildlife?
live like a king,
I mean, you
Let's
kind of did that
see.
already.
tame a tiger, preferably after wrestling or punching it. Let's see. Pet a shark. Write a book. I'm working on that.
Wait, did you punch the shark before or after you pet the shark?
It says pet a shark.
I assume it doesn't matter the.
Oh, alright.
We already went through
We
this,
already
guys.
went through this. It don't count.
Well, okay, technically
It only counts if you notice.
Exactly.
I mean, after I pet a shark, I ain't gonna turn down a good meal.
Lauren also more faster than me. I dropped over.
I think you underestimate how fast I can shoot.
That's where he pulls up the action search.
You ain't getting away.
Barnaby's worked out a repeater.
And then he remembers he has the cloak of the Mountebank.
Exactly. So those are the easy ones. Get sucked up by a tornado, dive to a shipwreck. Let's see.
You wanna help me get John's blade?
That
Slap
actually would coordinate
Yeah, that
quite
would
nicely.
work.
Wait,
Yeah.
does a whirlpool count as a tornado?
No, that's a water tornado. That's completely different.
But you just said the word tornado.
Yes, a tornado.
You did not specify in your list
But
what
when you
element
think
of tornado.
when you think tornado, what do you immediately think?
A circular motion.
Which is usually in the sky.
Well, yeah, but firestorm's a thing, and that's also
Well, it's not a fire tornado now, is
It
it?
doesn't say what kind of tornado.
Well, it doesn't say it's a water tornado, so it's got to be an air
Oh
tornado.
my god,
mean,
it's
you
3
were-
in the morning, you two.
Then I got slap a meteor or comet. Let's see. Or punch it,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
or slap some lava.
That's doable. That's actually doable.
That's how he loses his own.
Technically, if you do it fast enough, you
But
just
yeah,
get
with
away with
the-
some burns.
There's so many relatives.
No, what is there's that like effect where if you have like your hand coated
Exactly.
in
I
water-
want to see if that's actually a thing. Oh, that's another one. Cook a sea cucumber to find out if it's really a vegetable or not.
It is not.
Well, how do you know if you haven't eaten one?
I have.
Isn't the Leviathan a sea cucumber?
It's closer to a giant sea urchin, but
Oh, sea urchin, that's right.
That's completely different.
I mean, listen,
it's also
Garcia
a feed,
is
so it's
mostly
definitely
seafood.
not edible.
Don't know
That's a
until we
good
cook it.
Let's see. Try going vegan for a week.
That's not going to last.
I'll do that with you.
That doesn't
Leading
sound
process.
fun either way.
Yes, thank you.
Touch, slap, punch or kill a dinosaur. Bonus points if it's not a skeleton. And then I got my revenge list, so that's going to be a bit too. I got the Davidson Brothers, Pulp Kitchen, the Calm Compass, the Dirty Brewers. That's a half check, and then the failure that done took my finger.
Well, Noelle would go vegan with you for a week,
All right,
if you'd like that.
so we can do
We
that.
can hold each other accountable.
For a week.
What do you mean fish ain't a vegetable?
I'm sorry, Barnaby, it's not.
What am I supposed to eat then? Just twigs and seeds?
I think you like okra.
I do, but I want more than just that.
Well, there's plenty of salads we could have.
You cannot leave off of okra alone.
You can have
You could try-
carrots and celery.
You could try tofu.
I don't know if that's been invented yet.
I mean, it's soy and it's I'm pretty sure. it
There's
has-
soybean dishes, I'm sure exist.
I'm not a fan of beans.
Well, beans aren't a brand of you either.
Good.
Remember
Feeling
that try you
mutual.
tried to put beans in gumbo? Whew, that was a stag.
Yeah, that wasn't
It
great.
was not a great camping day. Well, we'll figure it out together, Barnaby. I'll do some research.
There's definitely a couple of those that I think are going to be a long-term life.
I don't know how
search
you're
for
going to do the
Barnaby.
meteor one.
Yeah, the meteor one's gonna be like you're gonna have to get like you're gonna have to get a spell jammer or something.
Well, we're going to steal one
Well,
from
yes,
Renascence
but that's
eventually.
not organic.
It's true. I got a slap one.
So you just have to be lucky.
I know, but
In the
you're
right
gonna need
spot.
a spell jammer to
Oh, I also need to punch something during free fall.
Oh, we had the opportunity for that one.
Oh, during the ship explosion?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna very quietly do
What if we
divine intervention
high-five
to get
during-
Barnaby
during
hit by a
free fall?
meteor.
What if we high five during free fall?
Wait, if
Oh,
you
there you
piss
go.
off a mage that's strong enough, he'll probably cast meteors.
That's
more.
not organic.
I mean, technically it's organic because you pissed him off and he's casting a spell.
How are you gonna know when a
kill you.
meteor's falling to be there to slap it?
I follow where it goes. It goes shoo and then I
Oh,
go
so
where
it can
that
be on the
went.
floor when he slaps it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It does not have to
okay.
be in movement.
Okay. It doesn't
Okay,
have to be
I thought
in.
you meant
okay.
bat it back into the sky.
I mean,
Just
I'm
holding the gun by
I'm
the
assuming there's an astrological people that keep track of meteors.
Yeah, I know. They won't let me come anywhere near it. After I told
I
them I
can go
wanted
look
to do
it and
it.
do it for you if you want.
I mean, all you gotta do is just slap it. It's not gonna damage it.
Yeah, I know. I told them that, and they don't want to let me anywhere near it. Say I'm going to contaminate it.
I could probably help you with that. to
I'm
be
assuming
honest.
Lauren could pass without trace you.
Yeah.
I could.
We can get you into the meteor
We could do that.
people.
Meteorological Society.
Yeah. We'll give him a fake mustache. Bonjour.
Banjo. I mean bonjour.
Bonjour, mi amigo.
Moon Ami.
This is my
Quads.
cousin.
Como esta de meteor?
We did just get a bunch of documents from an intelligence agency. They might have some documentary information on that.
That's a good
On
point.
meteors. I mean, it's not impossible.
It's intelligence.
It's not impossible.
This is my cousin
I'm about
Barnaby.
to spend a week, aren't I, just reading?
Technically, Barnaby is the one that wants that information, so he could read it.
I'm not letting Barnaby in that room. For everybody's safety.
Well,
Also, what do you mean? I'm in Montalban. This is happening elsewhere.
I think there's definitely some things on that list that Barnaby's probably going to be spending like most of his life looking for
Yep.
the opportunity to fill in.
I'm assuming the shipwreck one and the shark one could probably be done in one go.
There are a couple of those that could be facilitated more easily than others. So
Long as it's
Vegan, you can
okay.
check off
yeah,
if you succeed.
Exactly.
Will you succeed?
I mean,
I feel like we
if
need
you
a-
Why
want,
don't you help a Lauren find my glaive and punch a shark while you're at it?
no,
Okay.
no,
And pet the
Lauren,
shark.
just next time you get into a fight with Barnaby, vengeance
That way you
and
check
sharp
off 3
methods.
all at once.
Oh, that's another one. That one will probably need a dice roll. Face my deepest fear and then punch it.
What's
The
your deepest
coconut
fear?
crab.
Coconut
I
crab.
feel like we would all help you with that one.
Oh, you could theoretically make a coconut crab gumbo.
yeah. Give me a wisdom save.
I ain't gonna eat that thing.
Could you make it for me?
Wait, take a bardic inspiration.
What is that? A D10?
D10.
That's
Yes, I
D12.
could make it for you, but don't expect me to eat it.
That's a D8.
That one.
18 plus 5.
All right, you're probably able to punch that crab.
Oh, that felt weird.
you got some.
Oh, yay, he did a.
I mean, with your strength, you might be able to crack a shell.
It's probably dead. It's a crab.
Can I have it?
Sure.
Lunch!
All right, check.
I'm going to feed it
Head
to
to the
Barnaby.
coast
No,
back in
I'm going to
the-
feed it to
the
Barnaby
Hill
during his
Woods.
vegetarian
Just take
week.
everyone with you to go fucking
No, you
punch
gotta
the
run.
crab.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell him it's crab.
Well, there it is. Look at it on
You
the
gotta respect the
tree.
spirit of let's
So
go.
unnatural.
I am, but also this is funny as heck.
No, we're gonna have to restart, and I'm gonna have to do it again.
I think Barnaby would like have to take you guys all the way back to his like homeland
All right,
to see the coconut crabs.
Yeah.
Look how big they grow here.
They're like 10 feet long. Oh my god, these are scary. These are big. I also fear coconut crabs.
John sees him. He's like, "Those look good."
Oh, butter.
A lot of meat.
Nah, I'm gonna make Barnaby like the morning after
It's like a 10-foot
vegetarian
crab.
I
was like, I wonder if we
vegetarian
transplant
salad,
those
but
over
it's
to
crab
Island.
salad, but like the mayo kind, so the crab's all
Fucking
buried in mayo.
species of giant
Alarm
crabs.
would request
I mean, what
one
do they
leg
eat?
of that crab to eat
Dogs.
raw.
Separately. This is not what's this
Coconut crabs
is
will
a
fucking eat
vegetarian salad. If you want this crab leg separate from the vegetarian
Yes, it's
salad.
definitely not a vegetarian salad.
Barnaby, can I borrow
Coconut
your
crabs
list?
live. They are not off yet.
What
Coconuts,
can I
fruits,
do
and
with it?
leaves.
Oh, I just need to add an addendum.
Tortoise hatchlings, dead animals, other crustaceans.
It's in my bucket.
I'm gonna pull the list out of the bucket, and I'm gonna add
Fleshy
after
fruit,
punch
nuts,
your biggest fear. I'm gonna grab
seeds.
add and eat it.
Also, you want to steal shinier objects, especially shiny items.
I've seen them walking around with knives. Coconut crabs are crazy.
Alright, so how many we checked off, Barnaby?
Let's see. We still have. Let's see. We did the shark one.
Do that during the glaive dive.
Yep. So that would also check off
Crabs live up to
the
60 years.
They're scary.
coconut crabs are freaky.
I was saying we should bring them back to the Emerald Coast.
That is a
New food source.
ecological disaster waiting to happen. Please don't.
Probably.
New food source.
They're like mini leviathans with pincers.
How terrible.
Introduce those to like Goliaths. They'd be glad to hunt those things.
Upsetty spaghetti.
Alright, so those are fairly easy ones. I still got to charm a monarch or president's daughter.
I don't know when you're gonna do that.
I got to touch,
I mean, we
slap,
are
punch,
fighting a
or
country.
kill a dinosaur.
Maybe.
I got to paint with lightning bug juice during the night.
That's pretty doable, I think.
Let's see.
We can take you to the Midland. I know they have lightning bugs there.
That's true.
They got lava there. Figured we could get 2 birds in
I
one
heard there's a
stone.
beautiful town called Haydendale.
Oh, and I need to get sucked up by a tornado. You know a good place where tornadoes come?
Honestly, Midlands.
The Midlands!
Does it have to be an organic tornado?
Yes.
Damn it. What's your problem with non-organic?
Got
This
this
is
free
how Barnaby
range.
It's not natural. It's not. It's.
You never specify that anywhere. You just
He
said,
repeatly specifies it
Yeah.
every time we bring it up.
no, but in the bucket list, he never specifies it.
It's not a contract.
I ain't one of them hoity-toity types.
What's the difference between a natural one and a non-natural one?
Depends whether he knows or not.
Yes.
That.
Hey, Alexi.
I mean, physically, what's the difference?
That is the difference. It's basically if you set it up so it's that way and it doesn't like just kind of happen like so it's punching a shark. It doesn't count if a Lauren turned herself into a shark for
Correct.
the
Oh
purposes.
no, I'm
of
talking about
punching.
natural phenomena, like the
Wait,
tornado.
if
or
there
the-
was like a storm
Meteor.
and Aloran did
Magic?
call lightning, she gets control of the storm. Could she make a tornado out of the storm?
Nah, not with call lightning. That's justified lightning bolts.
We could use. Didn't Belasco's Bane have like weather controlling effects?
They could control lightning and they could generate a storm.
Could it make a tornado?
Can I roll for how long it's going to take me to find a monarch or president's daughter to charm?
Homie, that might be one of your like.
That's like on your death.
When you're
lifelong-
90.
So a D100 then?
Hey, sweetie.
If it's under Barnaby's natural lifespan, you succeed.
If you wait a few years, I could probably do it because I can control weather then.
How's that going to charm someone's daughter?
Oh no! How about the tornado?
He saves him from the tornado.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a D20. Or not D20, D100, excuse me.
$76.
Alright. It's gonna be late in life.
What did he roll for, though?
That was for the princess.
How old's the princess?
I hope at least 76.
She like the second in line or something?
She's probably an elf.
Yeah,
Okay, there we go.
that explains it.
Let's be real. She's probably an elf.
The elven princess who falls for the old, curmudgeonly hobgoblin man.
You want some gumbo?
Tail.
Here's a question.
Tails
Does
almost touch.
Barnaby ever get in a relationship to get married?
So I told
control weather,
Clint and Pete, that's when I
control
finished my bucket list, that I'll go looking.
Well, this is what it says right here.
When you finish your bucket list,
I told you that.
All right.
so no, is the
People are
answer to
gonna
that
win.
question.
It says storm.
Did.
so-
He's definitely not.
And now I can finally settle it.
Well, on the upside, some of the people
Because
on
it
your
depends on
revenge
how you
list might
classify
already be
storm.
I
dead.
think it would depend on where.
I think you outlived them. Honestly, Barnaby does seem like one of those people who could just live to like 112 or something.
Inexplicably.
Storm is vague
Yeah.
enough.
Like
that I
despite,
feel like
scars.
My
and-
figure was drinking Mountain Dew every day.
if it was like up in the mountains in the winters, like that could be a blizzard.
I mean, you can change the temperature and the wind and the direction of the wind. I mean,
yeah, I think
with
depending on,
enough to control.
depending on where you're at, I think it could possibly turn into a tornado. I think
Control
it just
weather.
depends on when and where.
Yeah, I definitely thought about that.
I got good genetics. I don't know how old my mom is. She's at
She's
least.
still alive when you're in your 70s.
I mean, okay, so technically, if we wanted to, it can only do one of those things. If you combine it with gust of wind, you can make winds go in opposite directions.
Well, no. So what you're looking for is the temperature difference. So you,
Well, because
hot and
it's
cold.
it's cold air and warm air doing that.
Yeah.
and technically,
happens.
stage 5 of the wind is storm.
So that could be anything. It just kind of depends on, I think, where.
Anyway, well,
Storm
no,
is a
it
big
has to be
word.
no, Clint.
But it's
it
a-
has
the
to be
one below
over
that is
land
gale, so-
because if it's over the water, it's a hurricane and therefore doesn't count.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, depending on where you're at and what the local weather looks like, I think that could.
The one right below that is gale. So I mean,
Yeah. Storm could be any number of things.
So being that it's going to take me until I'm 76 to finish my bucket list, you want me to roll to see if somebody tries to flirt with Barnaby?
Well, I mean, no.
I'm
now,
sure
David,
he will have a number of encounters
Yeah.
over the years.
Let's be
with
real.
possible
Let's be real.
Yeah.
interesting
If he
people.
does try to get romantically involved with someone, you know that he's gonna be like, "Well, I love you and all, but I do have to woo a princess. Are you gonna be okay with that?"
I said charm a princess. That's what it says in my bucket list.
Charm, woo, tomato, potato.
There is a distinct
What
difference.
does charm mean to you?
Make someone like someone. What did you
Make
think it
some-
meant?
That's
I'm not
what
insinuating. I
wooing is.
genuinely
That's what
just
charming
wanted to
is.
know.
Make
Yes,
someone
why are you getting
like
nitpicky
someone.
about it's wooing? It's the same thing.
Wooing is like, when you're gonna go make woo-hoo.
No.
I think that
Woo leads to who?
correct.
that is not what wooing means.
Woo leads to who?
If woo, therefore who?
Who woo for woohoo?
Or maybe you just the princess falls in love with you. You accidentally
That's
wooed
my
it.
theory. I feel like you accidentally woo the princess, and you're like, I can't cross that one off. She loves it.
No, he
I've
just
done more than
he,
charmed her.
I overstepped.
he falls in love with someone, and then it turns out that she's a long lost princess of something or other just by
Dang it.
happenstance.
Turns out it's a Lauren.
I cast dominate person on a princess just once.
Nope.
It counts as a charm.
I know charm person. I did.
Just get him a potion of charm person. Like, could you drink this?
It doesn't even have to be romantic like. It just has to be that person likes me. That's all I gotta do.
To make a princess like you.
Yeah.
It's gonna
And
take
that
you
takes
76
until it gets to
years.
76. I guess, there's probably just not a lot of princesses.
They come in short supply.
Yeah. We're sort of moving out of the princess era of medieval fantasy.
Yeah.
Or a monarch. Their daughter.
Yeah.
Maybe
He also
should.
said presidential daughter.
Okay.
You know.
Well, I feel like that.
No. If we really want Barnaby to commit to the bit, we need to send him to the place that we're fighting against.
In the garden.
Innigar. We need to send Innigar to try and charm the King of Innigar's daughter.
We have no data because we wouldn't interview him.
Exactly.
They'd probably be so untrustworthy of Barnaby, though.
I mean, if it's an elf going through your rebellious phase. and her father really wouldn't like him.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Barnaby, we found a princess.
Oh, you did you?
Yeah, she's on a rebellious streak as well. Over here in Inigo.
All right, whatever that's supposed to
She's
mean.
76 years old.
Bit old for a princess.
She's an
I mean, that's an elf.
Oh, an elf, all right.
I like how
All
you're
right,
being
I'm trying.
judgmental about your princesses.
Well, I feel like, you know,
That's
the
why it
queen
takes
would
so
have.
long. He's very picky.
It's like, is the queen like 200 or
I mean,
something? if they were
Princess
human?
Diana was a princess like all her life.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
True.
You mean the 18 years?
I feel like, when
No,
do you
it's-
graduate up
so
to
if
That's
king?
for
you're-
short life.
So technically, if you're the second child and your brother becomes king, then you're still a princess. So you'll be a princess until the day you die.
I know, but
I think Diana lived at 20 something, didn't she?
I thought she died at 18.
She was almost like 30. No, she was like in her almost 30.
Yeah, because she had
not in
a
her
she
30s.
had
I don't know.
she had a child. But yeah, no, she was an adult.
Yeah.
She was 36.
No.
Wow.
She was a lot older.
I thought she was super young. when she
Yeah.
died.
Nope.
I was like,
Everyone
no,
loved her.
she.
36 is super young. What are you talking
That's more
about?
than me right now.
Exactly, it's super young.
No, I'm old.
No, she was old.
I feel it.
That's an old bitch.
Bitch.
So Barnaby, I think you got a couple projects that are going to be long term for him, but it sounds like the Emeralds can kind of help him get most of that list checked
I
off.
think so.
Barnaby or Burberry, you have things to do. No, you don't understand. I have to go find a tornado.
I mean, I'm assuming there's probably some place in the world that we know is common for tornadoes to appear.
I mean, the Midlands.
I mean, we have Tornado
You're gonna spend,
Alley
like, 20
here.
years in the
So
Midlands.
I'm assuming there's somewhere similar.
Yeah, that's the Midlands.
The Midlands is very, very.
We're going to Wyoming.
Barnaby just becomes storm chasers.
chasing storms for a year.
Now you know how he dies.
At the
I
right
will
age
say,
of
the
77.
tornado was going to deal like 87 damage to Barnaby
Oh, I
when he
can
gets
handle
pulled
that.
into it.
I mean, with the speed he
That ain't
flies at,
nothing.
it wouldn't be hard to catch up to a tornado.
He'll live. It's just going to hurt.
I feel like while he's on his storm chasing phase, Noelle would let him borrow her amulet of health.
What's this thing you do? Look pretty.
It makes you feel very, strong, robust.
I already do that. I got this armor.
Just try it on for an hour.
I've tried it on for
The
an hour.
KP has allows him to teleport, right?
What?
The KP has allows him to
steroids in
teleport.
Okay, the money bank, yeah.
Actually, I don't know
How
if
far
it would
does
do
it allow
anything.
him to
What's your
teleport?
con score?
What?
500.
A con score?
Oh yeah, he could catch
He can catch a
easily.
tornado.
19.
Okay, it would literally do nothing for you, actually.
He can catch a
Yeah, I
tornado.
felt the same.
Alright, I'll
He's
just take it
just has to use his cape to teleport in this into
yeah.
the tornado's path.
back. Dimension Door will get you in a tornado. Easy. I don't know why.
Such a multi-purpose spell. You want to get a tornado dimension
I
door
love Dimension Door. Gets you into any tornado you need.
into and out of any problem you can imagine.
So getting thrown around and tossed by the tornadoes, probably
Yep.
like 87 damage. And then we'll say for the fall damage,
How many hit points do you have?
Plenty.
Okay.
Until the fall damage.
57.
187.
I mean, it's not like he can't heal up afterwards.
130.
57 plus 87.
It's not like he's in combat.
He's got cure wounds.
I'd be at 10 HP. But alive.
He'd be alive.
His leg is like bent backwards. He's got like a board through his
That's
chest.
bad. I'll
I mean,
just,
it's
I'll
no
just
way
let
they
it
don't-
I just love the idea of him showing up at Barnaby's or Burberry's place looking like that. Burberry.
He's just like bucket list checked. My everything
And
hurt.
Burberry's there just to revive him if he dies.
Nah, Barbie just keeps popping up and it's just bucket list. Yep.
Thank you,
He
Carla.
shows up in his mariner's armor, which has the floaty has deployed. Ow.
Oh, that's nice.
rolled here.
That's real nice, Burberry. You named a medical wing after me. It's because I donate money. No, it's because you're in it the most often.
That's just your room.
Oh, why didn't you say
I just
so?
moved all the medical supplies in there.
Precautions.
Oh, Barnaby. Alright, well.
Yes, we jokingly call it the Barn Abbey.
Post-adventure career, at least. He's probably got a decent, like...
Will I ever figure out the failure that done took my finger?
I don't know. Give me an investigation check.
I hope it was you.
Take a bargain inspiration. I'm just gonna keep saying that every time someone does something.
14, 18.
18.
Did you include the?
Yeah, you rolled low. I hope there actually is someone who's still lit.
It's the damnedest thing, Barnaby. You keep finding leads. There's little clues you're picking up over the years. But every time, it leads you back to the same conclusion. It doesn't make any sense.
The only logical explanation.
How could it have been?
I feel like Barnaby.
No, he's got to be out there. He's got to be setting you up somehow.
I feel like Barnaby knows in his heart of hearts, but he just will never admit it until the day he dies.
Poor Barnaby.
It was one of the other fingers. They rebelled.
Do you know the story?
Oh god, no.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye, Barbary. We'll see you tomorrow.
No, I feel like Burberry heard it at some point, but Kat doesn't remember.
Here you go. When Platt posted our picture, someone was curious, so I posted it.
Oh, I read that. I don't remember what it
That
said,
one.
but I read it. Thanks. Alright, continue.
Very convenient. Who's got stuff?
I have a small thing that would have happened pretty quick, and it would involve Burberry.
No.
But she would ask Burberry to try to revive Azuk's son.
Zooks?
Azuk.
It's from a Lauren backstory, I think.
Yeah.
Her ex.
You.
Oh. Do you have the funds for it?
The funsies.
Do you have the bones?
Oh, the bones?
No, I said funds.
I know.
I have funds and the bones.
I mean, if you have the bones, it's significantly cheaper.
I do have the bones, but we have to go into the middle of the ocean.
Oh, well, I guess technically we don't need them.
Is it cheaper?
Definitely cheaper.
I'll go get them.
Dig up your ex from his watery grave.
No, she's gonna put Burberry on a boat.
Oh, and take Burberry with you.
Yeah. She'll take Azuk with her too.
Alright.
She'll just fly out there as a giant eagle, so Burberry has something to go over.
Do we figure out what this guy's name was?
I had
Azuk's son.
It's in my
Nah,
notebook.
you're just gonna leave Burberry on the surface. He's like vibing, like floating in a pool, floating, waiting for company.
She'll be back eventually.
Well, that's obviously doable. It's not an impossible task for either of you. So, when you cast Raise Dead, I
Wait,
assume?
is he-
or
is-
Resurrection?
It has
Sorry,
to be
wait.
resurrection.
Resurrection. Yeah.
Is he a Triton?
No. But
Maybe we do this back at my place.
well, yeah, that's fair. She just didn't want to. Do I just need one bone?
Yes.
Okay, she'll just grab one.
Yeah.
bone.
No, it's I need one, but you know, if it's the middle of the ocean, maybe not resurrect him in the place he'd die. Not fun.
Yeah. Well, he went out on the expedition, so I'm sure there's water breathing, and Lauren can cast water breathing. So
Still.
yeah,
Probably not a pleasant experience.
fair.
Well, wherever you resurrect him, would he come back? That's the big question.
Roll.
Does he know that it's like a Lauren's will wanting, talking to him? Oh boy, that's a big roll.
That means it was probably
Exactly
perfectly in the
a
middle.
Someone helpful.
Roll again.
Give him advantage.
Roll until it's helpful.
Did you roll a D100?
If you roll another 10.
I rolled an 11 and a 9.
Keep rolling until it's helpful.
Roll a D100.
Alright, that's more definite. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there might be some kind of conversation between Burberry and this soul before he finally acquiesces. Well, no, it's like I think he'd be like, "Are you sure this is the best use, like on me? Like, there's I'm sure there's other people that could."
Well, I'll be honest with you. As soon as I attempt the spell, the money is spent.
Oh. Wow.
Is that the deciding factor? He's like, all right, well.
I guess I don't want to spit on what you're doing there. I'm surprised. I'm not sure why anyone would want to like resurrect me. I mean, I know Dad maybe, but
Lauren would have had a conversation with Adlar before this. Anyways.
it's not. It's not like his dad.
Sweep that up.
Yeah, that's
You
what
know?
happened.
Well, ultimately, it will be up to you. But your family misses you, and Lauren wants to see you again. And don't worry about being.
Oh. But Lauren's there?
Lauren was the one that provided the funds to bring you back.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize.
Maybe some additional information may be necessary.
I'm not a Lauren.
But do not let I am lesser than other people. Money is spent. If you would like to stay where you are.
Well, no, I mean, if Lauren is gone to,
She must really love me.
I didn't think I'd ever see her again. So.
So before Lauren has this conversation with him,
did you tell me your relationship with this person?
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm like, before that, Lauren's gonna have a conversation.
And this is your ex, or your ex's
He
son?
is now.
He died.
This is her.
No, at first I heard ex's son, and I was like, oh, okay.
No,
This is,
Azuk's son, her
Technically,
ex.
they never broke up. He died.
oh, okay. Azukson is the full name. I heard Azuk's
No.
apostrophe S son.
That is, you heard correct.
Yeah, Azuk.
Azuk is the
dad.
dad of her ex-boyfriend who died.
And the only reason they
Okay.
broke up
It'd be
is
great if we had
because
his
he
name.
died. Dude, I'm gonna go get my book.
Go get your book.
Or let me.
Oh dear, was I
Is it
not
in
supposed
here?
to say that?
You just may want to clarify her current status.
I will let you know that
Like, I'm gonna pause and then like look at Lauren and go,
Lauren, are you interested in pursuing a poly thing?
Okay, let's pause right there. Time out. Lauren's gonna have a conversation with Adler.
Sure.
And she's like, gonna be like, he died. It was awful. And like, I'd love to have him back, but like, I'm with you type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be
I
back
hope,
like that.
I hope the first question Adlar is he hot?
And then I think she'll just be like,
Is he hotter than me?
you two would get along. He's open to stuff.
And he
But
was
her-
a warden. It sounds like you guys are just, that's kind of
What
part
we
of the
do.
course with
Yes,
you guys
yes,
these
yes,
days.
Why is everyone I know?
But I think she'd be like, but I'm with you, not him. Like, that's not going to change. Either way.
Okay, well,
But-
as long as Burberry can tell him that, before he makes the decision. So,
But yeah.
probably best that he decide, with all possible information.
Yeah. But,
Okay.
Okay.
I will let you know that Lauren is in a committed relationship.
Oh.
I'm just trying to give you all of the cards before you.
Right, but she wants to bring me back. And well, I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously, I mean, even if she is in a committed relationship, she still loves you, just not in the I'm going to live the rest of my life with you and you alone way.
Right. It's kind of awkward, huh?
Tell me about it.
This whole conversation feels like rolling an 11 and then a 9.
Perfect.
Nailed it, cat.
I suppose that. God, I'd feel bad just telling her. Okay. Yeah.
Lauren would have told Burberry going into it that it is okay for him to say no. Like, he
Oh,
doesn't
I've
have
already
to.
said that
Okay,
very
yeah.
clearly.
Yeah, he will eventually be like, yeah, no, she already went all this trouble. Like, I can't just tell her no.
I mean, you can always go back to being dead.
Lauren can do it like swiftly and painlessly.
Getting brought back, this might be a one-time thing.
Right. I'll
It just seems real. You can always go back to being dead.
You always go back.
he will eventually concede
There's a
to be
cliff
resurrected.
right outside.
It hurts so much dying. So he will agree to be resurrected. You will watch as the body that has been formed by this spell suddenly takes a breath, the eyes open, and he sits up. And, starts to look around.
Welcome back to life. It's going to suck for about a week. However, you're welcome to stay here while you get yourself adjusted.
I definitely feel worse than I did when I was dead, but not as bad as when I was dying. So
Yeah, that sucks balls.
yeah, no, that definitely leaves a mark. Hey.
Did you want me to keep him here, or did you?
I can bring him back to Freeport.
You all know her try surviving getting flung into a tornado.
That was a choice you made.
Hi.
Barnaby's in the next door over.
Recovering from
warm.
tornado.
Yeah, no, he's in his wing.
Barnaby like wheels himself in.
He stays in a wheelchair.
He's got the fucking like the crutch under one broken arm.
Was the tornado worse
Hobbles
than the tsunami?
But yeah, you are welcome to stay here. Lauren said she will take you back to Freeport, or if you would like to go somewhere else, I do have connections to going to most major cities.
Also, your dad's in Freeport.
Yeah, no, I guess the wardens are still up and.
So about
Yeah, I feel like Lauren's like, yeah, the wardens.
There are some
why
things that went
why
on.
don't you take a couple of hours to relax, get used to being alive again, and we'll have any heavy conversations once you're settled.
Sure, yeah. I guess. Do you have any?
Well, first let's
Anything
get
to
you some
eat?
clothes.
Yeah. Clothes.
I can see why you liked him.
Well, he is a half orc, so he's tall and large. In more the ways than one.
I know this doesn't come up very often, but Burberry is bi.
I think we figured that out.
Oh, I know that look.
Goes back
He
into his
just
wing.
wheels himself back.
He's like, I detect horny.
I'll get you some clothes. What do you like to eat?
Lauren
yeah.
probably would have already gotten him food.
Yeah.
Oh, you know the thing.
So getting
Yeah.
him filled in on what's been happening, where everything's at. When would this be taking place?
This will probably take place after the honeymoon, but before like dedicating a lot of time to the Spire thing.
Okay, so this is still pretty early then. This is like in like the month
Yeah.
after. Okay. So I guess getting him filled in, he's like, oh shit, that's really serious. Wow, damn, okay, big deal, cool, crazy things have happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane that you are this powerful now and also married.
In that order.
I feel like she's like, yeah.
Why didn't you do this before the orgy?
There was
Oh, would you have joined?
No.
He's listening into this.
So, you realize how awkward that would have been, Burberry?
There are so many awkward relationships in there. I don't know why this one would have been. This is not in front of him, by the way.
I was fine. That was pretty cool with everybody.
But yeah, she would just kind of tell him everything. I think she'd definitely have him meet Adlar at some point.
Sure.
Adlar would know where she's at. When
What does that
this is
scene look
happening,
like?
too.
What?
What does the scene look like?
Yeah.
When they meet?
Yeah.
Two tall guys like,
She has a type.
Yeah.
what's up?
Big dick.
I was gonna say personality, but yeah.
Tall,
Big feet.
broad-shouldered, lean, fucking dark hair, very strong jawlines. It's like
Hey, David.
it's like looking in a
Could you roll
mirror.
this real quick?
What?
Don't worry about it.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Barnaby's dick size? They rolled a 2.
In feet.
You wrap it around a leg?
No, you see, that's why he doesn't like sex, because every time he gets horny, he faints.
That's the Barnaby Joke.
All his blood goes away.
It's a very debilitating medical condition.
I actually love this.
I pass out every time I can't.
That's why,
He's horny, he's like,
that's why
"I
as soon as he
must go."
smells horny, he gets out of there.
I am about to pass out.
One time Barnaby ever got horny, he just.
And everyone saw it, and he was embarrassed.
Needs blood elsewhere in my body.
Can you imagine how weird it was? It was like perfectly red there, but up here all pink.
I feel like the meeting between Adlar and Azuk's son, whose name we still don't remember.
It starts with a Z. It's like,
I don't remember.
Zuzu. Call it Zuzu for now.
Zim.
if you can get the book out of the
Zora.
Zadlar?
because me going around
Yeah.
Adlar and
gonna work. That's the
Zadlar.
only reason I had that.
She's got a very specific type.
I like what Claire said. Zadlar, that's great.
It's like,
I'll be real, Adler. I started dating you because you reminded me of my
I'm sorry, your name just rhymed with his.
I think it's Toric.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Familiar. I'm not gonna commit because I don't remember.
I think it's Toric.
They look similar, they have similar names.
I think it's Toric. I think that was my original name for him, was Toric.
Well, as long as Putt knows what notebook to grab.
Jacob, I think I remembered. I remembered his name. Toric.
That's the name of the gnome from Fortuna. That's your bookie.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's one.
It could be
Or
both.
Lucky Pocket.
I think it needs clarification on the notebook.
Yeah.
Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, your French is improving.
I'm saying get out of my way, you just.
You mean his alien?
That is what it means. Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I thought that was idiota.
the sea one, the brown sea one, with all the ocean creatures.
Excuse me, Barnaby?
What?
Could you get a Mountain Dew out of the French party?
Oh, I know that.
Oh, can you also give me my
lighting?
lighting?
Later once, I put too much cayenne in my chili.
Can you also give me my lighting?
Your what?
Lighting.
Limeade?
I honestly do think it was originally Toric.
Thank you.
There you
Like
go.
that Auric part.
See, the thing is, when you
Is-
said it, I was like, oh, that sounds familiar. And then David said that's the name of Tori
Yeah,
Lucky
that's why I'm
Pocket. And I'm
like-
like, that's probably what we're thinking of.
That just sounds.
I'm sure I'll find it.
It's been retrieved.
Look out.
The mystery is
Actually-
about to be solved.
Where is it? Zurich.
Zurich!
Okay, it was close
So it
to
started with a
Toric.
Z and it was like Tori.
Yeah, it was. That's what I was like,
Bless
man.
you.
Hi.
Sorry, one more. Put in.
I still like Zadlar.
That's so twisted. Zadlar.
I'm just looking at you.
I didn't name him. This is Johnny's
Oh
character.
no, I'm more about Jeriel and Mariel and.
Can this make good eyes?
No.
Don't you guys.
No.
That's bad.
Sorry.
Gross.
It's pure poison.
Stinky eyes.
Oh, if you really want to know, we can put it into a cup and let it melt, and then you can smell it.
It's a bad ice dispenser.
I mean,
It
it
smells
sounds
like
like it
cheese.
needs to be cleaned.
Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I should never spell cheese.
But it's been like that since we moved in.
So, Zurich and Adlar meeting. Probably a somewhat awkward conversation.
I feel like Adlar. I feel like a Lauren.
Probably an
just
11 and then a 9.
Yep.
I feel like that might just be a private conversation between them. I don't think they're doing that in front of people, just because
Oh yeah, no.
that's just it's just weird all the way around.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like Adler comes away from it as like, I mean, it seems like a decent guy, you know. I get it. And Zurich is probably like he's probably a little bummed out, but he's also like, you know. I'm glad you found
He
something.
seems like a decent guy. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he is probably going back to the Wardens, and I feel like you probably don't hear a lot from him for a couple of months after the fact. he probably takes some time, kind of gets his head back on, gets back into the routine of things before he starts kind of like reaching out to like reconnect and see what's going on with you, like what all y'all are doing and what's up with this Emerald Guard thing, and why am I getting hassled by the CDI? Like, what's going on there? They keep asking about you.
Does he get kidnapped too?
No.
He could literally not know any less.
I know.
He gets like asked like 3 times and then they just
I was
drop it.
dead.
I've been dead, dude. I don't know anything.
I have an alibi called being deceased.
I think when the CDI
No,
stuff
not
all starts
diseased.
to like come to a head, I feel like he might actually jump ship from the Emeralds and be like, so listen, the guard, what's going on there? Do you need people?
You mean the wardens?
No, he'd be leaving the
Jump ship
wardens.
to the guards. I think
Yeah.
is
You
what-
said
You said leaving the emeralds
Yeah.
Okay, leaving the wardens.
To
to go to the emeralds.
Yes,
Interesting.
the Emerald Guard.
All right.
She would have a touching conversation with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point. So.
Do you want to do that now or do you want to save it?
Oh. I don't know.
That's up to you.
I think she would probably just be like, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I thought I was just gonna be dead forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, I kind of stopped watching what was happening, so I've been out of the loop for.
Wait, you can watch what's happening? Tell me
I was about to say, what do you mean stop watching?
None of you guys are here for this
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're not in this conversation.
None of you
It's
are
not like
here.
it's a great view. You
Yeah.
know, it's kind of foggy and very distant, but you can kind of get the broad strokes from some of the Celestials that keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
They've got a better line of sight, I guess. But
Yeah. I feel like she'd probably be like, just when she talks about it, she was like, I lost like everyone and you, and I was a wreck, so I'm glad you couldn't see anything. And Adler was the person that helped me kind of root myself again. So I was kind of lost there for a while.
In more ways than one.
I can
Yep.
only imagine.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Seems like things are going well there, though.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
should have
good.
asked him questions while I had him.
What?
I said I should have asked him questions while I had him.
Yep.
It's like, so tell us about a younger Lord.
As he starts to resettle and stuff, because I'm sure once he reconnects and stuff, she Adler and her would see him more.
Yeah.
How would Adler's and his relationship go later on?
I think he would keep things very cordial, but definitely distant. Like he's not cozying up to Adler necessarily.
Gotcha.
Not right away. And I mean, you and him were kind of opposites before you guys got together too. Like he was very, kind of by the book, kind of a stickler, kind of humorless. Very, very, very grumpy sunshine matchup there. But he, getting back on his feet, I think you definitely see kind of some of that coming back. And his relationship with Adler would be very slow to kind of develop.
Gotcha.
Again, not negative in any way, but he's definitely there's a boundary he's putting up for himself. You can tell. He's not getting too close.
So no throuple possibilities.
Not immediately.
Not immediately.
Not immediately. That is definitely a years down the road kind of a conversation. I think.
If we don't find anyone in 5 years,
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it then.
Adlar divorces Aloran and gets to Zurich.
I mean, I thought Adler and Lauren already had their weird thing with Alexei, flitting in and out too.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, I didn't know if that was actually a thing or not.
We talked about it. I thought that had come up.
Not really.
Forple.
That's quadruple.
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 A quapple.
She kept saying thurple.
Thruple, quapple,
Quintuple.
pupple, pentuple.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
And then the Holy Trinity of a sextuple.
And
Well, you
just
just
an
get
orgy
six,
at that
it'll be
point.
perfect.
It's
Well,
sex.
that's
It
where
says
you
sex in
and
the
Jade
word.
come.
Yeah.
The sextuple.
I'm happy to report that someone made a mermaid costume.
Fish on top, legs on
That
bottom.
looks like
yeah.
Luffy's version of a mermaid.
I was gonna say, isn't that a reverse mermaid?
Technically, maybe, I don't know. I just think they're both called mermaid.
Well, speaking of Jade, we have to get married. Flip.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Should we do that now?
Technically,
When
me and
would,
Sarah
when
do
would
too.
they do that?
The 26th of Arrow Death in the year that we defeat Lancelot.
Okay. What does that wedding look like?
I think it's a big fucking deal. I think it's fucking. She's in the middle of Freeport in the fucking town square getting married. She would have reserved it months in advance for
That's
their
fair.
wedding.
That's fair. That's a production, for
It
sure.
is. It is. There's like stage. There's like 3 stages off to the side. You know, there's concerts playing. But no, I do think it would be a big event.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you guys have the pull and the connections to make that kind of a thing happen and happen on that sort of notice. So, like,
People would be walking through the streets being like, "What the fuck holiday is this?"
yeah, why is this entire,
There's like people throwing streamers.
yeah, why is this all cordoned off? What's all the security?
Completely fucked the traffic for today.
Thankfully, those cars are not a thing, so it's just foot traffic. But,
That's
so, what are you wearing to your wedding?
oh wow. I think it would be a very traditional and beautiful white dress. I think that's what Noah would be wearing. I genuinely haven't put more thought into it than that.
Sir,
You both wear wedding dresses?
That's an interesting question. I think what Jade's wearing is actually the more interesting question in this.
Ooh, no, you should do a white wedding dress with green trim, and she should have a green wedding dress with white trim.
Oh, that would be very pretty.
There you go.
See, this is why we consult. How do we make my wedding real pretty?
Okay, well,
so white with
We're
green,
gonna have
green
a
with
white and green theme.
Oh yeah, no. Let's face it. Apparently, Burberry has more wedding experience than anyone.
Not just green, but emerald green.
Yes.
possibly. I would worry about it standing out a little bit too much against her skin tones.
Jade's pretty dark skin.
Yeah, Jade has actually kind of brown skin.
Yeah.
I know, but emerald green on the same value hue. I always get them mixed up.
Okay, you should wear the green, and she'll
Okay.
wear the white.
Yeah.
Acceptable.
Okay. I'll do green. I'm used to red, but I can do green.
Because yeah, it's this dark
Well,
emerald
because you don't want to
versus
go Christmassy.
Okay. Oh, you know so much about weddings. I should have married you.
Ooh, too soon.
red. Jade just looks in at the edge of the door.
Damn.
I'm joking. It's not canon. It's not canon. I swear.
No. It's okay if it is. That is his response.
Ooh, too soon. Fatality.
Oh, well.
What are you referencing?
All right, so
That is the book I read.
Noelle wearing green with white trim.
Oh, that's pretty.
Jade wearing white with green
yeah.
trim.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's good. Both of you in dresses, I
Yes.
think.
I think we would have tons of, if Martin could show up, she would definitely have you walk down the aisle by
I'm
him.
sure he could make that.
Okay.
Yeah, he
I would like to check out my father for the day.
One Martin, please.
I suppose we could part with him on this very special day,
The day of his daughter's wedding.
the day of his daughter's wedding.
How fucking perfect is that?
So Martin walks Noelle down the aisle.
The white dress with green trim.
Yes.
Who we got like as our best men and women?
Great question.
I mean, Burberry. I claimed Burberry.
Burberry's officiating, I assume.
No, he said I did not want to put him through that.
Okay.
No,
But he did.
whenever it first happened, Burberry was like,
Yeah, I'd rather not officiate.
I will respect that decision. But you did say you were okay with being on that side of things. So
Yes.
So who would be officiating?
Oh, Lauren.
that is one chaotic wedding.
Lauren gets ordained like the day before.
Yeah, she's like, I got you guys.
I have seen
I
both
like
of
the
these
idea
people
that-
naked. This is great.
Yeah. This is lovely. They have rockin' bods, in case anyone was wondering.
So
can't already tell.
do you know about dudism? So
the religion.
it's based off of the dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, the Big Lebowski. So you can actually get ordained in Dudism. So you could do a Dudist.
You could technically also get ordained as a Jedi priest.
Yep.
That's also true.
Who do I have as options to officiate?
Oh,
I don't know.
not officiate.
Who would you?
I feel like that's.
You could get Gideon.
Can't be that difficult. All it
Or
says is say
Alexi.
your vows and then kiss.
Barnaby.
Why are you so impatient? We're doing the thing you wanted us to
Barnaby could
do.
officiate.
It's simple. You love each other, say your vows and then kiss.
Barnaby,
Done.
you spent 3 months planning this.
Yeah, and I spent 3 seconds finishing it.
Now smooch.
Now kiss.
Wait. Kiss.
I can't look at this befoul.
Now once the ring's on, it's fine.
Nobody can see my rock hard bone.
Does John get to do both?
He passes out.
Locked on pass out.
2 ladies kissing.
Oh
Not one.
Haven's
no.
the
My mama
best.
will smack me upside the head.
Does John get to
They
be best
weren't
man?
dead.
I think John could be a part of that team. Yeah. I mean, I would have all the Lost Emeralds as on my
Well,
side.
actually, no. That is a very good question. So we know who all is important to Noelle.
Who's
but
important?
Is there anybody important to Jade that can officiate?
I kind of asked you this last week. I was
Yeah,
like, who's
Jade-
important to Jade?
Jade's in a weird place is the problem because she would have had a few people from Dazaxa come to like be present to attend. Some old adventuring buddies. But she doesn't have a lot of like close family. She does not have any recent adventuring buddies because of the whole incident with her last big job before she got to Freeport and reconnected with you.
Kind of a mess.
Yeah, that was kind of a mess. So like those people are not there anymore.
She's not big on her family.
Actually, wait, they might be there.
Okay. Oh, the ones that lived.
Well, spoiler alert, I guess.
Jade gets assassinated at the wedding.
Spoiler
Jade
alert.
is a princess, and Barnaby is wooing her.
God damn it!
In the process of rescuing Father Severin, I think you guys would end up rescuing her old adventuring party.
Oh.
Yay!
Alright, well, that's cool.
Spoilers.
That's cool.
So they'll be present.
I feel like you didn't have to say that. You could just say, like, you would see her adventuring party there.
Well, it wouldn't make any fucking sense. It's like, they're just there. It's like, well, you would have met them because you would have been the ones who saved them.
Okay, interesting.
So they're there.
Assuming we save them.
Yeah, I
Now we
think.
have to.
Yeah, we have to. We don't have a fucking
No,
choice.
it's a TPK for the one shot, and all of this is red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think. I'm trying to think. I think she would have definitely asked Caesar to be there.
Oh, yeah,
If he
that'd be
could-
fun
if
to
he
see
could
him
make it.
again.
I think he would be there. I think he'd be like, in attendance on her side of the aisle, I
Yeah.
guess. And,
He'd have kind of
yeah.
a seat further back.
Yeah, he's not like making a big like show of him being
Yeah.
there. It's very much like
It's the man who broke us up.
Yeah. But he would have also brought you, a decent, fucking clutch of wedding gifts.
Okay.
There's a decent stack that are just like just Cesar's, and
Yeah.
he would have like had a little envelope to give to both of you, and he, passed by your table after the ceremony.
Well, that's
Like
very
with your
sweet of
soda.
him.
Yeah, and after that, he's mostly just kind of mingling with the politicos and business people in the crowd.
Sure.
But she doesn't have a lot of people that she's like super close to. She's been in kind of like a weird kind of drifting place since leaving Caesar's employment,
Okay.
and
Oh, that's upstairs.
yeah. I think if anybody, she would have like Rainer and Secundo, because she would have been spending a lot of time at the Presidium
Oh, yeah.
while you guys were hanging out, so they'll be on her side probably.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see her asking like Saren to be in her side of the procession.
Yeah.
And I could see her asking.
She can borrow some of the emeralds if she wants to.
to even things out.
Yeah.
She'll take a Lauren.
Okay.
That's how she has the hot dragon girls on her side.
I have a matching set.
They are both probably barely dressed.
As long as it's in the wedding colors, I gave you a swatch.
Yep, it is in the wedding colors.
Green and white. So who's officiating is the question. That's.
I asked who could be officiating, and I don't know if I ever heard the answer.
I mean, if you want people who could be, I have plenty of connections.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is anyone that's specifically special to Noelle that should be officiating.
The priest that we're rescuing.
The only special priest in Noelle's life is Burger, and we already know that he's not, so...
I'd say then it would probably be like Mother Boldenil from the Temple of Viridia. She's kind of the head priestess at the Freeport Conclaves complex, right? So she'll be presiding over your wedding.
Okay.
And I imagine it's a decent crowd. I imagine there's a lot of greenery and stuff that's been kind of like set up around the perimeter of this to kind of set a backdrop. You got City Hall, and, across the plaza behind you. You're like in front of the fountain in the center of the square.
Yeah.
Martin walks you down the aisle. Cesar probably walks her down the aisle, and then there's the rings are brought up, and the vows are said.
Are we gonna do this?
Go first.
We're gonna say if we're gonna do this, we're
Jake's
gonna
like, no, walks off.
we're gonna do it right.
Okay. Define do it right.
Come here. I flew all the way out here for this.
To say vows to.
No, wait, this is wrong. Let's not address.
John, you don't mind if I say vows to your husband? To your boyfriend, excuse me.
Go for it. No, that was the joke I made. I was like, oh, you flew all the way out here to make vows to my boyfriend.
Alright, you two love each other, right?
Yeah. Now kiss.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, camera.
Which camera's on?
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Oh boy, I wish I had thought of writing something before this.
Say your vows.
This is awesome.
Alright, then just kiss.
It's okay, you got an 18 on your speech.
I'll think of something.
Actually rolled cocked.
I'm waiting.
Jay.
They're holding hands right now.
Come on, you can do this.
Yeah, look at me like that. I gotta.
With love. Come on.
The DMs.
I don't like when you're laughing every time you look at me.
That marriage is gonna be off to a rocky start.
Yeah, this is the rocky start to the marriage.
This is D&D, Platt. Come on.
Alright. But it's never felt so real.
Oh my god, this is going on Reddit.
Nope.
I don't want that part. This is a private moment.
That cat is taken.
That's being video recorded.
Actually, this
We
is
gotta
going
get on
to
this.
pause.
Wait, I gotta.
Figured I'd give you time to compose yourself.
Oh, we're on live stream on Facebook
She's
right
gonna
now.
run it to live stream.
I do not live stream.
Okay. Jade. You
No, Ann.
are just as beautiful as the day we first met. We have known each other for a long time. And it's such a tragedy that we had to spend so much of that time apart. It makes me so happy to be standing up here with you, in front of and next to our closest friends. I cannot wait to spend my life with you. You are one of the most beautiful, confident, and talented people I know. And there are so many times where I think back to that day where you had the courage to talk to me and to encourage me to indulge in my creativity and to explore myself. You changed my life for the better, and I love you dearly.
Ring.
Yes.
Your turn.
All right, and then. Oh, my hands are so sweaty. Okay.
Your turn.
So Jade's response to that.
What the fuck? There's rings?
Where did these come from? Where did you get them?
Oh, those are yours.
You brought rings just for them.
Wait.
Wow.
They will not fit.
It fits.
If it.
All right, there's yours. Okay.
I feel like this might be legally binding.
Well, of course it is. I'm
No
officiating.
pre-throw. We're good. Okay, God, Jade.
Give me a hand.
Yeah, okay. Jade would probably be a little teary and sniffling, and would say, "I have felt very lost for a very long time.
You got a booger stuck. Here you go.
Thank you. The years after we parted ways were difficult. I met some wonderful people in those years, but coming to Freeport and finding you here, finding you again, was one of the happiest days of my life. Second, I think, only to this one. And I would do anything at this point to make sure that we were never parted again. You are one of the most amazing, sweet, kind, caring people I have ever met, and I have considered myself so lucky to have met you and to have spent so many wonderful years with you, and I look forward to spending that many more. And I'm going to start crying in a moment, so I'm just going to give you this. So put the ring on.
That'll fit you.
And hope that that I have done this all correctly.
It's just
For the
fine.
first time,
Now,
ladies and
kids.
gentlemen,
Also,
Mrs. and Mrs. Gordamanch.
Yeah, the mother old Bill will probably be like, well, do you mind now kiss the bride? And then they kiss, and that's it. No, put that down, put that down.
I don't think
this is you guys wrong.
I haven't brushed my teeth.
I'll give you a kiss on the cheek. It's fine. Here, come here. Give me a kiss on the cheek. Is that okay? I'll give you a kiss on the cheek. Hey, yay!
Oh,
Sorry, that was like the perfect opportunity, right?
Thank you very
How
much for the.
are your fingers so skinny?
I have spider
Does
fingers.
this fit you anywhere?
That was
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
the most hilarious thing.
Don't. Okay.
I was
you can
trying
actually
so
have that
hard
one
not
if
to
you
laugh
like
right
it
now.
as a memory.
I would like that's the rough thing. Is like I'm like staring into your eyes, and I'm like I can feel everything in my face about to break.
Oh no! I was just like, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh.
I was trying to cover my face so much stuff from laughing.
That was so beautiful, though. That was nice.
Sweet.
Did you take a video of that?
I did.
Please send me that.
I would love to try.
Or just like post it unlisted on YouTube.
It was
so I can look.
4 hours or 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
If you just post it private on
Anonymously, that was going on YouTube or Reddit.
Please now.
Please don't.
You don't have to do it right now.
I don't know.
I don't
I'm saying if
anonymously.
the file size is big enough, so I took a 30-second video of all laughing
Oh, okay.
before.
It's just going to be a description of what happened.
Sure.
Oh wait, I have.
So what does the reception look like?
Probably very much a party. And I like the idea of the given that this is the anniversary of when the Lost Emeralds first met, I definitely would love to have Barnaby's gumbo, if he would be willing to provide it. Barnaby, why do you keep looking up at the ceiling like that?
Keep hearing things.
You gonna be good to make
You
gumbo?
want me to officiate and be the chef?
You're not
I guess
you're
so.
not officiating.
I told you guys to kiss and then you did. Then there you go.
I feel like we set up a second fake state with 2 lookalikes.
Okay, Sandy, I know this is weird, but I need you to pretend to be.
Yeah, you owe me, Sandy.
No, Sandy can be Jane and Foel can be you.
Oh God, that feels so messed up.
What was even worse was I was thinking we should make Sandy be the officiator.
That's twisted.
No, Foel officiated. Who else?
Snow ale.
Snowell, sorry.
Noel? Oh God. That feels a little cruel.
I think Snowell's probably in the front row, just like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she would be there.
No, you can't the mic, right? I was like, she could also be a bridesmaid.
That's
Now we just need Snow Jade. And then,
we just need Snow Jade.
Yeah, you just need to learn how to cast Seventh Level Magic.
Yeah.
No big deal.
We'll get you there. Give it a few years. We'll get there by the end of this epilogue.
It's a big party, gumbo.
Yes. Gumbo, I mean, I think there'd be a lot of like green theming emerald stuff just because it's a big celebration of 2 things at the same day.
I just like the idea of Burberry arguing with the seamstresses about if it needs to be a mermaid cut or a princess cut.
I mean, honestly, I think that to kind of justify the whole like, hijacking Freeport's town square thing, I think Noel would also kind of advertise it as like a celebration of the Lost Emeralds too.
You can have a festival.
It's kind of a festival at this
I'm not
point.
arranging a festival.
I would definitely, I think Noel would have a few drinks. I'm sure Jade would too, and I'm sure we would say hi to so many people that we can't even remember who we all said hi to that day.
Probably. There's probably a lot of people coming by to pay respects and say hello and partake in the
So I
festivities.
did have a small present.
Oh, really?
I
This
hallowed-
ring you gave me?
I hallowed your house
You hallowed my house?
in Montalban.
Oh, well, that's very sweet. I don't even know if it exists yet, to be honest, in the
And
timeline of events.
I don't know when. Wait, when did this happen?
This is.
There's 1 year after the Lost Emeralds met, which is pretty quick after.
Okay, never mind. I take back.
It would be
Like 6 or
about
like-
your presence
like-
is you're going to hollow their house.
Yeah.
Nah, actually, Burberry's presence would probably be the rings. Because he's silly that
It's
way.
like 240 days basically after Lost Rod was defeated.
Something like that.
Almost like 2/3 of a year.
There's 240 days.
Or maybe like, have you seen there's you can get like a nice ring, but you can also make a ring that like slots in to the first one.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
he would probably do that. So that way you can wear the bracketing for like really fancy occasions, but you can have the more simple ones for standard wear.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Burberry.
I don't want to actually take away any meaning because picking out rings is. He would have taken you ring picking though.
Yeah, please do, honestly.
John had no idea what he wanted or what you guys would want, so he got you kittens.
How many?
Ooh, responsibility.
2 kittens, one for each.
Oh, that's actually cute. I could
This
see
way
Noel
you can
being a
test
cat
having
person,
children.
honestly. I could see no. I think
Where
that's
did John
a
appreciate
Where did you get these kittens?
You don't want to know.
They're displacer kittens.
I know when not to ask questions. Thank you, John.
Funny if it was displacer kittens.
That's awesome, actually. Displacer kittens.
That's crazy.
They're a mix between normal cats and displacer beasts.
So they're like cat sized, but they have the 2
They can
tails.
guard our house on Montalban.
Lauren would have gotten you a lot of exotic toys.
I feel like they come in a big box, and I'm like, oh, what did you?
And she's like, no.
Oh,
Not here.
The box on the outside of the box says "Do not open at wedding."
Yeah, she's like, this is for Madeline.
What?
Open
We
during honeymoon.
enjoyed many of these.
Jane's like putting her ear. She's like, one of them is vibrating.
Oh, sorry. She'll like, oh,
No,
sorry.
you like you put the box down and you're like, and it stops.
Yep. Now you can have it.
Thank you very much. It's because of what we told you at the orgy.
Learned a lot about each other at the orgy.
We sure did. Good times.
So pussies, vibrators, and a blessing on your house.
Alright, I'll sing myself out. I'm ready to go.
That's fine.
I'll see if you want it because I know that you can do teleporting, so I don't know if you have like a.
Well, we have a pretty big lot of land, so
It's just like a teleportation gazebo.
there's a teleportation shack. A gazebo, actually, that's way better.
Well, and then what you could do is you could put the teleportation circle on the underside.
Do you
of
have
the
to
board.
hallow it against teleportation? I thought that you could like choose what you're.
Well, you
Hallow
could-
prevents extra planar things and planar travel, I believe.
as far as I'm aware, with the teleportation sigil, it can flip upside down as long as it doesn't move.
That's great. Yeah, no, if you put it on the underside of the gazebo, you would know it's there, but nobody else would.
Yeah, so you can make it so it flips, so you can use it when you want it, and then make it so people can't teleport in unless you let them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll figure something out, but yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be fine with you hallowing the house.
Just like I did the teleportation gazebo.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least it would look good too.
Oh, and I could decorate it with seeds from the flowers for your wedding.
Yeah, so the Hallow effect can have one of those extra effects that prevents like teleportation, or prevents people from being frightened, or creates darkness, or daylight, or allows everyone to communicate, or whatever. So
And also prevent like certain types of people from coming in.
So the base effect is it prevents celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead from entering the area.
Sorry, my brain went like imagined Noelle and
And
Jade
then there's
like
a
laying in
secondary
bed
effect
and there's a light
to
coming in
choose
the
from.
window and she's like, "What time is it? It's 3 a.m. Why is it so bright outside?" Burberry put daylight on the gazebo.
That was the wrong enchantment.
It's up to him.
We're gonna get some blackout curtains. Okay. Just because we have done a lot of Noel stuff, we probably could check off a couple small things. I think that I don't know how it's going to play into the larger stuff, but Noel definitely wants to be a political ally to the Gatewatch as much as possible because they fucking need it.
That was a question that I did have. It's like, what does the growth of the Gatewatch look like over
Noel
years?
would want to help undo the damage that that all the bad PR that the Gatewatch, and she is a very pretty face who can talk good. So
good.
so she would be a good candidate to be the spokesperson. You know.
I'm the
That is
Gatewatch
fair.
representative.
Yes. Hello, very nice to meet you.
Lauren would
I represent
also want
those
to do the
weirdos.
same thing
Sure.
with the Emerald Guard.
Burberry. would.
I think that the overall goal is definitely a long-term goal,
That's
right?
right.
That's just kind of something.
This would
that
be like
kind of
this is a hobby.
folding into your career after Leviathan Cult. I think there's definitely some precautions. I think that Gideon would want to like kind of talk to you, and probably a Lauren if Lauren's wanting to really cozy up with the Gatewatch too. Gideon would definitely want to kind of like sit down with both of you formally and like discuss like, okay, so here is how Gatewatch shit works. This is the nature of the Oath. This is how our relationship works with Inigard after the fall. This is what the history used to like. Really give you guys the whole context. So it's like, all right, these are the kinds of games that we can play. This is the shit that's gonna get us into trouble. So like, toe the lines.
Okay.
And we're good.
I'm good.
And especially in light of what happens later with the CDI, it's definitely one of those things where he's like, I don't want to give them any excuse if we can avoid it. We're already like breaking rules by having this warship
Right.
and all of these autonomous drones, and regularly using it to go help fill in.
Just you wait a few years,
Yeah.
buddy. It's gonna get crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll be out of Inigard's clutches.
So there's definitely a level of discretion needed when it comes to like direct aid, as far like getting them money is one of those things that can't be like done super openly. Like you guys kind of like gifting them cash like on the DL while you're adventuring was like, that was fun. But if you're like part of like a publicly active organization, and it's like, we're gonna go and fund the Gatewatch like that, that's where you were starting into issues, because it's like, well, are they?
See, I think that Noel's goal really would just be to undo the PR damage. Like, I'm not talking about like getting them money or weapons or resources. I'm literally just talking about getting more people genuinely interested in the Gatewatch's missions. you know, and goal, and just like trying to rewrite their name a little bit, at least on the Eastern Coast.
Make it so it's not mud. Maybe don't clean it all the way, but it's not mud.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Some of that
definitely
fancy
think
mud.
that's definitely a doable task, especially over time as
For that
things with
mud-soaking
Inigard
mud
deteriorate.
Yeah. The Gatewatch gets cooler.
Yeah. I definitely think they start to see some recruiting happening over the years.
I would like to see the council have a few more people.
some new faces start to fill in, start to sign on with the Gatewatch. I think eventually later that year,
So cute.
that first year, Raynor's brother would eventually appear at the Presidium.
Oh shit, we forgot about that. Oh god, is Landor still there?
Landor is still standing. Yes.
Okay. Good work.
There was. It's like, yeah, thanks. That was.
I really wish we had someone to help.
That was real touch and go there for a second, but we got a handle.
Oh my god, we completely forgot about that guy. It's still a very cute picture.
We'll see eventually.
He would have definitely
Hasn't
been through the
happened yet.
ringer, but he's alive. He is in one piece.
Who's alive, sorry?
Raynor's brother. Let me double check his name again because it's been so long.
Thunder.
Lauren would finally give him that bottle of feral brandy. She's had on
Boy, we
person
really dropped the
for
ball with the
freaking-
Landor stuff.
so many sessions.
That was on the docket for a long time.
Real
It's like, well, there's other stuff to do though.
Dude, now it's like been so long, it'd be awkward if we went.
Yeah. Oh, this is from. She'll just like give it to Rainer and be like, I did get the bottle, but you can get
It's like we read the text like 2 years ago, and then we're like, oh, I can't respond now.
it. Yeah.
It's been too long.
Too long.
I mean, I never changed.
What was his name? Son of a bitch.
Oh, I
Watch your
have.
profanity.
I think I have it written down.
DM does as he pleases.
And Barnaby does as he pleases.
Durin.
Durin.
I had his name really easy.
Yeah, good call.
Durin.
I probably could have found it if I remembered I had a notebook in front of me.
That's right.
This was a Christmas gift.
Yeah.
My brother got me. It's very nice.
Well, don't forget to do something nice for your neighbor's bucket and bite-sized.
Oh yeah. We'll get breadstick over them too.
You'd have to find breadstick again.
I think,
Find the path to breadstick.
yeah, I think he would be able to share it. It's like, yeah, there was this cult and they
It's
were
not a
doing
fixed
stuff.
location.
And
Okay, what did we miss?
yeah, I was trying to infiltrate them and kind of
Another
figure
cult?
out their thing. Yeah, it was
Are
another
they
cult.
selling drugs?
A separate cult from the Leviathan cult, if you'll believe it.
Wow.
No drugs.
Oh, okay. That usually happens.
What were they into?
I bet they were selling drugs. Something about our quests.
I'm pretty sure it was another branch of the cult of Billy. So
Oh,
That
that's
was-
some old campaign shit.
that was fun. They had me captive for a couple months there. They did some dark shit, and then
My bad.
I don't have a collar to tug on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lauren's like
Thankfully,
grabbing her boobs. Oh god, I'm so sorry.
I'm so stressed.
Stress squish.
they've got some enemies, it turns out, and they were able to bust me out and help me. So that was good. Shame you couldn't have been there, but I know this whole Leviathan cult thing.
Yeah, we
was
got
pretty-
wrapped up in a bunch of stuff. Definitely didn't spend weeks on Feral relaxing. So, really glad you made it out okay.
Yeah.
Sounded like a harrowing situation.
Could have been a lot worse, but no, I'm good. Yeah. Spent some time off plane and got some work done, medically speaking, and I'm good to go. Everything's
Good.
okay.
Great. Well, good to meet you.
You guys too. Kids said a lot about you guys.
When does
Oh, you
this
call him
happen?
Gid?
Yeah.
That's so
Aw.
cute. I'm gonna call him Gid too now, and he's gonna absolutely hate it.
He's a real softie deep down.
I knew it.
Not if you turn him into a bug and squish him.
Didn't come to the orgy.
Yeah, he didn't come to our orgy. I mean,
Party.
party.
That is not how you introduce things to people.
Damn, I missed it. Oh.
We can always host another.
How old is this guy?
Yeah, how old is he?
He's hot.
No. But you have to roll again, and if it's a nat 20, it's enough that they want to do it again.
Yeah.
Now that
That's all right.
what did you what?
It was a 5.
They came up 5. No, the 2 time.
The DM is DM.
The DM decrees this man is hot.
No, I only said if you rolled a nat 20, the orgy happens again, just so that he can be
We
involved.
might have to start making plans.
Yeah, I feel like Lauren's like,
We've learned from the first one.
we've
We know
learned from
who to invite and who not.
Think like a younger, like sharper kind of Gerald, like you know,
Oh.
real like angular face.
Younger
Gerald?
Wispy fucking like white hair, broad shoulders.
I feel like she's gonna be like, how long you're gonna be here? I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, where do you stay here in Freeport?
Keep him here. I'm gonna go get Adlar and see what he thinks.
No,
And
I'm
she's gonna
usually in Holborn.
Get Adler.
We've been, I've been kind of heading the
Holborn? Where's that?
city back in
I'm not
Bangor.
Hoborn. What?
Let me just. I start flipping through my teleportation booklet. Do I have something about that area?
Lauren will come back with Adlar and be like, isn't he crazy hot? Orgy number 2, right?
I mean, I'm not opposed.
Okay, wait. Write an invitation, I'll distract him.
I'm not gonna write that this second. We have a lot of conversations.
No, it's an orgy for like 4.
Yep.
That's not an orgy.
That's just a 4 song.
We debated this one.
Well, no, you see, but that more invitations were sent. Such a pity only 4 people showed up.
I mean, the minimum is going to be 5 with Jade.
Yep.
So,
We'll figure it out.
Where's Jade at right now?
I don't know, but she should be here.
Well, go find her.
I'll cast teleport.
Does Snowell get herself involved in that? Is that awkward?
Is Snowell at the orgy?
Well, Snow was definitely hooked up with Jade and Noelle before the Washerog battle. Like, I think if Jade was okay with it, that's such a fucking once in a lifetime experience. You have to do it once, I think. But then,
Pick your 2 favorite celebrities and we
oh my god,
And yes, it can be the same celebrity twice.
we have that power.
but I feel like after that point, I think both Noelle and Snowell are probably just like, I think that was fun, but
Yeah.
let's
I am ready
try
to
and
branch out.
yeah, let's try and find you something new now that you kind of had the experience.
Yeah.
Well, there will be an invitation sent out to Durin at some point.
We'll get him.
I'll get him.
Okay. That's fair.
I'll see if he shows up.
We have it.
Oh, he shows up.
He's the first one there.
Yeah, he's timely.
He shows up early. He brought like 3 trays of food.
I feel like next time Aldrin shows up way too early.
And
Aldrin's there like a week ahead of time.
she's crashing on the
Like,
couch.
I am ready.
I have arrived.
We have another week.
It's not for a week, buddy.
I am early this time, though. I will not
You-
miss a thing.
We have a
sure.
bedroom in the basement if you want to crash down there. It's
I thought he could stay with us, right?
I'm going to find someone with that armor, but yeah.
Okay. Problem solved.
Okay.
I see plenty of
Anyway, I feel like we've maybe gotten off track of this whole game watch thing.
But anyways,
Got distracted by Durin.
Durin would finally make an appearance. Y'all would meet him. Hear a little bit about what was going on and
Eventually,
what could have been that adventure.
Bane.
Yeah.
That's the most important.
I think long term, yes, the Gatewatch definitely they will be accruing some more recruits. Some of them will stay in the Presidium, some of them will relocate to Landor to train under Durin specifically. Just because there is definitely a lot of kind of residual fiendish activity on that island that still has to be dealt with, thanks to the last incursion.
Sure.
But that's an ongoing problem. They'll deal with that. So yeah. I think your project to kind of rehabilitate
Helps.
their image that helps for
Okay,
sure.
good.
It's not. It,
Can I
it
encourage
may-
people to donate? Maybe I
on the
like
slide.
depending.
Not openly.
I can't really openly do that.
Be careful about it. Is the risk?
Okay, well, I'll be careful about that.
Okay.
I have more things, but we can jump to someone else if other people have checklists to get through.
What's that supposed to mean? With my bucket
I
list.
literally was not looking at you until you looked at me.
So, John has a few things.
Yeah, go for it. I do a couple of them, and we'll go back to someone else then, or whatever.
So this is, I guess, happening a little later because this is after Saren gets sent to Farrell.
Okay.
I see.
I'm having so much.
John would catch up with Saren and find out if she's interested in getting married.
I think after a couple of years, she's probably game. I think she's slow to warm up to the idea of commitment, and I think if anything, she's definitely like on the provision of like, can we at least keep things like open, like
Basically,
like if I
Lord.
see someone hot and like
And they're not you.
they're not you, and you're cool with it, can we bang? Do you want to bang them with me? Like, is that like a thing for you? Is that cool? Or like,
She can use Adlar and Lauren as an example.
because like my girl does the same thing with her guy, and like they're like, you know, great.
As long as you bring it up to me, at least.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I would be freaking pissed if you hit it for me. So like, as long as you know, if it's out in the open, you know, I don't see a problem. What are you doing? You like? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
I had a feeling.
Don't look at me.
I'm gonna borrow this real quick.
Are you interested in a large wedding? I'm more interested
Other
in
way.
kind of the low key.
I mean, I want to look good, but like, it doesn't have to be like a big old thing. I feel like I love Noelle and Jade, but that was like way too big for me.
Yeah. I was thinking something
Oh, that's just foul.
on Farrell with just people there.
Say when.
Yeah. I think Saren's ideal wedding is probably pretty
Damn.
close to Adlar and Lauren's. Although maybe they would be like at the resort
got
itself, like actually like near the spa and the pool and like all the amenities instead of being on the beach.
John would like to invite the guildmaster and the orphan.
Okay, all right, interesting.
Let them come and experience Farrell.
Sure.
What, who's he inviting to what?
To
Oh, their wedding.
to their wedding.
Oh, okay. That's very nice.
It's definitely the bougiest wedding. It's the bougiest anything those orphans have seen. They're going from.
I feel like those orphans are living okay.
They're
After
living
all the
okay.
renovation, the farms and stuff that John helps.
They're living a lot better than they were for sure. But like they're going to like a bougie fucking upscale resort now, where it's like, oh, we have mud baths and we have these exquisite dining hall and all this fucking amenities available to you. And
You call that fancy? I do that at home all the time. Mud baths. That ain't fancy.
it's a fancy, high grade, high quality mud.
It's mud. Mud is mud.
The cleanest mud you've ever seen. Do you want to do vows? Okay.
For sure.
Get my camera.
I think Saren and John's wedding will be similar scale to Adlar and Lauren's at the actual resorts, orphans and guilds present.
She has
Saren is probably
family?
not wearing a whole
Saren.
lot.
Her dad.
Her dad. Yeah. I mean, the Triton village on Farrell is not terribly far away, so they'd be in attendance.
I was
Yeah.
assuming they would be there.
Lauren would be the bridesmaid, the maid of honor.
Am I officiating another one?
Yeah, that's not good. Like 2 years.
This would be probably about 3 or 4 years in.
Oh, you think 3 years?
Wait, is that why you
I
wanted to
was-
see
I
if
was
Barnaby
thinking
would
about
hook up
3 or
with
4
anybody,
years
so you had to
after.
do a marriage scene for him?
You were saying it would take a couple
I want
years.
to hear
couple,
Barnaby's
yeah.
vows.
I'd say like
I was saying 3 or 4 years
Okay.
in.
So,
I love you.
I'll give you a
This was
preview.
after she was at the Farrell.
I'll give you a preview.
Right.
I'm not
Which is already
particularly unfond of
2
you.
or 3 years in.
You ain't a princess, but that's
Wasn't
okay.
I like
When
you.
she would have
almost
gone
as
to
much as I
Farrell
like
After
you.
Adlar was kidnapped.
We have an agreement.
Gotcha. So that would have, been.
You and the shrimp?
think you said 2 something.
Yes,
That would have been about a
both
year
parties
Serena?
involved.
with her.
Yeah,
so
but that was about 2 years
No,
after.
the
2 years
girl's
ago.
name is Ebby.
Right?
Abby.
I think it was like a year after like Rose.
I thought you said there was in the second year.
Was it 2 years?
Wasn't the Adlar getting kid that was like 2 years in?
That was like 2 years. Then.
2 years? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then two years after that. Would
No,
be the
that
wedding.
was. No, I think that was 3 years.
Was it 3?
It was like I thought
It was
like
approaching. I
2
think it was
years.
approaching 3 years
Yeah.
at the end when we were starting to get into the political stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is
Somewhere
that,
between 2 and
That's
3.
what I was saying.
clarify-
Like 3 to 4 years.
is
was
that
the-
2 years in Vera's time?
Yes.
So it would be about 4 years out from when the campaign ends.
Yeah,
When
that's
the
what I was
stuff
saying.
Starts going.
3 to 4 years is basically out from the end of the campaign is when the wedding would happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before the Adlar stuff.
No, after the Adler.
Oh, 3 to 4 Vera Ghost years.
Okay, so you and Sarah would have been together for like 8 years almost.
Yeah, 6 to 8 years then.
Before getting married.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a long relationship.
I mean,
If
if it works.
She wasn't ready to settle down at first.
No, that's fair.
I was out hunting leviathans for a while.
That's true.
That's how my pa died. Hunting monsters.
Oh. I still had to wait until I got my glaive back before I could get married.
It's important.
They're still
Sorry,
working on that.
the
Here
glaive
you
comes
go.
first.
The glaive is important, okay?
The glaive
To see
stays in
how
the
old he is when he
room.
gets the glaive.
Oh, really? I have to roll to
Oh,
see
I'm just kidding.
how long it takes for me to get my glaive back.
I think you guys were gonna get that like within the year.
Yeah, I don't think it was a big thing.
Well, what would it have been? 42?
This is 7 and 40.
That's a while.
47.
At least it's not 72.
No, 42. Oh, 40.
7 and 40, so 47.
Okay,
So
47.
I would have been 47.
So, only 19 years.
If you put it off until you guys finally got around to it, but I think y'all would prioritize getting it.
So does
Yeah,
that
we'll get the glaive.
I would have told Lauren, like, I can't get married until I get the glaive back.
So
Where's a D20?
Don't worry, you would get it back early.
Lauren would be like, okay, we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
So
Oh, yeah.
about the time that you guys are kind of entering talks with like other nations and states to kind of form an alliance against Enigard is about when the wedding is happening.
Sure.
And that would be like not a huge production.
It would have just been feral and
It would have been
Friends.
at the resorts. It would have been bougie. It would have been good food and lots of drinks and weed and
Whole lot of
dope resort suites.
John would have been in his good pants, still
Yeah.
no shirt.
As Saren would have wanted.
as God intended.
almost as Sarah would have wanted.
He's still wearing pants.
Did she want to do it?
Basically.
He's wearing pants and no shirt, too.
I like the idea that they're trying to pick a venue and John's like, please stop picking nudist beaches.
I feel like she's probably like nude all the time when she's at home. Like, just does not fucking wear clothes.
John's fine with that.
Yeah.
DM, I rolled a dice. I haven't looked at it yet.
What's it for?
How good my person's going to look whoever Barnaby ends up settling with.
Oh.
I haven't looked at it yet.
74.
You want me to look at it?
Wait. Does he get advantage?
Actually,
I think we all need to look at it.
Have Jacob look at it. None of us look at it, and then Jacob
I haven't
turn the
looked at
dice,
it yet.
and then you have to describe this person to us. I want it to be a mystery.
Tell us
It's
when
bad, isn't it?
Tell us when we can open our eyes.
I got a 5, didn't I?
Did you look at it?
No.
Barnaby's eventual bride
Oh no, she's gonna be in a character.
is one of the most beautiful people to ever walk the face of Vergos.
The hell happened?
You rolled a nat 20.
I hope she's with him because he makes her laugh.
Yes.
She enjoys his stories.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He has the best stories. He's so funny, you guys.
When do they meet? When he's 74?
6.
We would all be so fucking old at that point.
The Princess is 76. I love the idea of that being who it ends up being, though. Like the last check on the bucket list.
God, that would be.
Oh man, that'd be such a fun vow though. You were the last check on my bucket list.
Okay, so that has to be the princess. Sorry, Barnaby, we decided for you.
I guess so.
It's too precious. You marry a princess, and now you're a prince.
My bucket list is starting to disintegrate just from age.
It's like yelling and cracking. My 8th one, I had to rewrite it so
All
many times.
right, well, I finished my bucket list. I guess I can start on my revenge list now.
That's hilarious. I cannot believe you rolled a nat 20.
I just rolled and
Barnaby marries this fucking supermodel elvish princess.
I think it's strangely fitting, really.
Honestly.
It kind of is.
I love that.
Just off the wall. I love it. Okay.
oh, you got
Who's got more
things in.
stuff?
Yeah, the wedding as well.
How many years until we have kids?
Roll a d6.
D6.
Does Lauren have children?
6 years.
All right, it's a little while.
John's getting old.
Does Lauren have a lot of children?
Well, hang on. This happened 4 years after the end of the
no,
campaign.
you need to roll. You need to roll.
Okay. We gotta make sure we're going off the
percentile so
years.
that 0 is an
We're
option.
talking years
In Virgos.
in Virgo, so each year is 2 years.
Or shift
It's
the number of what you
1.8
rolled
technically.
to -1.
It's easy.
So that would mean at the time I got married, it would be
It's like
8 years after that, so that would be
It's not that
26.
26.
That's
So then
the
6 more years, so that would be
16.
12 years.
Take your first roll.
So
whatever
it'd
dice that was, and just
be
subtract 1.
38.
No.
You'd be having kids. That's not crazy, but it is.
Yep.
You are older than.
okay.
No, on the first one you rolled.
I rolled
You rolled a D10 for the first one?
Yeah.
Oh!
No, but I already know how many she has. But I was just curious.
So we'll see how many kids we have.
Should Burberry roll again? Because while he didn't get married, he is still with a lot of horny kobolds.
Damn. We're having 6 kids.
Okay. Well, you guys waited a long time.
So on the topic of kids, I rolled to see when Laura would get pregnant,
Yeah.
and it's around the time Adlar gets stolen away. So it's pregnancy rate.
Oh, God. No wonder she's mad.
You know, it all goes back and makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah, I think it's like really early, so like I don't think she knows yet. And then she's
But
like,
the hormones are there.
yeah, the hormones are there, they are active, and she's like, I'm gonna kill you all.
I'll kill a bitch.
Yep. But on a
I woke up feeling nauseous this morning, and I'm gonna make it your problem.
That means by the time.
Yep, basically.
That means by the time me and Sarah are getting married, you already have a kid.
Yep. Yep. They will have 2 twins.
You're
You closed it.
close.
Damn it!
Well,
They will have 2 children. There's
Oh, I saw that
Well,
image. Okay.
Lauren, if you want to leave your children with Burberry while you are raising hell,
Oh, I think Adlar is probably kind of the.
Stay-at-home dad.
Yeah.
he's the new dad line.
He's the new Dadlar.
Dadlar. He earned the title.
Yep.
It wasn't the name, it was the title.
No, that's how you told him you were pregnant. You're gonna be a dadlar.
Oh my god.
That is exactly how
I
it
will
goes
write
up
that
to
card
him.
for you.
Yeah, she'll go up and just be like, guess what? You have a new name. Can you guess what it is?
Dorcas Malorcas.
Zadlar.
You're going to have to tell me because I have no idea.
Dadlar.
I was close.
Did you find a gray hair? What happened?
I'm too high for this.
This is your son, Dadlar, and your daughter, Cat.
That's the best response ever. I'm too high for this.
Wait for you.
What does that make the current Dadlar? Does that make Grandpa Lar?
Grandadlar.
Granddad Lar.
Grandlar.
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 Oh, that's what she goes and
I
tells his parents. She's like, she goes to see his parents and she's like, I want a Dadlar. We have to go tell Grandlar.
Wait, you do realize what happens if he ever, steals anything, right? He becomes Grand Larceny.
Grand larceny. Jesus Christ, Dad.
That was so bad.
I mean, listen, if you thought it was going to be any better than that, that's your problem.
But yeah, she would totally go over to his parents' house and be like, okay, we're gonna go break the news, but I have to do it.
Well,
And she would be like, you're going to be Grandlar. And she'll wait until to see if he gets it until it sinks in. And she's like, ah!
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, Chani, since we are reaching the end, if you would like, I can give you all of the letters that Burberry wrote to himself.
Yes, please. I'd like to read them.
The Burberry wrote to himself.
But yeah, she would have twins.
Or you.
Oh.
Like the ones that I sent you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, do you want me to post the letter I sent to Siren?
You did.
You did.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
So she would have twins, one boy and one girl. The girl would be a mini Alorn, and the boy would be like a mini Dandlar.
That tracks.
You figure out how many boys, how many girls.
The girl would be wild. Adlar would struggle. She'd be an
Three boys,
angel
three
to
girls.
Alorn, though.
Sure.
She's like a total mother suck up and gives dad.
6 kids, 3 boys, 3 girls.
There you go.
Didn't know that.
It was a hectic house.
Burberry capped on the 3.
Oh, okay.
Especially because, according to him, they are all half orc, half
Triton.
half Triton, so they can all swim underwater.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
As a
You know what I'm sticking with?
during the baby shower, Alorn is going to gift you a cloak of the
How many
manta
kids
ray.
Barnaby has?
He has
I can swim underwater.
Good
But
seed
it's
there.
60 feet of movement, so
Okay.
you can catch up to them
17.
easily.
Gotcha.
Burberry has
I thought I rolled
17
a
kids.
D6. I thought I rolled a D6.
You have 17 kids. That princess
totally
is going.
That would be every year of your life until the day you die.
No,
by the way.
no. That means,
That princess is going.
no. That means
There had
Barnaby's.
to be a few twins in there.
That means Barnaby's like, I'm gonna have however many children the good Lord gave me.
And the good Lord didn't stop giving
My
them.
mom said never use
I wish
protection.
you would.
Like mother, like son.
It's a good thing you made a lot of money adventuring. You're gonna need it.
I'm sure he made plenty of
Wait,
money
what
in
was
70 years old.
Hobgoblin? Elf
And then he's
shit.
also a princess, so
Elf Goblin.
I'm sure there's plenty.
A model princess.
Gelfs.
elves. Just red elves.
Hob Elf.
It's probably a mix of like hobgoblin and elf.
Gelflin.
I don't know if it would be.
Gold.
I think all of your children would identify as a problem.
These are red buff elves.
I don't want to think about how old they were when you were like, let me show you how to shoot.
I don't know how long Barnaby lives after the 17th child. How he would be so old.
How long did the
He
hobgoblin
would be
live?
in his 90s.
We determined he's living to 120, didn't
Yeah. So that,
I think
I'm like in my late mid years.
Barnaby had his midlife crisis in 74.
I have 17 kids.
we? He's an ancient father. Oh my god.
That's really good.
Well, then his kids are gonna get to go, yeah, our dad died young.
He's only 112.
I don't know if Jade and Noel are going to have kids. I think that they would actually
You want one?
They,
Is that feasible? Is it possible?
I mean, not
Anything's
technically.
possible if you
Anything
try.
possible in D&D world.
It's
I think they
magic.
honestly would adopt a child
I
or
mean,
two.
you are
now.
a changeling.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
like.
true.
Is that possible or not?
I guess technically I could grow a dick, but
You said it.
I
Any
think
girl
they
hair
would
balls,
honestly
too.
adopt children. Though. That's where I think that Jade and Noel
That's
would end up.
fair.
How many?
Barnaby's still like, you want some?
I don't know. I have written on my to-do list that they visit the orphanage where Noel grew up.
Okay, well, here you go. And then just subtract 1 from the number. So that 0 is a possibility.
I feel like we would adopt one.
Well, I did.
3, so 2. 2 children? That
Which
sounds
is what you
perfect.
said.
Yes. But what is that place like, I guess, if we're doing more stuff?
The orphanage back in Aelia.
I mean, you can always go to John's orphanage.
It is probably not too different
I can't
from
see
when you
Bert
left
again.
it.
Sorry.
You don't want to adopt a bird?
For some reason, I just can't handle that. I wish he hit puberty at the age of 6.
Miss Noel, don't you want to adopt me?
I saw you
I
twice.
saw you as my mother.
He's imprinted.
The next villain in Noel's timeline.
All I needed was a loving family.
Here's a loving family if you wouldn't give it to me. I thought you were gonna be my
I only
mommy.
saw you 2 times and I gave you a book.
Mostly so you would stop talking.
Anyways,
Sorry.
cutting back to Ilia. So visiting the Ilia orphanage.
Yes.
Not very different from what you remember. It has not changed much. It's probably a little dustier, probably a little bit more run down. I think the caretaker there, somehow, she is still alive and kicking.
Renell?
Renell
The
is
person who named Noelle is still working
an
there.
old ass bitch.
She would literally be in her 90s.
She's probably got some help. She's probably just like this fucking like crinkly ass, like Ghibli looking crone lady, you know?
Sitting in a rocking chair.
Yeah, rocking chair
Oh.
like most of the day, and then a handful.
Is she
of
still
hours.
like cogent?
Yeah, I think she's cogent. She's just like back's bad. She got fucking arthritis and everything.
Well, Noelle would definitely introduce Renell to Jade and just say like, "This is the person who gave me my name."
It's so good to meet you, ma'am. It's like, oh, young ladies.
Isn't she sweet?
It is so good to see you both. I do not know how to do an old French lady.
This is all taking place in the alien language.
Yeah. I mean, she's cogent, probably like half blind at this point. You know,
Sure.
like, can't see super well, but remembers your voice, remembers you. You know,
Aw.
very glad to hear that you're doing well. She's just kind of trucking along to the best of her ability.
That is so lovely. to see.
She probably got a couple more people in the orphanage helping her, like a couple of girls who grew up there.
Well, there was a lot of people working with the orphanage. Renell was just the one that was nice to Noelle. Like she kind of latched on to her. So
right.
it was you know she's definitely got the help she needs.
Okay. Well, she's still there.
But yeah, I don't think they would adopt kids the first time they go, but I think it would probably like start being a conversation at that point. They'd be like, "Oh, some of those kids were so sweet."
How long into their?
Probably they'd be like, "We're not going to do it for a year," and then they do it 6 months later.
Sure. Okay.
Wait,
but-
do they adopt siblings?
I don't know. That would actually be really cute.
Like you were like, yes, we're going to take this one, and then she's like, oh yeah, that's her
I
brother.
could see
Like,
them
oh.
getting like a brother and a sister or something. That would be very cute.
Alright.
I don't know. What? Can we roll for like the race or something?
I do have a table for that. Give me a D100.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
Did I ever show you guys the drawing of Alexia did?
Maybe.
Andy?
This one?
No.
Oh no, that's nice.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Well, you know who
I
that
think-
makes me think of? Play it.
Who's it?
That
Alexi.
makes me think of
He's hot.
the botanical
What?
nerd
He's not
from
it.
Monster in the World or Wilds.
Of course, obviously.
Alexi.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That looks like. Oh, the
I can't remember his name.
Eric.
Eric. Yeah,
Yeah, I see it.
that's what I thought.
I need to find that.
No picture.
Aww.
Very cute.
Okay. What was the 100?
Wow. No. Kidding. What's up?
D100.
Yeah.
They're married now. It ain't fail.
34.
34 will be human.
Oh. Okay.
And then. Oh yeah, they're separate.
No siblings.
So they're
So
humans.
I assume they're both humans.
Oh.
Yep.
Age. Nope.
One.
Probably.
I don't think they're going to be
Dragon.
one.
You don't want to adopt a kid?
Well,
No, for how old the kid is.
Yeah, they're,
Yeah, they could be 1 year old.
1 and 2.
I don't think they're 1 and 2.
Do it again. Do it until you can
A lot of adoptions are very young
I could
kids.
roll higher than that.
I was gonna say.
Okay.
they're 10-year-olds. They're twins.
All right.
I could do a d20, but that's a little.
Okay.
Okay, so
So-
they'd adopt a couple of 10-year-olds, humans, I guess, and that would be probably not terribly long after they got married. I mean,
within a year of it.
Yeah, probably like a year after they got married is when that would
Then
happen.
you get the fame. You're not my real moms.
Yeah. So that would be Noelle's kid situation, and so I guess she would be the first one with kids technically out of the group,
True.
Incorrect.
Besides Burberry.
except for no, you got me. That's correct.
Except
She would go to Burberry and be like, "Do you have any parenting tips?"
How old are they?
10.
Can't help you yet.
Give me 9 years.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, granted,
I'm still changing diapers.
Kobolds do mature faster, I think. But I don't know. I don't know how halfsies would do.
they don't live very long.
I thought kobolds live a long fucking time.
Kobolds proper now. But
I think they do. I feel like I looked this up once. They live to like 110 or something.
Jesus.
I swear I've looked this up. I think kobolds actually have a pretty long lifespan. I'm happy to be proven wrong though.
As we all Google search it immediately. Holy shit!
Am I right?
Well, the AI says up to 120 years.
Yeah, kobolds live a long
Yeah,
fucking time.
I'm still changing diapers.
The problem is that they die in horrible underground catacombs.
Yeah.
So they don't really live 110 very often. But,
That tracks.
but yours probably will live for a long time.
Unless they do something dumb.
Which they. Wait, how? Now I have to look up kobold life
Kobolds
cycles.
reach adulthood at age 6 and can live to 120 years, but rarely do so.
Oh, okay. So
they mature very quickly.
So yeah,
Okay.
I'm probably out of diapers, but I haven't. I don't think I've made
It's
it
still
to 10.
toddler mode.
Yeah.
Okay, this would be
Expire.
technically a year after I got married, which was 240 days after the campaign ended.
Top one.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so-
like a year and a half, or so like
They were-
two
More Triton
plus two plus.
They were probably like either starting to walk or like starting to.
What was it? They
Eight.
matured at age
6.
6. So they would be like 2.5.
Yeah.
So they would
Been
be
like-
Maybe around the 10-year.
they'd be like 8-ish.
Yeah, it'd be close.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll give you what parenting tips I can,
Okay.
but they are slightly younger.
That's okay. They're still kids.
Although, if you ever want to play date,
Yeah. Oh, totally. Oh yeah. Whatever happened to Susanna? I didn't even write that down, but I'm curious.
I mean, Susanna's growing up in the Gatewatch, so she's probably joining the Gatewatch once she gets old enough.
yeah, and she does have opportunity to come visit Burberry because you get that as a.
Oh,
She is in the process of probably training as she gets older.
She's gonna be terrifying when she's older.
Yeah, I mean, she once she starts like drilling and like training with like Secundo and Rainer and new recruits and stuff, like she's probably got a head up on everyone because she's been watching it this whole time. Like she knows how it works. Yeah, and she's got all of that fiendish power kind of nestled away. So it's probably one of those things where it's kind of like, all right, you need to rein it in
Yeah. But she should talk to Rainer about
and
that.
not hurt anybody.
That's his catchphrase.
She's probably doing pretty okay. If anything, just probably feeling kind of cooped up as she gets older. Like looking forward to an opportunity to go out and do some shit.
Yeah. But eventually she does kind of get control of her
Yeah,
stuff
she'll-
and
it takes some time, but she'll get there.
okay. I have more small things, but someone else can go. They won't.
I think I'm busy with my 17 youngins.
That's not for 70 years.
Yeah, that is like distant future Barnaby with his 17 kids.
My children are going to live longer than I can.
Everyone's
most
retired.
children work.
Everyone's fucking vibing and
like,
enjoying their brand
Dragonborn
new
only lived to
world.
80.
Yeah.
So they lived before they were only 40 years old.
How long?
I gotta wait for 10 minutes until I can do a family portrait.
How long would it take for Lauren to become an archdruid?
It would take a little while. Because you're not fighting things that are quite as dangerous as Losharog and Leviathan. So this is like going back into low level areas and killing boars for her, basically.
Well, she would help kill all those mini
I was gonna say
Leviathan
with
spawns.
John fighting the Leviathans, would he be gaining levels?
John probably would, definitely.
I think
I think Burberry's probably going to cap out at 15.
I think Noel and Burberry are definitely the slowest levelers in the campaign
After
going
this, yeah.
forward.
I got my bucket list. That
I
gets
do
me
think Alorn
doing a lot more
was helping
things.
kill the Leviathan spawns. Like when she wasn't digging, she was hunting.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually, Lauren's going to be able to do, like, she won't be able to revive people, but she can kind of bring them back.
She can at like
Well, there's resurrect,
You get-
or not
I got
resurrect. Whenever you bring them back, it's a different race.
Oh, reincarnate.
Reincarnate.
I can already do that. That's like a 5th level spell. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the highest one on the druid list.
No,
They-
9th. I get true resurrection.
Ah, yes.
I was about to say, I think they get true resurrection.
Well, after that, you won't need me anymore.
Um,
That's when we become a straight. No.
I'll say this. I think post-campaign leveling, things slow down for the party. I think that's just kind of got to be the norm. Otherwise, I feel like there'd be a lot more level 20 people running around.
But it'd be fair to say that we get level ups after we do, say, like, the
One shots.
the one shots. Like, each
So
one
we
gets
have
us.
2 for sure.
I think
Yeah, they're so loud.
They're practicing falling downstairs. It's a completely normal
Did
thing.
we get a level up at the end of the campaign?
Yeah, so we're technically level 15 right now. After we kill.
I feel like that's
Lush
fair.
Rider. Yeah.
that yes, that's
Yeah.
that's
And
fair.
then the one shot.
I don't mind leveling up, but I'm not picking spells.
I don't think we actually have to. Not for a while.
Do I level up for my community service? I am getting experience in
No.
this type of field.
No.
You get 10 experience points.
All right.
I
One
think
for every piece of garbage you picked up
I think
without
it's
starting a
probably
giant story.
it's gonna be years before you hit Arc Druid.
That's fine. That's what I expected from Alorn.
Yeah, I think Alorn's probably hitting Arc Druid like during or after next campaign. Is probably what you're looking at. But she'd definitely be like up there by that point. She's like
So how many years would that be?
I believe it's 12.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Is it 444 that we decided was the next campaign?
All I
start?
remember is that technically my new character was born the day Jade and Noel got married.
Oh, your new character?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I planned it that way.
Wait, wasn't this game supposed to be 100 years in there?
No.
No.
Not that far.
We are. It's like 10 years or 12 years or something.
Okay.
444, yeah.
And the current year is.
433, I think?
Okay.
Or 432.
Actually, 12 would make sense because I think
roll
Sybil
for
was
health for level up.
What in the world's happened to Tiffany's in 10 years?
12.
For some reason, it's everything. I think it's more of a location thing than a.
Well, it might also be. I don't
Cultural
think we've really run into
432. So 432 to 444.
32 to 44. So 12. Yes.
So 12
So that makes
times 1.8.
Yeah. 1.83 technically.
Dope. Well, Alorn would be an ancient druid.
Arc Druid in 22 years, basically. So she'll be 40 something?
Well, she ages a lot slower now too, which is an
30.
archer.
She'd be in her mid-30s. So she's
How old is
21
she?
right now.
She's 21. So in 22 years, she'd be 43. So she'll be 43 when she probably hits Arc Druid.
Cool.
Okay, I leveled up.
Good job.
I literally had to unlock
It's
one
like
ability and do my
health.
health.
And done.
I had to unlock a relentless rage.
That's monstrous.
But she does age slowly, so she's didn't really age
Yeah, nobody's gonna
that
fucking see her
much.
aging.
No.
So I was like, yeah, me too. I age super slow. Yeah, I'm definitely
like-
not hiding it.
She's like looking in the mirror, just like, alright, smooth that out.
I can just transform.
I come in with my own Botox.
How long was the next campaign?
Apparently, my race rarely lives longer than 75 years.
444 is the year, and the
Yeah.
current year is
Oh, Lord,
I think
432.
so. Just change
So I'm already basically half
So about
half.
8
half
years
my-
old.
This was your midlife crisis.
I've had 6 kids though.
So it's
Take
about,
that, midlife crisis.
it's about 20 years in Earth.
This means I need to come up with
20,
6
20,
names.
22 years was what we determined.
Oh, so that means her kids are like 20 something.
I think they're 22.
I have to come up with 6 names. Damn it.
Transferring and deferring co.
Anybody else got anything for epilogue stuff?
I do have more.
What do
I can do.
What do you have?
Sorry, I didn't want to monopolize the time. I just have things.
You didn't say anything hardly in the first half.
I know. Well, we were talking about Anagard for a lot of that.
Partner, makes all of his kids get a bucket list.
Start young, trust me.
That's tradition. Get a head start.
I think his wife would definitely be okay with that. I mean, I have sort of vague things. Like, I want to help Jade find what she wants to do in the world, you know.
I think Jade's biggest thing mostly is just like she wants to be with you. Is her most like driving, I think, desire.
Okay.
I think she's been adrift for so long, and it's like she's tried a lot of stuff. She's definitely very physically competent, so she's a decent warrior, and she's like.
Did she want to do more
herself.
things with the Emerald Guard, like training people or stuff like that?
I think she'd probably be fine with that. I don't know that she'd necessarily be able to do much more than like the kind of new recruit training, because like she's not y'all's level for sure. Like, you know, John would be better suited to training anybody up to like. You know,
he's doing Leviathan hunting.
Well,
No, once I settle down, I'm a trainer.
Yeah.
For the Adventures Guild.
I
So
might end up sending one of my kids to you.
anybody that needs training, you can send to me.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you visited once and she got real excited.
So
So,
John and Jade are training for the next generation of adventurers in the area. I think like she definitely wants to help you with this like let's help with the Gatewatch, let's help with the Emerald Guard, let's get this like information sharing network set up with everyone in the Alliance. So whatever she can do to help on that front, like she's down to facilitate and support, and she is not really driven to do anything particularly like of her own like.
Oh no, ChatGPT is very good. Came up with all the names very easily.
She doesn't have this like I've always dreamed of being a baker type of thing.
Yeah.
Like she
just wants to support and be there.
Yeah. Like
follow whatever passions end up finding us.
Yeah.
Okay. That's very cute. Whatever becomes of Snow Owl. It's not a small one. Because I don't think Noelle would ever cast Simulacrum again. I don't think she'd have ever reason to.
she dies in 5 years. No.
She, I think, eventually decides she is going to go adventuring.
Okay.
Just maybe not adventuring, but like traveling. You know, go out, see the world.
Cool.
I think after about 3 years, she would drop contact.
Drop a contact?
Drop contact.
Like
drop contact.
Yeah.
Okay. She goes off and makes her own life.
You would not hear from her again.
All right, well,
after that point.
If I ever need to, I can kill her.
I think that already happened.
Yeah, that's a little sus.
I think she'd make a life for herself. That's my theory.
And you're sticking to it.
Although I could just cast sending to her.
You would not get a response.
What if I pretended that wasn't me?
They know what's coming from. That's how sending works.
Alright, fine.
You know who is sending the spell.
There's no
Pete's like, but what if I get Burberry to do it? What if I get a Lord?
That's how it works.
I'm double checking. I thought that was how it worked.
I don't think they get like a.
You send a short message of 25 words or less to a creature with which you are familiar. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender if it knows you.
Ah, damn it.
And can answer it in a like manner immediately.
You're receiving a sending from Noelle doing a funny voice.
Would you like to receive?
No.
It'd be interesting if somebody could come up with an anonymous sending.
So she would stick around for a few years and then she would drop all contact.
Well, she would go traveling and stay in touch.
Okay.
And then after about 3 years, she would drop contact.
Yeah, see, that sounds like she used up all her
Okay,
spells.
here's the question though. Well, she doesn't die if she uses all the spells. She just doesn't have magic anymore.
Yeah, well, she doesn't have magic.
Would I know from just the fact that she is upheld by my own magic of Simulacrum?
Is that how the spell works?
I don't think you're going to find an answer in the wording.
Well,
That makes it sound like she died.
So if you click the beginning of each sentence, it's a full letter.
Oh.
Because it's
Do you want to have the kids' names?
1 second. I'm curious where this is going.
I don't think you would. I don't think it would give you any feedback necessarily, because it's not like you're maintaining concentration, and it's not like you have some kind of connection to it. It's just like you make the simulacrum, and then it exists,
Yeah.
right? And it behaves a certain way. But once it exists, I don't think there's any magical connection between you and it. So you would not have any additional way to gather information on her outside of like sending, scrying, whatever.
Yeah, I guess scrying would be an option. I think Noelle would.
How would scrying work? 'Cause
Would it
she
work
is technically an illusory duplicate of one piece. Oh, it is a creature. Okay.
She is a creature.
She is a creature.
Would she continue to be a creature if she died?
I think if she died,
she
then
melt?
scrying
If
would
if
fail.
you die, you become an object.
Yeah.
Mm.
She would
You
she
are.
would not be scryable if she died.
You are a corpse.
I think Noelle would.
It's just a blank slate of the water in the ground.
I genuinely think Noelle would give her privacy, but I think eventually she would be curious enough to try scrying. Like literally 10 years later.
10 years later,
Yeah.
scrying wouldn't work.
Okay.
So she did
I think
that.
she might have died.
Yeah.
Well, let's say casting Simulacrum again.
I'm not killing her. She's already dead.
Did you say something?
Hey, how'd you die?
Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that. I was not there.
Insight check. Alright, other small things. Keeping an eye on Martin while he untangles himself from the Calabi family. How's that go?
Slowly, but I think eventually, Martin. Eventually, like it is a multi-year process because, from what he tells you, he doesn't tell you a lot about it because he's like, I don't want to complicate this by dragging you into it or involving you in any way. But from what you're able to glean, it sounds like the Calabais are more or less sort of adopting the God, what is it fucking called? The Cordamanch.
The company Cordomash?
Shimin Cordamanch Company. The Cordamanch Rail Company.
Yeah.
The Calabais are taking that over basically. Like they are in the process of kind of like inserting themselves into the framework to like, we are going to run that company, that's going to be ours, and Martin is just kind of facilitating that transfer of assets.
Yeah.
So once he's done with that, which is probably a couple of years of work, they're probably content to just let him walk away from it. They're comfortable with, the assurance that he's not going to cause problems. Like,
I think if possible, Noah would certainly like to make sure that he is as disentangled as possible. Like, I don't want them to come back in fucking 3 years and be like, actually, we need you to sign these documents, and, you're still tied in financially to this part and whatever.
No, I think Martin would be able to assure you. It's like I just signed over everything. Like it's theirs. Like I have no part of it. I have no claim to it. I am a founder. Is where he's at, and he has walked away.
Okay.
So the Calabais now own the CCC basically.
Okay. Where does Martin end up? I mean, I would be happy to set him up somewhere.
Martin's free to do whatever he wants at that point.
Would he want to be close to Noel? Would he want to live on Fayral? Would he want to live?
I think
in
he'd
Midlands?
be content to stay in Freeport.
Okay.
I think, they definitely they didn't rob him of his personal fortune. Like they're taking
Basically, yeah. Company
Yeah.
belongs to them. His personal shit's his personal shit.
Yeah, it's keep your house, keep your money. We don't care. We want the company.
Yeah.
So they are. They left all that alone, and Martin would be able to just kind of do pick up where he left off after this whole thing started with them. So I do think there would be probably some work to kind of relocate all of his personal wealth.
Yeah.
At least whatever he wanted to hold on to. I think the manor would probably go up for sale at some point in Aelia. He's going to sell it and get away from it.
Yeah.
And travel to Freeport and settle there. Get himself a nice house somewhere. Probably up in the hills near the university, just kind of overlooking the city, somewhere private and quiet.
Sure.
And I think that would probably be where he stays. How old were they?
It's written down somewhere, but I don't have it on my phone. It would be in their character bio details or something like that.
It's on my computer.
Um,
He's probably alive.
They were like not old. It was like 60s or something.
60s?
Yeah.
Okay, so he'd be in like his 80s by the beginning of Antebellum, so he's probably still around.
Yeah.
He's old.
Yeah. he was already old. I think Martin might have been a little younger, but I'll look it up later.
He's up there. I think Martin is probably... He probably starts doing some very small, like, philanthropic type of stuff with what's left of his money.
Yeah.
He's not going to make a big show of it. He's not going to try and, like, I've got to, redeem my... Like, there's definitely not that, like, drive there. His outlook, I think, is very much just, like, I am just getting clear of all of that dark shit.
Just clean slate.
I mean, it's never going to be a clean slate.
Oh. As clean as you can get it.
That's his thing. It's like, it's never going to be a clean slate. I did some terrible things. I'm just going to do, what little I can, without rustling too many feathers and just try and keep my head down and enjoy my time for what I have left with Noel in his life.
Okay.
So, the lack of drive, I think that you would have seen, like, him not pushing back against Amelia, like, that's definitely there.
Yeah. He never found the motivation necessarily,
but and like that's still a thing with him. He's very, very passive person, but he starts spending that money to try and like do some nice things around the city and
Freeport.
Support some local businesses and beautify a nearby park near his house, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Nothing big, but small things.
That sounds very nice. Anyone else got stuff? I'm so sorry. I should have done some of these earlier.
How was progress with Mumsy?
With Amelia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
I think the last thing on your docket.
We should do that one because the other one is a little bit more silly and fun.
Okay.
So we'll do Amelia.
Okay.
So this would, again, we're kind of jumping back in time. This would honestly be really soon after the La Cheroy, like within a month after that.
Okay.
Noel would.
Before or after saving Severin?
Before or after saving Severin? When was
We're
that?
organizing into before and after Severin.
I thought that was going to be at least 90 days after community service.
Well, no, because Burberry was able to talk them into like give it like after Lauren's honeymoon. That was the word. After Lauren's honeymoon, basically was when the Severin thing happens, which is a couple of weeks.
Probably after.
Okay. So getting back from the Severin thing, reaching out to the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
What is Noel doing?
I think she would only go visit her.
Oh, so just go to Farrell.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, yeah. So go visit the gatekeeper.
We're trying to like more.
Not a hard place to reach, given your skill set at this point.
Mm-hmm.
First one.
So you are
Is he
welcomed
more human
into
trait?
her manor on the edge of the Feywild.
Yeah.
To what do I owe this visit?
I was wanting to check on Amelia. I would like to know where she has ended up.
Well, last that I heard, she was... she had entered the Oral Vale to the west and has not left, as far as I know. She spent some time wandering through the side roads of our realm before she found her way out. Spent some time circling my domain. I saw to it she was not allowed to enter. Don't want to make things too easy. After a few months of that, she gave up and began to travel west. She found the bridge, crossed it, and not long after into the Vale.
Has she aged a lot since I dropped her off?
It's been a little under a year.
Okay.
Not long.
Is there any way? So you don't know much about her current circumstance beyond just she's in the Oral Vale.
Unfortunately, I do not have eyes in the domains of the other Archfey, but I cannot imagine she is doing terribly for herself. The Vale is a peaceful place.
Whose territory is the Vale? Would we know that?
That was like the Party King.
That was the Golden Valley
Okay.
that belonged to a very, very gregarious, like way too welcoming.
He is way too welcome if you let Amelia in.
Let's see here. That was the realm of Lord Rhymleth Juliel.
It's got their name and ages too.
That was his name.
Rhymeless Juliel.
Rhymleth. R-Y-M-E-D-H.
Rhymus Juliel.
Lord Rhymleth.
Okay. I think Noelle would ask the gatekeeper if she could set up a dream between her and Amelia.
That could be done. I think you're in control of the dream as the messenger in the dream, so it's just kind of how do you want to facilitate this meeting? What does this look like?
Miss Gatekeeper, bring me a dream.
They're loud.
They're very loud.
I think that
Weightlifting, and they just keep dropping the weights.
Got their names and ages in the picture.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Lauren said it looked better than the other one.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the other one?
Sure.
yeah. What? Nothing. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked more Triton, but it doesn't look very good.
They're all bold.
This is the alternative kids.
Those are space aliens.
Yeah. Those do not look great.
So what does the dream look like?
Okay. I think that the dream would just be a it would just be a sunny day in Aelia at their estate, probably around the age of like when Noelle was about 16. Just a very beautiful day. I think that the dream would start and Amelia would not see Noelle initially. Like she'd be kind of off wandering in the yard, and Noelle would be kind of behind, sort of watching what she does for the first couple of minutes. As we all kind of materialize in this space.
Okay. I think coming into the space, Noelle would see Amelia. Would see Amelia kind of taking in her surroundings, like looking around, realizing where she is, and you'd see her immediately just turn towards the house and begin making her way inside. Presumably you follow.
Well, I would be okay. I think honestly, if she came in the house, Noelle would just be sitting like in the room, or she'd probably be standing in the room.
So just in the entryway.
Yeah, I mean, in like the living room, I guess, or whatever, wherever this front door leads to.
Okay. I mean, there's probably like an entry hall where there's the stairs that lead up to the second floor, and there's like a salon. On
Yeah.
one
So
side.
she'd like walk in the entryway and start looking around, and then as she kind of walked further, she'd see Noelle just like
in a room.
Yeah.
Like sitting on the couch.
yeah.
I think she would freeze seeing that, and
And I think Noelle would be very, she would be in her changeling form, but she would just be very, like, very plain clothes. I think Amelia would also have some pretty plain clothes, and just kind of simple, basic stuff that they would have just worn around the house. But
sure,
Noelle is as she currently is, and presents as a changeling.
Okay. I think she would probably furrow her brow seeing Noelle, but she wouldn't engage immediately. I think she would keep looking around the house at first.
Okay. I'd let her do that.
Okay. I think you would see her occasionally kind of glance around the corner from other doorways into this room, just kind of seeing if you're still there, if you've moved.
Just give her away.
And I think after a couple of minutes of that, you know, and you actually acknowledge her looking in, and then she, you know, leaves, looks around some more, comes back, looks in, sees you still there. At that point, she approaches, and it's very slow, it's very tentative, and she looks a little bit nervous, but she also looks like on edge.
Yeah.
Before she looks at you and says, "This is not a normal dream, is it?"
It's not. I wanted to talk. We don't have to, though. I can leave.
She doesn't sit down. She doesn't move. I think she would ask, "What is it that you think we have to talk about?"
And all the things that we experienced, all the pain we put each other through, there's very little that I ever felt like I was in the wrong about, and I'm sure you felt the same. However, there is something that I do owe you an apology for. And I don't do it to earn your forgiveness or to make anyone feel better, but I do owe you an apology, and as someone who believes that it's important to apologize when you have wronged someone, I feel I have to say it.
She would cock an eyebrow.
The scene would shift, and it would be that day after they kidnapped her. Millie wasn't there for this part, but it would be they would be standing in the courtyard of the Calabaya home, just outside the gazebo, where Noelle first talked to Martin after the fact. And if Amelia was willing to watch, I mean, I think it would be right in front of her, but she could turn away. I think that exact scene would play out, and I think the important part of that, of what Noelle needs to show her there, is just how much Martin cared for her and missed her in that moment.
Mm-hmm. I think she stands and she doesn't move and she watches. And I think as she does, you do see her mist up a very tiny bit. Like she is stone-faced. Like no change in the expression, but the eyes do start to look a little watery.
We spent a lot of years apart from one another, and I think it's very easy when two people despise each other to build up a version of them in your head that is no longer them. I spent so long on drawing your ire and arguing with you and disagreeing with you and whether you would word it this way or not, and I believe being manipulated by you. However, I think because of that, there was an aspect of your life that I didn't ever see. There was a love that I ripped apart. And it was not something I factored in or considered. when I made the decisions I made. So, for that, and only that, I believe I do owe you an apology.
You definitely get a reaction at the only that. There is a turn of the head. The nostrils flare a bit. You see her kind of just wipe the tears away. Quick little flicks. And she steels herself. And she says, we could have had wonderful, comfortable lives. You did not have to fight me. I had everything figured out. I had a plan, and it was working, and everything was going beautifully. The only snag was this attitude you developed. Was you leaving.
The wrong lesson.
We could have had such comfortable lives. The three of us. But you left that. And if you had just left and stayed gone, I would not have thought any more of it. But you showed up again, and you started making demands, and staking claims, and making threats, in business that you had walked away from, in a life that you made very clear you wanted no part of. And in so doing, you tore what was left of our family apart. I think you have much more to apologize for than simply separating me and Martin.
This is where a lord would give the advice and say, go fuck yourself.
So I don't know if you are here seeking absolution or if your conscience has just started to weigh on you now. But whatever you think you are going to find here, I promise you, you will not find it with me. I do not have anything for you.
I know. But I also know that when I wrong someone, I owe them an apology. No matter how much we may disagree on things. We could go through this whole conversation again, Amelia, but I think that the way we conducted business, the way you conduct business, hurts people. I found a home in Freeport. I found a community. I found friends and a new family. And if there was any risk of them, any of them, being hurt by the actions you took, I couldn't risk it.
So you hurt us instead. That is how the world works, Lorelei.
Just went off and dead neighbor, why don't you?
My name's Noel, actually.
With your passive insight, you can tell that was intentional.
Oh yeah, no. Sometimes I think about the last thing you ever said to me, Amelia. You knew every single thing I was self-conscious about. You picked and poked at them. It is hard for me to imagine the twists and turns your brain has to do to make yourself out to be the sensible one in all of this. I can hear it, Lauren, in my brain.
Yeah.
You've been a bigger influence than you thought.
Rent free.
I think just for the sake of the narrative, I think the scene would have changed back to the home again.
Sure.
Not just standing out in the yard of the court of the Calabais, but Noel says, I did a lot of terrible things. We did a lot of terrible things. Even Martin acknowledges that, and I think that at that, Noelle would change the scene again to one of her early conversations, not the first one, but one of the early conversations with Martin at the Calabaya household, where he would quite literally say, you and I did a lot of terrible things. And I can never fix some of the things we've done. But I can slowly begin to help the wounds that we left heal. And I think it's going to take me a lifetime to do that.
Do you plan to apologize to the Rousseau family then? Will they know what you've done?
I think in time, that may have to happen. Because you're right, I did wrong them.
Your conscience will be the death of your girl.
Well, at least I'll have gotten a chance to live.
She, I think, scoffs at that and shakes her head. And just kind of blinks, kind of smooths out her dress a bit. And says, the only person I have to blame for my current predicament is you. We did not have to cross paths. We did not have to come to blows as we did. You escalated things to stake a claim for your people because you felt that they were threatened. And so be it, if that is why. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this was my doing. This house was my doing. But this, right here, this conversation, everything leading up to it, that's on you. You made that choice. You want to pretend this is some great moral lesson. Whatever helped you sleep at night, girl?
I'll sleep better once I've made the world a better place. I think my friends and I are well on the path to making sure that becomes reality.
Congratulations.
For whatever it's worth, the Oral Vale is a nice place to have landed. I think you got kind of lucky.
It is a bit extravagant,
Come on.
but it seems nice enough compared to the forest.
No matter how much you may hate me, no matter how much pain we put each other through, I hope you find some peace here.
How kind of you. How gracious. She'll curtsy with a sneer on her face.
Lorelai would never do that, but Noelle will.
Curtsy back.
Yeah.
Say fuck that.
Sleep well, Amelia. I imagine this will be the last time we see each other.
I hope so.
Martin will be safe and happy. I'll end the dream there.
I think as the dream fades away, there's a brief shift in her expression at the mention of Martin again. Hard to say what exactly, but it did get some kind of reaction.
Your insight's a +8. Am I right? Is that a +8?
It is 26.
I think yours is one less than Ward's.
It looks like a flash of mingled grief and anger that she is trying her absolute damnedest to stifle while you are still standing in front of her.
It's too late.
And it fades away.
Be spiteful.
I can't. It's not in my bones. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. If she wanted to be spiteful, like that passed already, because she could have gone, I thought you would be proud. I did exactly what you taught me.
True.
Yeah. That's that.
I'm sorry, she's such a bitch.
Here. How about this? We're
We're just gonna sing a whole lesson, like, no lessons learned. There were no lessons learned.
Who will show up to orgy numero dos?
Now,
Talk about whiplash.
that is a total whiplash.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
What?
Is that to John and Sarah getting an invitation?
Yes.
When they show up.
Oh, you're gonna find out John is.
I feel like it's a similar roster to last time.
Just
With
plus
Durin is there now.
Does Gideon actually attend this time?
Gideon, I don't think does show up.
No, he's you're still needed.
I have no tissues, I'm sorry.
I want to.
I mean, it's super soft too.
Durin's a hottie though.
Oh yeah. Durin lays pipe.
Oh, can you roll to see how big is his lead pipe?
It could be disappointing.
6.
Very average.
It's above average. 4.5 is the average in the US.
Unless we're going by Barnaby's rules. 9 feet.
Does he die when he gets burned with 4 feet? Does he just keel
It
over?
is a solid 6.
I guess what is like how's Lauren's parents doing?
They're good. They're good. I I mean, your dad's breaking off from the wardens and joining up with the guard after a certain point, so like they're not really involved in any weird tension in the wardens. And
Is there weird tension?
in the guard. Well, I mean, you would probably hear through the grapevine that, like, yeah, the wardens are definitely getting, like, pressured from out west. Yeah. Like, as that stuff starts to escalate, there's definitely, like, a lot more tension in the keep as far as, like, you know, what's being asked and what they're saying and what their next step is and how to play things, how do they talk to the East Alliance, like, it's way more political than it sounds like they want it to be, like they've ever wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And the steward's kind of like, no, I mean, this is the tightrope we gotta walk now, because, like, this is where things have been coming for a long time.
Yeah.
So
Does
your parents are doing good. they're chilling.
Does Zurich ever find anybody?
That's a question.
Or is he forever pining after a book?
I think he'll find somebody eventually.
Okay.
He finds a lovely dragonborn named Burger.
I mean, he's open and available.
That would be a twist. Zarek and Burberry. So, Zarek, yes, probably finding someone after a few years. It's not gonna be a fast thing, but he'll probably find someone, and it could be Burberry
All that.
if you want.
No. That's an 18 on the dice. That's pretty high. Maybe he's the one that then they broke up.
Oh, Burberry's soulmate?
No, because like, yeah, no, he dated someone for a while and then they broke up.
Oh,
yeah.
that's totally what happened.
I can see why he'd like to be
When you
surrounded.
resurrected him, he's like, oh, you have such soft hands.
I do not.
That's funny.
Their compatibility is high.
Well, the very last fun thing I had was just that I think Noel would probably someday run for mayor of Freeport.
Mayor Noel.
That's probably not a hard campaign to run.
I don't know who the current mayor is, but I bet he's a pushover.
Robin, I think his name is Robin Crew, I want to say. There it is. Where's the mayor? Yep, Robin Crew. I called it. I remembered. Yeah, he is a blowhard and he is a showman. He is very much about, you know, photo ops and shaking hands, kissing babies. Like, he loves being the mayor.
Right.
He's not the most effective leader,
Sure.
but he's a big social guy, and he likes networking and all that. So he's got connections, but I think if a member of the Lost Emeralds was to run for mayor, I think that is an easy election to win. I do think the incumbent would definitely cozy up to you as the polls start coming in, and it's like, yeah, no, she's pulling ahead. It's like, well, it looks like you might be winning this election. So congratulations are in order, my dear. I think you've certainly earned it. Suppose you might need someone to show you the ropes around here, though, given that you are not a local. I happen to have a wide swath of contacts around the city and surrounding countryside.
See, you were going to use the word suave.
Wait, who's this guy?
This is the mayor, the economy.
Oh, he's coming to me.
He's coming to you, like, probably like
Oh, he's like vying
weeks,
for a position.
like a couple weeks ahead of the election. He's like, you know, the polls are coming in. It's like, yeah, it looks like you got this one in the bag. You know, popping a bottle and like pouring you guys some champagne and handing you a
Right.
glass. Not to celebrate too early, but I am a realist. I can see the writing when it's on the wall.
I think Noelle would probably, you know, get as much information as she can out of it without making any commitments, and then ghost him.
That's fair. He probably doesn't appreciate that. I think you probably run into some.
I do feel like there would be like a pretty effective, no offense to Noah, but there would be a pretty effective anti-campaign like, Noelle has a house in Montauban! She's going to run there anytime there's problems in our city!
A blizzard's gonna come through. She's gonna come live on Montauban.
The Ted Cruz.
I was thinking it.
Yeah, I definitely think he probably turns into kind of a thorn in your side over the course of your tenure as mayor.
Because you go
Like,
to them, he's mad.
Since you go to them, he's definitely a petty bitch. So he will make a show of trying to kind of drum up opposition
Clark!
What's up?
You got him. And it just kind of causes trouble for your administration
Sure.
while you're in office.
Snoring.
I was just gonna say,
Yep.
just a little bit. And she would use that power to drive out the Calabaya family.
Okay.
Didn't even know you got a little more than all there.
Better come back over here if I was getting that good. That couch is really comfy.
Yeah, it's a couch.
Very good couch.
I think the Calabayas, they will definitely take some work to drive out of Freeport. They're pretty heavily entrenched power. So it would definitely take her some work to do that.
Do you move Martin somewhere else before you attempt this?
Probably. Get him somewhere cozy.
I'd send him to Montauban. I think Noelle is probably successful. I don't know that they're necessarily all like in custody. or
No,
jailing.
she's not trying to like literally jail them. I think she's just trying to like cut off business ties, just make it not logical to even really be here anymore.
I think, if anything, you probably drive a lot of them out of Freeport.
Yeah.
To the point that they're mooks and street level people just kind of scatter the winds. If you don't pick them up, you don't really hear from them again. I would say, given y'all's connections, you would probably get a sense that the Calabaya has probably moved in the Midlands. And are
Well, that's not good for our next campaign.
No.
they're probably. It sounds like they're probably just kind of investing themselves completely into the Chemin Courtemanche company.
Sure.
So around, not necessarily in the coast anymore, but around. Anything from anybody else here?
I don't have anything from a Lauren specifically, but we were talking about like what's going on with Integrid and the Emerald Coast earlier. So how does that pan out right before our new campaign? What's that looking like?
So
The world is embroiled in war. Have fun, guys.
nah.
I mean, is that going to depend on the one shot where we steal the ships?
No, that'll probably flavor it, but I will say Inigard does not make any open military aggressive actions against the Emerald Coast. I think Lauren and honestly probably just Lauren probably has some altercations with some unnamed aggressors of some
Are
kind.
they trying to assassinate her?
Definitely felt that way when they jumped you in the dead of night. And like you there was nothing on them that you could like link to anybody.
Nah,
but
they
you're
just heard about the orgy
this-
and they weren't invited.
This feels like an Inigard play. Like you're just like this feels like their play.
Yeah.
I feel like they really underestimate you.
I think they really do.
It'd be one of those like just random out of the blue, like just in the dead of night. Like,
She would take their heads, put it in a box, and ship it to Integrid. Integrid's capital.
That's pretty fucked. But yeah,
I think it'd say she put a note in there, be like, "Sorry, I have to try a little harder than that."
I think that's probably,
No, just be like, hey,
the
look,
one
I got your
real
soldiers at a
aggressive action
discount.
you guys would see, but I think there would definitely be like a lot. There's a lot of kind of exchanges of propaganda between the papers. I think there's a lot of trade sanctions and blockades in the distance, kind of trying to hamstring the East Alliance and the Emerald Coast, more so than making an open, aggressive war up until probably a year before this next campaign will start. And at that point, I think things have escalated to where the Emerald Coast is hearing about troop movements. It sounds like armies are moving at that point.
How many years after the campaign is this?
About
12.
12 Varygos years, about 22 in Earth years.
So John's going to be...
John will be in his 40s, early 40s, if that.
Barnaby would still be kicking.
Or 30s. 40s or 30s.
So I don't think all of his kids will be born yet.
Well, Barbary's kids are out and about at that point.
Yeah, Barbary's kids are fully grown. It's global.
Because if his first kid is born when he was 36, then...
How old is he currently?
He's 18 at the end of the campaign.
So 22 years would put him at 40.
And so that would have been only 4 years after his first kid was born.
So he may have 2 kids at this point.
I put the ages on there, so...
Yeah. John's kids were 15, 13, 12. So 3 kids. And 10, 9, 7. So... right before antebellum starts, in the guards been making plays. They've been repositioning some troops. There's been a lot of talk in sort of the Midlands territories about mobilizing, the armies of Redford or Laramie. There's been small scouting parties that the East Alliance's own scouts would have encountered in the mountains between East and West on the deserts. It definitely looks like the beginnings of a more open conflict are on the horizon. So we will see where that goes next campaign.
We end up fighting the Lost Emeralds at the end. We become our own villains.
That's pretty badass.
Well, we already know Barnaby wins.
I don't want to fight John.
I don't want to fight our
I
party.
don't want to fight John.
I don't want to fight our party.
I built John a little too well.
Lauren's basically going to be a fucking archdruid at that point. Fuck that.
Level away from it.
Yeah, she's like a level away from unlimited.
We're their last level.
Yeah. Oh god, no.
This is 22 years after John hit level 15. I don't even want to believe where he's at that point.
Beefy.
That tracks.
Anything else before we call for the night, guys? Alright. With that, we can officially call the Lost Emeralds epilogue concluded. And we will rejoin this world and see where things are 22 years after the end of their adventure. Probably September. That is my goal for next campaign.